Goosebumps man, goosebumps man. That's right. Goosebumps man, goosebumps man. Deep जितना काम उतना डोप भी है, गोपियाँ सारी की सारी गोपनीय। तू करना चाहती टॉक कोई टोक नहीं है, लेकिन टाइम से बावा हो रहा लोकप्रिय लोकप्रिय यार खतरनाक बावा मोगली है। ज्ञान की बारिश खोपड़ी सोख ली है, जिन रैपरों से करे तुम कंपेयर मुझे। हाँ उनका नाम बहुत ज्यादा पर वो सोच नहीं है जो भाई करके दिखा दे। असल में मसले जो घर के दिखा दे, कट्टरवाद जैसा काम जो बिना डर के दिखा दे। कोई है अगर है तो इनाम उसके सर पे लिखा दे। बोल बाबा ने बुलाया है, मेरा खुद का है बैंक मैंने खाता नहीं खुलाया। रैप स्पोर्ट मुझ में पाया गया डोप इतना ज्यादा कि अब जाना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि नाडा ने बुलाया। मेरा डेटा चेक करने लगे लेबल्स अप, इनका नाम नहीं लूंगा मेरा लेवल अप। मैंने गानों में दिखाई अपने लोगों की सच्चाई, लेकिन भूख ना मिटे खिला के केवल सच। तो मेरे भाई लोग थोड़ा सब्र रखना, हर टाइप का गाना मिलेगा खबर रखना। कल को डिस भी करना पड़े किसी को तो मैं कफन में लिरिक्स लिख के आऊंगा, तुम खबर रखना। मेरी असली है जनता ये लॉन्ग टर्म, तू कंप्यूटर में यहाँ सीन हो रहा कॉम्पटन। चलेगा एक रूल मेरे कॉन्सर्ट में, चिल्लाना जब तक ना दर्द करे टॉन्सल। क्योंकि मेरी असली है जनता ये लॉन्ग टर्म, ना स्पॉन्सर फिर भी काम मॉन्स्टर। जब भी गाने मेरे लेते थोड़ा रॉन्ग टर्न महसूस होते रोंगटे, ये लौंडे बोले तू ही है तू ही है तू ही। गूज़बम्प्स मैन, गूज़बम्प्स मैन, रिस्पेक्ट बहुत ज्यादा थोड़े व्यूज कम मैं। गूज़बम्प्स मैन, गूज़बम्प्स मैन, यूथ को बचाने आया पहने लूज पैंट। कौन गूज़बम्प्स मैन, गूज़बम्प्स मैन, रिस्पेक्ट बहुत ज्यादा थोड़े व्यूज कम मैं। जब मीडिया दिखाने लगे न्यूज कम प्रैंक, तभी यूथ को बचाने आया पहने लूज पैंट। कौन गूज़बम्प्स मैन। You know, जब फ्लेक्स करना है तो वो भी थोड़ा ढंग से होना चाहिए क्या? It's rap ID बोले तो बाबा पहाड़ी असली वाला क्या? और हाँ, अगली बार कभी हिप हॉप को रेस्क्यू की जरूरत हो तो पुकार लेना। आपका अपना गूज़बम्प्स मैन।
आपका अपना अयोगी गेमर। हेलो गाइस व्हाट्सअप, क्या हाल चाल सभी के। हेलो गाइस व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप। सबसे पहले साहिल हेलो ब्रो व्हाट्सअप। शाकिब शेख हेलो अयोगी भाई क्या हाल, बढ़िया। TWM निंजे SA एंड WBG यस। जय सावन सारी टीम्स एंड कंट्री बताओ, बताते हैं टेंशन ना लो। आपने फ्लैग किसका लगाया? TC का लग रहा है बट ये कर ले कोई नहीं। And yes, हमारा कमेंट UPI शगुन्स, if you guys like you can donate us through the UPIs, GPay, Paytm, ETC and super chats. This is my number. दिलफैज it's already 4 बनेगी भाई। आपका भाई यहाँ आ चुका है, आप टेंशन क्या है। 4 पे आ गए भाई, 2-3 मिनट ऊपर नीचे चलता है। स्टार्ट कब होगा ब्रो? आई थिंक स्टार्टिंग मत मिस करना। सेरेमनी ना बहुत अच्छी होने वाली है, तो डोंट मिस द सेरेमनी एंड स्पेशली द स्टार्टिंग। तो वेट एंड वॉच। कैसे हो शारिक भाई? एकदम बढ़िया, आप सुनाए आप कैसे हो? मैं थोड़ा सा हालत थोड़े से नासाज है, नासाज थोड़ा ठीक नहीं हूँ। हेलो अघोरी, अरे अघोरी नहीं ब्रो, इट्स अयोगी, आप नाम ही बदल रहे हो। अघोरी भाई कैसे हो? आपकी प्रिडिक्शन क्या आएगी भाई आज के दिन पे? यार 4AM को मारना चाहिए। लूप्स 4AM अल्फा 7 वेस्टर्न टीम्स मारेगी आज। हेलो हेलो हेलो हेलो हर का भाई, TC चैंपियंस लेट्स सी। हेलो एंड गाइस मेक श्योर टू शेयर दिस लिंक टू एवरीवन। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है, हम चाहते हैं हमारी ओल्ड OG जनता फिर से वापस आए, तो ये लिंक जो है सबको फॉरवर्ड कर दो। ग्रुप्स में, फेसबुक में, सब जगह डाल दो। एंड 64 लोग अभी भी लाइव है, सो जो भी नए लोग मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। चलो जो भी नए लोग आए हो जिनको PMGC के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं पता है, सो लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस द क्विक गाइस। ये काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, जिनको पता वो अच्छे से सुन लो, जिनको नहीं पता उनको ये इंट्रोड्यूस करना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। सो गाइस इस साल का PMGC 2023 48 टीम्स, ग्लोबल की सारी टीम्स थी 48 टीम्स। कौन कौन सी टीम्स थी? ये सारी टीम्स थी गाइस ग्लोबल से 48 टीम्स जो आपस में एक लीग स्टेज पे बैटल करी है, ये सारी की सारी टीम्स, जिसमें से मात्र आपको 16 टीम्स आज के ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में देखने को मिलने वाली है। फिर से बोल रहा हूं, ओपनिंग सेरेमनी होगी, फर्स्ट डे बहुत आंसू होता है, मिस मत करना। बाद में मैचेस मिस कर सकते हो, स्टार्टिंग मत मिस करना, अभी से बता रहा हूं ठीक है। सो गाइस सबसे पहले आपका ग्रुप स्टेजेस हुआ था, जहां पे मैं फिर से बता रहा हूं ये ग्रुप्स बने थे ग्रीन, रेड एंड येलो। ओवरव्यू दे रहा हूं, जिनको पता है पेशेंस रखो, काफी लोगों को नहीं भी पता होता है। तो अभी आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स देखोगे तो एटलीस्ट आपको पता रहे कौन कौन सी टीम्स है एंड कैसे कैसे टीम्स क्वालिफाई हुई है, सो आपको भी एक आइडिया रहेगा, तो आपके लिए भी सही रहेगा। सो ग्रीन ग्रुप, रेड ग्रुप एंड येलो ग्रुप, आपके 3 ग्रुप बने थे। हर एक ग्रुप में 16-16 टीम्स थी एंड 4 दिन का खेल था। 4 दिन पे 24 मैचेस पे ये सब टीम्स ने पॉइंट लिए। तो हर एक ग्रुप में 16 टीम्स थी, जिसमें से जो टॉप 3 टीम थी हर एक ग्रुप पे, ग्रीन, रेड एंड येलो, वो डायरेक्टली ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए पहले ही क्वालिफाई हो गई थी। दैट इज लूप्स, अल्फा 7, एसटीई, एनएसआर, 6 to 8 ये एसटी और ये स्टॉलवर्ड है, ये 6 to 8 पीएल वाली टीम है। एमआरपीएक्स, मेजर प्राइड, 4MV एंड WBG, दीज आर द 9 टीम्स जो डायरेक्टली ग्रुप स्टेज से क्वालिफाई हो गई थी। एंड ये टीम्स ऐसी है जो 12 रैंक से 16 रैंक थी हर एक ग्रुप पे, वो पहले ही स्टेज से आउट हो गई थी। टाइटन फैल्कन, BRA, I8, जिया, IGNR, 7E हेल, केपी वेम्पायर शॉकिंगली 2-3 पॉइंट से रह गई, DMRG, DRS, BNS। सो दीज आर द टीम्स। उसके बाद आपका सेकंड जो हुआ था, दैट वाज द सर्वाइवल स्टेज, जहां पे जो टीम बॉटम पे रही थी उनको फिर से मौका मिला था। जहां पे इन टीम्स ने क्वालिफाई करा था, इन्फ्लुएंस, मैड बुल्स, द सेवियर, NGX, रुख, BTR, इन्होंने क्वालिफाई करा था फॉर द लास्ट चांस। जिसमें से ये टीम, बहुत शॉकिंग था कि सर्वाइवल स्टेज से डीके की टीम बाहर हो गई थी। बहुत शॉकिंग था, डीके जैसी टीम एंड सेम 9 जैसी टीम जो अपने अभी बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है, वो आउट होगी। अभी आपके कमेंट में पढ़ूंगा। देन लास्ट चांस, इसके बाद एक लास्ट चांस हुआ था जहां पे इन्हीं बॉटम की टीम्स को फिर से खेलने का मौका मिला। सो दीज आर द फाइनल 5 टीम्स जो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेलने के लिए क्वालिफाई हुई, द सेवियर, परसिया, फेस, IHC एंड यूडो अलायंस। बाकी की सारी टीम्स जो है ये सारी की सारी डिस्क्वालीफाई होगी, जिसमें इन्फ्लुएंस भी टीम थी, जिसका मेरे को बहुत शौक हुआ। BTR काफी अच्छा खेल रही थी, इनको की टीम की प्रिडिक्शंस भाई जोन की हमेशा ऑन टॉप रहती है, बट वो कमबैक नहीं कर पाए। DS, बड़ी बड़ी टीम निग्मा गैलेक्सी आउट हो गई। जीजी, 26 पॉइंट है उनके, 26 पॉइंट है उनके भाई। गैस वट कितने मैचेस में उनके 24 पॉइंट है, आपको ये पता है? हाउ लॉन्ग टू स्टार्ट? PMGC होने वाला है ब्रो स्टार्ट। सो गाइस, नाउ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स की गाइस टीम बता देता हूं। These are the teams जो आज ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेलेगी। 4MV, अल्फा 7, द सेवियर, फेस, IHC, लूप्स, मेजर प्राइड, MRPX, NSR, इवोस, परसिया, लक्सी जक्सी, बैक टू PMGC, S2G, 6 to 8, STE, WBG, TEC एंड यूडू अलायंस। इस बार का जो PMGC है, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया एंड साउथ, आपका बोल सकते हो आप रीजन से काफी ओरिएंटेड है। हाफ ऑफ द लॉबी आपकी साउथ ईस्ट एशिया, साउथ एशिया से भरी पड़ी है। एंड आपको क्या लगता है आपकी फेवरेट टीम कौन सी है? नीचे कमेंट करके जल्दी से बताओ। क्या लग रहा है फर्स्ट डे पे कौन टॉप पे आएगा? एंड अब मैं आपके चैट पढ़ना स्टार्ट भी करता हूँ। भाई एक्साइटमेंट, जो भी हमारे पुराने जनता है उनको पता है, एक्साइटमेंट चैट के अंदर हर्ट हुट सब स्पैम होते रहने चाहिए। ओ सॉरी यार, ओके राज भाई, इंडियन क्यों ग्लोबल इवेंट नहीं खेलता ब्रो? परमिशन इशू। PMGC लैंड बेंचमार्क है ये, बड़े बड़े यूट्यूबर्स को थोड़ा थोड़ा लेट होता रहता है। वेलकम बैक ब्रदर, हेलो व्हाट्स अप भाई, आप बताओ। हम बढ़िया बढ़िया किंग, आपकी प्रिडिक्शन PMGC कौन जीतेगा? लेट्स सी, सुख ले जा सकता है। इलिप्स भाई एकदम बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो? सामी भाई, मैच इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट, टेंशन ना लो, तुसी टेंशन ना लो। WBG का क्या हाल है भाई? WBG का देखो आज क्या कैसे खेलती है। स्टार्टिंग के डे में तो स्ट्रगल किया WBG ने। चलो भाई, क्वेश्चन पूछना स्टार्ट कर दो, चैट पढ़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया है। STN बीटेबल, द बस। गाइस मैं ये वैसे कल की लाइव पे बता चुका हूँ, जिन लोगों को नहीं पता है। जो टीम लास्ट सीजन पे स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, जो टीम ग्रुप स्टेजेस से पार हो गई थी, जैसे इस बार आपकी फर्स्ट ही स्टेज पे वेम्पायर वार हुई है ना, तो ये जितनी भी टीम्स आपको दिख रही है जो इस बार ग्रैंड फाइनल्स खेल रही है, ये काफी चीज बता रहा हूँ आपको। ये टीम भाई पिछले बार कुछ भी परफॉर्म नहीं कर पाई थी, बट इस बार दे आर परफॉर्मिंग। कुणाल भाई कहाँ है? आ जाएंगे भाई। फोर एम पैरा भाई, जल्दी क्वेश्चन पूछो यार चैट के अंदर। बाय द वे स्ट्रीम इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट आई गेस, लेट मी चेक। 4:10 का टाइम था, 4:10 हो चुके हैं ब्रो। स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करो ऑफिशियल्स, वेयर आर यू? आई एम गाइस वेटिंग जस्ट की स्ट्रीम एक बार स्टार्ट हो जाए। अभी तक स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट हुआ है, 4:10 का टाइम दिया था। ऑफिशियल इज लेट ब्रो, आई एम नॉट लेट, बट ऑफिशियल लेट है। और भाई के सामने कोई बोल सकता गोरी नहीं है ब्रो, इट्स सहयोगी। पैरा बॉय क्या लगता है किस लैंग्वेज में करेगा स्ट्रीम, बताओ। मेरे को अभी भी वेस्टर्न रीजन बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रांग लगता है। वेस्टर्न रीजन में मतलब कम टीम्स आती है, पर जो भी टीम्स आती है वैल्यू फॉर मनी टीम्स होती है। अब वॉच पार्टी एसटी का डोमिनेशन पक ब्रो, हम वॉच पार्टी करें और टॉप और एक्शन ना मारे, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? आज फुल बट ये भी सीन है एसटी का। मेजरली हमने मेजर टूर्नामेंट्स में देखा है, बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स में फर्स्ट के डेज चोक होते हैं, एंड वो अच्छा भी है क्योंकि वो पहले के दिन जब चोक करते फिर उनका कमबैक अच्छा आता है। और वो पहला दिन अच्छा खेल लेते हैं ना, वो उनका कर्स है एसटी का। अरे हर बार कंफ्यूज होता हूँ, क्यों कंफ्यूज होते हो? आईएचसी वाइस अंडररेटेड 2020 टाइटन भाई, अभी तो बहुत चेंजेस आ गया आईएचसी में। आईएचसी यूज में बहुत चेंजेस, अभी आईसी चले गया एसटी में, सो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस, इवन टीम्स एनर्जीज एंड ऑल, बहुत सारी चीजें। आर यू डूइंग वॉच पार्टी? यस मेरी जान, वॉच पार्टी ही कर रहे हैं। विच टीम डू यू थिंक विल कम ऑन टॉप ऑन वन एक्सपेक्टेड? आज के दिन पे मुझे लगता है और एम भी आ सकती है यार, उनका गेम प्ले कुछ ऐसा है जो पॉइंट्स टेबल के लिए काफी सूटेबल है। 4 भी फाइट अच्छा निकाल रहे हैं, तो आई कैन एक्सपेक्ट के आज आ सकती है। गॉडल का क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए टिप्स है ब्रो? कोई टिप्स नहीं है, 4 मैचेस है, 4 मैचेस में उनको 60 पॉइंट लेने हैं। एक चिकन आ गया तो समझ लो आपका काम बन गया, तो चिकन गेम बहुत नीडेड है। बाकी हर मैच में कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट निकालने हैं। तो आज का दिन गॉड लाइक के परस्पेक्टिव से काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है। आई डोंट नो कितने मैचेस है उनके, पर 4 मैचेस में उनको 60 पॉइंट लेना है अगर उनको क्वालिफाई होना है गॉड लाइक को फॉर द बीएमपीएस। पाइथन आई थिंक चाइना ब्रो, स्ट्रीम चलाओगे मिसिंग एनवी ब्रो? रुक जाओ पैरा बॉय सब आएंगे। काउंटडाउन स्टार्ट हो गया, सॉरी गाइस, काउंटडाउन स्टार्ट हो गया। जेली है कर लेगा, यस जेली भाई है, जेली भाई टेंशन ना लो। 6 to 8 की मैंने हर बार तारीफ करी है शाज गेमिंग। यस 6 to 8 में अच्छा कर सकती है क्योंकि दे हैव अ लॉट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस इन दिस स्टेज एंड सेम लाइनअप है उनका मेजरली। तो एसटी का ग्लोबल पे परफॉर्मेंस काफी डिसेंट रहा है, सो यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट। भाई आज सेरेमनी होने वाली है, तो डोंट मिस द सेरेमनी, थोड़ी बातचीत करते आओ, सेरेमनी मत मिस करना। क्या लगता है नेक्स्ट ईयर अपनी टीम्स होगी पीएमजीसी? ब्रो देखो डिपेंड करता है, आगे का मैंने छोटा मैंने भी नहीं छोड़ा, डिपेंड करता है ब्रो परमिशंस के ऊपर। परमिशन तो टीम्स खेली पहले भी खेला है, बट इस बार को परमिशन का सीन है तो उसकी वजह से नहीं हो पा रही है। आई थिंक योला इज वीकेस्ट टीम इन द लॉबी। नहीं, यूडू अलायंस इज नॉट द वीकेस्ट टीम ब्रो। यूडू अलायंस एंड काफी सारी ऐसी टीम्स है जो मोमेंटम पे खेलती है, लाइक उनका मोमेंटम आ गया तो वो फाड़ देगी, उठा देगी लॉबी, धुआं फैला देगी पूरा। बट अगर उनका मोमेंटम नहीं रहा तो वो नहीं कर पाती है। तो दिस इज टीम यूडू अलायंस, सो डोंट अंडर एस्टिमेट ऑन द शॉर्ट टूर्नामेंट्स गाइस। तो दुआ उठा दिया जिसने आज के दिन पे कुछ नेक्स्ट लेवल का, कल के दिन पे कंसिस्टेंट खेल गई, तो ये ज्यादा दूर नहीं है कि ट्रॉफी उनके हाथ में हो। हेलो इट्स बाय ई-स्पोर्ट्स स्टैट्स, हेलो योगी भाई, हेलो। क्या लगता है इंडियन टीम ये लॉबी में डोमिनेट कर पाएगी? ब्रो ऑब्वियसली ब्रो, जिससे जैसे चांस मिलेगा खेलती रहेंगी, एक एक्सपीरियंस आएगा, थोड़ा मेंटेलिटी माइंडसेट का पता लगेगा, अप्रोच पता लगेगा, स्टांस पता लगेगा, ग्लोबल टीम कैसे खेलती है। क्यों नहीं, अपनी टीम थोड़ा ना कम में फाइट फुट लेने में मार देगी भाई, हमने भी मारा एक बार टीके को, टी प्लस को। उसके बाद क्लैश नहीं लिया वो अलग बात है, एक लिया था हमने उसके बाद। विवेक सिंह चंदेल भाई म्यूजिक लो कर दे, कर दो म्यूजिक बंद ही कर देते हैं, लो म्यूजिक बंद ही कर दिया। जिमी विल बी बॉट बाय वुल्स, हाँ मैंने सुना गाइस पीएल में काफी चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, जिनको पूछना है पूछ लो। तो काउंटडाउन चल रहा है, काउंटडाउन क्या देखोगे, इससे बड़े टीम्स ही देख लो। वो डील नहीं नहीं नहीं मेरे भाई, आज जो भी स्ट्रीम है वॉच पार्टी हम ही कर रहे हैं, सो टेंशन ना लो। अरे ऋषिकेश भाई हमारे बहुत ही पुराने मेरे को याद आ रहा है सब्सक्राइबर है। लूप्स की टीम इस बार की सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम है, वन ऑफ द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम फ्रॉम द पीएमजीसी। अच्छा, आज पीएमजीओ का ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट होगा लाइव पे, हमारी लाइव पे। अच्छा, आज रोड मैप का अनाउंसमेंट भी है, डोंट मिस द स्टार्टिंग गाइस। वॉच पार्टी परमिशन मिल जाती है भाई, मिल जाती है। यूर प्रिडिक्शन आज के दिन पे बोला ना 4 MB लूप्स। एसटी का पता नहीं यार, एसटी थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे खेलती है डे 1 पे। अगर यही डे 3 होता मैं बोलता भाई एसटी टॉप मारेगी। अरे यार अंकित पांडे भाई, नमस्ते, कैसे हो? शायरिया आ जाओ यार, आज आज पूरा टाइम शायरिया चलनी चाहिए भाई। पीएमजीसी आफ्टर लॉन्ग टाइम वी आर डूइंग अ लाइव। आई वांट सम सपोर्ट, ऑल सपोर्ट, ओजी जनता वापस आओ। हेलो पहचाना मैट्स गेमिंग, यस भाई। जो जो मेरे को नाम याद आ रहे हैं मैं बताता रहूंगा, जिन लोगों को मेरे को याद आ रहा है। ब्रो ब्लाइंड और बाकी टीम में बहुत डिफरेंस है। जीडीआर ब्लाइंड गॉड से कुछ। हम्म, हाँ। भाई जीडीआर का तो ग्राइंड भी दिखता है भाई, जीडीआर की टीम का तुम अभी मत देखो, स्क्रैच से देखिए। स्क्रैच इन द सेंस जब बैन पे वो खेलते थे, उन्होंने बनाई है उस एनर्जी, अपना कोऑर्डिनेशन थिंक फाइट पे। सेम गोज टू ब्लाइंड, सबने मेहनत करी है ब्रो। लाइन इमेजेस शेयर्ड इन व्हाट्सएप, चेक नाउ। अरे अभी इसमें कहाँ से व्हाट्सएप करूंगा, बट आई विल चेक। टीसी में कौन से प्लेयर है? टीसी में सुकी वगैरह आई गेस। एसटी कितना स्ट्रगल कर रही थी। एरर भाई आज देखते हैं ना। एशियन क्राफ्ट मांगे, अरे अरे अरे ऐसा नहीं है ब्रो। भाई किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं? डार्क लॉर्ड भाई। मेरी जनता बताओ मैं किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ? मैं एक ही टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ दिल से। देयर इज ओनली वन टीम को मैं दिल से सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, एंड दैट इज टीम, बताओ। डिस्कॉर्ड नहीं, डिस्कॉर्ड ऑन नहीं करा विवेक भाई। बट डिस्कॉर्ड ऑन करूंगा तो सेटिंग का पंगा फंसेगा। कर सकता हूँ ऑन, करना है क्या डिस्कॉर्ड ऑन? Watching PL streams in your channel for few years and it was great to see you grow. Thank you so much मेरी जान गोहान भाई, thank you so much, means a lot. पीएमजीसी की सिटिंग लेआउट तो 2019 किया पीएमसी ब्रो, आज मजा आएगा, सिस्टम हिला देंगे सिस्टम। भाई चैट बहुत जल्दी जा रहा है, सॉरी अगर मैं चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊँ, बहुत जल्दी चैट जा रही है ऊपर। भाई मैं डब्ल्यूबीजी को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, मैं अपनी जनता से बता रहा था, उन्होंने बता दिया। आई एम सपोर्टिंग डब्ल्यूबीजी। मैक्सिमम भूपेंद्र भाई हो गए, जय चौधरी हो गए, अपना शॉन हो गया, काफी लोगों ने सही गैस किया। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ब्रो, वे कुछ टीम है जो लोग। अनेक्स भाई हम मार देंगे ग्लोबल टीम्स के साथ, अगर 4v4 प्रॉपर हुआ ना। ब्लाइंड एक ऐसी टीम है, मार देंगे, हम मार देंगे, मतलब एज एन स्क्वाड बात करो, एज एन यूनिट मार देंगे ब्लाइंड, कोई भी टीम हो। मतलब इतना इजी नहीं होता जितना मैं बोल रहा हूँ, पर एक प्रॉपर स्टडी के साथ देखेंगे कैसे कैसे वो फाइट लेते हैं। अपने को तो कॉन्फिडेंस है। गन फाइट जहाँ पे आएगी, कभी इन केस कभी फ्यूचर मौका मिलेगा तो जरूर लेंगे। अरे ऐसा नहीं है कि देखो गन फाइट में कई बार लाइक आपकी जो मेजरली चीज होती है, आपकी लैंडिंग भी बहुत मैटर करती है गन फाइट्स में, जो प्रॉपर गन फाइट होती है। तो लैंडिंग भी चीजें रहती है, समझ रहे हो, वो भी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल अदा करती है। अगर प्रॉपर कभी हमारी गन फाइट हो रही है, सारी चीजें सही बैठी है हमारी, मार देंगे। मेंटेलिटी नीड टू बी स्ट्रांग मेरी जान। आ जाओ गाइस। आरएनटी ने भी यार बहुत अच्छा खेला यार। फुल भरोसा है ब्रो, यस। भाई जब पता है डी+ किया के साथ फाइट हुआ था हमारा स्कूल अपार्टमेंट्स में, पहला ही फाइट था याद है, और जो हम जीत गए थे। क्या मजा आया था भाई देख के, खुशी हो गई थी भाई। तुम लोगों को हुई थी कि नहीं हुई थी? एनी सोशल मीडिया यू कैन एक्सेस नाउ ऑन स्ट्रीम? इंस्टाग्राम, उसमें चैट्स दिख जाएगी। हेलो भाई, पहचाना क्या नहीं? आई एम होप पहचाना होगा। मैं टीम में 6 to 8 PL का सीन बताता हूँ, नोवा में चेंजेस का कुछ। मुन्ना भाई बताओ बताओ बताओ, योर टेक ऑन BMPS कट ऑफ। 190 यार, 180 90 इतना जाना चाहिए, मैक्स 200 के बीच में। 190, 185 से 190 के बीच में मेरा कट ऑफ है BMP। मिल्टी छोड़, ब्रो इसके बारे में तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ आपको बता नहीं सकता, बट मेरे पास फोटोज आ रही है। क्या मैं लैन वेन्यू की फोटोज दिखा सकता हूँ? शायरी तो पढ़ो। अंकित भाई आपने शायरी करी है? सॉरी यार, रुको रुको मेरे को देखने दो। अंकित भाई ने शायरी रखी है, ठंड में नहीं पंखा, ठंड में नहीं पंखा ना चलता एसी, ठंड में नहीं पंखा ना चलता एसी, क्योंकि आज है सबसे बड़ा मुकाबला PMGC। अरे भाई क्रिंज एसएफ। डाउनलोड कर ले इमेज फॉर इंस्टा सेंड यू। देख लिया? एंटिटी का स्कोर कट ऑफ होगा। एंटिटी ऑनेस्टली सेइंग, जिस आज की परफॉर्मेंस पे टीम्स का मैटर करेगा कट ऑफ। एंटिटी मोस्टली हो जानी चाहिए, बट एंटिटी अगर क्वालिफाई होगी तो 15 14 15 16 ऐसे ही लग रहा है मुझे क्वालिफाई होगी। एडमिन डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक प्लीज। एंटिटी का स्कोर कट ऑफ, क्या बात है। हेलो फैंटम बाय फ्यूज ऑन टीएक्स ओके भाई आपसे ब्रो, आज टीएक्स भी कर लेगी, टेंशन ना लो। कल 2 मैचेस में फ्लो बना दिया है, बस आज कंटिन्यू रखना है। कल ड्रैगन ने भी काफी अच्छा मारा, मजा आएगा आज के दिन पे। कब स्टार्ट है? रुको गाइस, गाइस को आपके साथ बात करते करते, अरे कितना समय बीत जाता है। टाइम है अभी थोड़ा सा। क्या लग रहा ब्रो? अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा, निकाल लेंगे। जैली भाई पे भरोसा रखो। मे बी वी विल डोमिनेट इन साउथ ईस्ट लॉबी, बट गाइस रुको 2 मिनट, मैं आपको फोटोज दिखाऊं PMGC की। भाई चुम्मा फोटो है, देखनी है? जल्दी से बताओ। हेलो भाई भाई, हेलो स्पोर्ट्स एंग्री बॉय, हेलो क्या हाल चाल? जल्दी से बताओ अगर देखनी है PMGC की वेन्यूज। आपको PMCO की याद दिला देगा, ओल्ड यादें ताजा हो जाएंगी आज आपकी। भाई सेम वेन्यू है, सेम। देखनी है? लेट्स गो जी जी गाइस। एंड ऑल्सो गाइस, अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। एंड अगर आप चाहो तो आप कर सकते हो सुपर चैट। जल्दी से 166 लोग देख रहे हो, जल्दी से इसको 200 लाइक करो। यहाँ पे नो न्यू सुपर चैट है, इसको जल्दी से भरो। UPI नंबर मैंने दे रखा है, शगुन्स फैलाओ। एंड मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ तब तक। मैं थोड़ा सा हाइड कर रहा हूँ स्क्रीन, और कुछ ना खुल जाए, 2 सेकंड दो। हेलो हेलो गाइस, सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी सॉरी फॉर द डिले। तो गाइस इस तरीके का कुछ वेन्यू है PMGC का। बहुत दास हुए, मतलब पहले क्या होता था, कैबिन्स होते थे। अभी कैबिन्स टाइप नहीं है, लाइक ओपन पे रहेगा एंड इधर को सारी ऑडियंस बैठेगी। सो पूरा का पूरा मेरे को तो गाइस एरिना देखो, बिल्कुल सेम नहीं लग रहा? बिल्कुल सेम एरिना नहीं लग रहा? कब होगा स्टार्ट ब्रो? होने वाला है 20 मिनट में। सर्दी हो गई क्या? यस ब्रो, सर्दी हो गई यार। नहाने में होती है लाइफ बॉय, नहाने में होती है लाइफ बॉय, और आज गेस्ट डेस्क पर होंगे हमारे साथ पैरा बॉय। क्या बात है। वेलकम बैक टू वॉच पार्टी मिस्टर योगी द एनालिस्ट रिस्पेक्टेड बैकग्राउंड सेरिना फैमिली। थैंक यू सो मच अफरोज अस्सलाम, बाय बाय। 22 मिनट में सीधा गेम स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, फिर वक्त होगी। अरे अरे यस अयोगी भाई, अरे नहीं नहीं, आज की स्टार्टिंग मत मिस करना। आज के दिन पे वो होगा, सेरेमनी होती है स्टार्टिंग का, अच्छा होता है। आज पूरा देखोगे या छोड़ के चल दोगे आधे में? अजीरा भाई आप बताओ। आज अगर हमारे नहीं, आज मैं शायद पूरा देखूंगा, आप लोग हमारे साथ रहोगे। अजीरा भाई अगर आप लास्ट तक देखोगे मैं भी देखूंगा। A7 आज टॉप 3 देखना, ठीक है भाई। कहाँ हो इन्हें है मतलब, चेक यूपीआई। विनीत भाई यूपीआई में कुछ नहीं आया, मैंने चेक कर लिया। पैराबॉय नेवर मिस्ड फाइनल। अरे अरे अरे, ये तो सही बात बोल दी, पैराबॉय फाइनल मिस नहीं करता। 89881871। कहाँ हो रहा है ब्रो? ये तुर्की में हो रहा है, टर्की टर्की। विनीत भाई देखा मैंने, नहीं है। इस्तांबुल टर्की में हो रहा है, बिल्कुल हम तो रहेंगे टर्की में है ब्रो। A7 को दिला दो ट्रॉफी, अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा, ट्रॉफी ले जाएंगे। WBG को जीतना ही पड़ेगा। एनालिसिस में चीट, ठीक है दीरा भाई, ठीक है सब कुछ मिल जाएगा। भाई सुख क्या करेगा, देखो सुख क्या करता है। रोटेशन वाइज तो कोई दिक्कत ही नहीं है WBG पे। एक तो गलत सीन क्या हो गया, BMPs के मैचेस भी आ जाइए और क्या पता बीच में गायब हो जाऊं थोड़ा सा, देख लेना, संभाल लेना। वाओ, ओल्ड इंडियन पबजी जैसा सेट है, यस। इंडिया की कोई टीम है? इंडिया की कोई टीम है? इंडिया की कोई टीम नहीं है भाई। ST कल से कमबैक देगी। PMGC में किसी को ड्रॉप फाइट है कि नहीं? हाँ, ड्रॉप फाइट देखनी है। यू वांट टू सी द ड्रॉप फाइट्स? यू वांट टू सी द ड्रॉप फाइट? सो गाइज ये है, इरेंगल में तो कोई सचिन केस ड्रॉप फाइट नहीं है। मिलिट्री से फॉल बैक ले लिया है लूप्स ने, शेल्टर प्रिजन की तरफ उन्होंने अपना आश्रय ले लिया है। कोई ड्रॉप फाइट नहीं दिख रही होगी आपको, इरेंगल की बात कर रहा हूँ। एंड ऑन द मैप ऑफ शैनॉक में देयर इज 3 टीम्स इन पाइनार, TC लूप्स एंड 4M। आई डोंट नो किसने ड्रॉप यहाँ चेंज करा होगा या नहीं करा होगा। जय श्री कृष्णा नोवा भाई, क्या हाल चाल? मैं चाइनीज मंगोलियन में किसी से कंपनी है, ओके। खाना जो बनाए वो होता है कुक, खाना जो बनाए वो होता है कुक। आज कुछ कमाल करेगा सुख। अरे अरे पंकित भाई अभी थोड़ा रुक जाओ, थोड़ा इतना जल्दी मत दो, आधा आधे घंटे में दो, मतलब अच्छा लग रहा है धीरे धीरे। ब्रो गॉडल ये पॉइंट चाहिए उनको, बोला ना ब्रो, 4 मैचेस में 60 पॉइंट नीडेड है सेफ होने के लिए। वो गॉडल 4 मैचेस में 60 पॉइंट फॉर श्योर, इंक्लूडिंग इंक्लूडिंग अगर आप यस इतना तो चाहिए होगा, बोनस वगैरह मिला के शायद। DX एंड S2G होगा पक्का, देखो आज मजा आएगा। द सेवियर और S2G पैराडाइज से देखते कौन हटता है कौन नहीं हटता। एक साउथ ईस्ट एशिया वर्सेस ईस्ट वर्सेस वेस्ट, वेस्ट की S2G है एंड ईस्ट पे, एंड S2G के पास एडवांटेज है लाइक होम ग्राउंड टर्की। लेट्स सी कैसा लग रहा है अगर गरीबों को। अरे अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं भाई, इंडिया टीम्स क्यों नहीं है, PG विनर कहाँ है, ऐसा ब्रो कुछ नहीं है। परमिशन, इरेंगल में लूप्स 4MV होगा मिलिट्री। लूप्स ने तो अपना चेंज कर लिया ना श्रद्धा कपूर। लूप्स चेंज देयर ड्रॉप टू द शेल्टर प्रिजन अकॉर्डिंग टू द फ्लाइट पास, चीजें रहेगी, बाकी देखते क्या होता है। ब्रो यू विल बी द फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर, मी ST। ब्रो ST ले सकती है बट कुछ नहीं बोल सकते यार, अनबाइस्ड इंसान है गेमर। यस 3 दिन का फाइनल बहुत मुश्किल होगा WBG के लिए चैंपियन बनने के लिए। या डिपेंड करता है यार, WBG ने भी टाइम लिया, 4 दिन के टूर्नामेंट में भी वो टॉप 3 में डायरेक्टली क्वालिफाई करे। स्टार्टिंग में मैं ऑलरेडी बोल चुका हूँ लाइक कि सुख की रोटेशन में कोई कमी नहीं है, रोटेशन वाइज सुख ने हर बार जोन का सेंटर सुख के पास था। बट जब आप एक सेंटर पोजीशन पे होते हैं ना, तो आपके पास एक पॉइंट ऐसा आएगा जब कॉम्पैक्शन बढ़ेगा जोन के अंदर, तो आपके पास स्लैम आता है। जब टीम के ऊपर स्लैम आता है ना एक पॉइंट पे, तो वो चीजें WBG से हैंडल स्टार्टिंग के दिन में नहीं हो रही थी। आई डोंट नो अदर डेज उन्होंने कैसा करा है, ये दिक्कत आई थी। आई नो सुख भाई, लेजेंड भाई, बहुत ज्यादा OG बंदा है, OP बंदा है, उस मतलब उसने मेटा लाए हैं, मेटा जो हम बोलते चीजें वो बंदा लेके आया है। तो लेट्स सी क्या होता है आज के दिन पे। हमें उसको कुछ बताने की जरूरत नहीं, उसको सब पता है, लाके देखेंगे। रे PMGC टीम्स विल शो हाउ टू यूज मिनी 14 इंडियन टीम्स। अरे अरे ऐसे मत बोलो यार भाई, पोल नहीं दिख रहा है यार, पता नहीं ब्रो, पोल तो है मैंने रखा हुआ, पोल तो रखा हुआ है, दिखाऊं? अरे क्या खोल दिया मैंने? तो ब्रो पोल मैंने रखा हुआ है, किधर है मेरा पोल? ये गाइस ये रहा ना पोल। अभी तक हमारे 427 वोटिंग, एंड गाइस जो भी लोग देख रहे हो जल्दी से लाइक कर दो, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो। एंड हु विल बी द नंबर 1 टुडे मैंने लिखा था, तो लूप्स 44% एंड WBG 24 लूप्स एंड एनी अदर पे इतना कंपटीशन है। सो है यस वोटिंग 234 हो गए, तो वोटिंग तो चालू है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है वोटिंग पे। मैच देखो कितना काउंटडाउन बचा गाइस, 2 मिनट रुको। यस गाइस लेट्स गो, टीम इज अबाउट टू स्टार्ट। किसी वॉइस उठाई ज्यादा नहीं। लेट्स गो पगानी यार, कर दो यार, कोई गिफ्ट कर दो गाइस। एनीवन स्पॉन्सरिंग दिस व्हीकल टू मी ऑन BGMI, जस्ट DM मी ayogi_gamer। कौन सी कंट्रीज की टीम है ब्रो? मेजरली साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से, इंडोनेशिया, थाईलैंड, मलेशिया, आपका मंगोलिया, साउथ एशिया, वेस्टर्न पार्ट है, यूरोप की टीम है, टर्की की टीम है, लॉर्ड ब्राजील की टीम है। सो लाइक मल्टीपल टीम्स है ब्रो। लुक फॉर द विन, लेट्स गो। चांदनी रातों में सुकी का नाम लिखा है, दिल की गहराई में उसकी यादें समाई है। कोई कह दे उससे जो मेरे दिल की धड़कन है, मेरी जिंदगी का एक अहम हिस्सा है। जान आदित्य भाई, जो आपने इतनी मेहनत करी अप्रिशिएटेबल, बस समझ नहीं आया ऑनेस्टली से, कुछ भी मतलब ऊपर से निकला है सारा। WBG गैप ही दाउशी है क्या ब्रो, बताओ। यस यस ब्रो, गैप ही दाउशी है, दाउशी नहीं है यार, नहीं दाउशी है, हाँ दाउशी है, सॉरी दाउशी है ना वो। DBS मेटा इज मेकिंग क्लोज रेंज वर्स्ट ब्रो। देखो DBS चीज ही ऐसी है, एक गोली की बात रहती है, और क्लोज में DBS अभी उतनी ही कारगर है। एम पे खेल गया बंदा क्रॉस एयर पे तो मार देगा भाई आपको। आते भाई कोचिंग आओ हमारे पास। अरे अंकित पंडी भाई, भाई कितने मैचेस टोटल ब्रो? 6 मैचेस होंगे मेरे हिसाब से, 6 मैचेस पर डे, 3 दिन का टूर्नामेंट है। 6 कम 6 12 6 3 18 मैचेस में जो #1 दैट विल बी द ग्लोबल चैंपियन 2023। तो फाइनल में चुका है ब्रो, एक्सपेक्टेशन 6 to 8 पे होगा फाइनली, लेट्स सी 6 to 8 पे क्या सीन होता है। हाँ दाउशी ही है। जर्नलिस्ट, वेयर डू यू थिंक गोल्ड इज लैकिंग ब्रो? मैंने देखा ही नहीं गॉडल का गेम प्ले ब्रो, मैं तुमको कैसे बताऊं, जो देखा होगा तभी बता सकते हैं। PMGC पे मैं काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें आपको बता सकता था अगर मैंने PMGC को कोर से ग्रुप स्टेजेस से देखा तो। आई कांट टेल एनीथिंग अबाउट PMGC, इट्स लाइक न्यू फॉर मी, लाइक मेरे लिए भी एकदम से नया ही है PMGC, जैसा आप देखोगे समझ रहे हो, क्योंकि मैं बिजी था BMPS के मैचेस देख रहा था, वहाँ का पूछ लो, वहाँ का मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ जहाँ का देखा है। ऑनेस्टली ऑनेस्टली ऑनेस्टली बता रहा हूँ, विदाउट वॉचिंग द मैचेस आई कांट से एनी टू, मतलब किसी भी टीम को या किसी भी प्लेयर को मैं कुछ नहीं बोल सकता। हाँ, पुराने जो मैंने देखे मैचेस उसके बेसिस पे मैंने चीज़ें हैं वो आपको मैं बता सकता हूँ। बाकी हाँ, भी साथ साथ देखेंगे, आप भी बताना आपने पुराने से जो ग्रुप स्टेज से फॉलो कर रहा है। 5:30 पे मैच स्टार्ट है, ठीक है भाई। क्या हाल है मेरी जान? एकदम बढ़िया भाई, आप सुनाओ कैसे हो? रैप पार्टी, वाई वीकेंडी इज नॉट प्लेड इन PUBG ऑफिशियल? वाई वीकेंडी इज, भाई वो तो ऑफिशियल से पूछना पड़ेगा एक बार। सुखपाजी का कर्ज तोड़ना है ब्रो, WBG विन, लेट्स गो WBG फॉर द विन। DBS बंद करवाओ यार। हेलो हेलो, ये ले जाओ। I know Indian people don't like STE, but in global they are the really strong team. Bro यार, STE में जो players है ना, उनके प्रति आप बोल सकते हैं कि they need appreciation, जो उनके players है। I am talking about action, I am talking about top, I am talking about IC, I am talking about NewZ। भाई इतना कंसिस्टेंट फकिंग ग्लोबल पे रहना भाई बहुत बड़ी बात है यार, नहीं हो रहती टीम भाई। वेम्पायर की टीम 2 PMWI जीती, वो ग्रुप स्टेज ही क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाई। इवन दे आर इन नॉट इवन टॉप 11 ब्रो, टॉप 12, समझ रहे हो चीजें। सो एंड यहाँ पे एक टीम आती है जो हर एक टूर्नामेंट पे टॉप 3 पे रह रही है, दे आर द रीजनल चैंपियंस बैक टू बैक। क्या तो उनके प्लेयर्स में बात है। प्लेयर्स को तो दे दो अप्रिशिएशन। आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थिंग, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्लेयर थिंग। एज एन प्लेयर, जो उनका स्क्वाड है, उनका लाइनअप है, फकिंग अप्रिशिएशन भाई। इट्स एन ऑनेस्ट ओपिनियन ऑन माय दैट प्लेयर्स भाई। कोई टीम इतनी वो नहीं है भाई, पूरी ग्लोबल पे वर्ल्ड पे निकाल लो, कोई इतनी कंसिस्टेंट टीम आई हो, निकाल लो, मुझे बता दो, लिख के बता देना कि कोई एसटी के लेवल की जो लाइनअप है एक्शन टॉप की कौन होगा भाई। एक्शन टॉप आईसी नीरजेट, क्री और पिक्का, इनको मैं इंक्लूड करूंगा। नहीं हुआ। बीटीआर नहीं हुआ, बट ये टीम तो रुकती नहीं है। एनजीएक्स, अल्फा 7 है कंसिस्टेंट। हाँ, अल्फा 7 भी आप बोल सकते हो, दे आर ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द कंसिस्टेंट along with ST. Growing strong PMGC champion, better than ST Alpha 7. No भाई, ठीक है भाई। ST टॉप लीग भाई, TX कर पाई, कर लेगी गोट ऑफ क्रिकेट। टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो, टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो भाई, छोड़ दो। कल उन्होंने कर दिया है आधा काम अपना, आधा काम आज निकालना। आज मैचेस कितने, मैंने शेड्यूल नहीं देखा है। एंड ऑल्सो गाइज, एक टीम अभी और ज्यादा निखर के आ रही है सेम मंगोलिया रीजन से, दैट इज 4MB। टीम्स ने बहुत इंप्रेस करा है 4MB ने भी। नेवर एक्सपेक्टेड कि वो लीग स्टेज के ग्रुप स्टेजेस में इतना अच्छा खेलेगी। 4MB इज गोइंग, जो अभी एसटी ने रास्ता बनाया है उन्हीं रास्तों पे 4MB चल रही है। आगे देखते हैं कितना लंबा जाएगा। ब्रो, आउट ऑफ 16 टीम्स 11 टीम्स पे एज गेम प्ले, सो WBG के पास अच्छा चांस है क्योंकि वो सेंटर खेलती WBG। लेट्स गो ब्रो, देखो क्या सीन होता है। मार्कोस गेमिंग इज, अरे क्या देर कर रहे हो, ये इंडिया क्यों नहीं हुई सिलेक्ट। डॉग ग्रोइंग स्टूडेंट डेफिनेटली ब्रो, प्राइम बीटीआर। तो इनवाइटेड कौन सी है, टर्की की इनवाइटेड टीम है ब्रो, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स एंड TEC आई गेस। गाइस, एनीवन इन द चैट हु वांट टू गिफ्ट मी दिस, कौन सी स्किन है ये गाड़ी की, ऑन BGMI, जस्ट DM मी। Oh my god, it's amazing car, it's amazing car। लाइन सबसे बेस्ट है। अरे अरे कृष्णा भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग द योगी आर्मी। गाइस, बहुत अच्छा लगता है जो हमारी कोई मेंबरशिप लेता है ना, ज्यादा महंगी भी नहीं है, ओनली फॉर 29। तो मेंबरशिप के थ्रू सपोर्ट करता है। जब ये ग्रीन ग्रीन आ रहे होते हैं ना ऊपर, मेरे को सबसे ज्यादा खुशी होती है, सुपर चैट से भी ज्यादा, पता नहीं क्यों। बाइक में बोरिंग होती है TVS, बाइक में बोरिंग होती है TVS, और जो 1v1 में ले जाए वो है TVS। अरे अरे अरे भाई, ऑफिशियल को बोल के TVS बंद कराओ यार भाई, बहुत उल्लाते हैं TVS। अरे नहीं ब्रो, ऐसा नहीं होता। रॉकी BTC, ये कोई तरीका है भीख मांगने का। अरे अरे अरे अरे कि भाई यू आर गोइंग, वॉइस अटक रहा है। कोई नहीं भाई। हाय ब्रो, हेलो अंकिन भाई। फॉर क्वालीफाई ब्रो, नेक्स्ट PL कब है। नेक्स्ट PL आई गेस मार्च में होना चाहिए, मार्च मेरे हिसाब से। अल्फा 7 है। TEC आज कैसा परफॉर्म करेगी, देखो ब्रो TEC कैसे परफॉर्म करती है। BMPS कितना कट ऑफ जाएगा, BMPS कितना कट ऑफ जाएगा, गुड क्वेश्चन है। गाइस, मेरे को एक चीज नोटिस करने दो, मेरी मोनेटाइजेशन तो ऑन है ना। अगर मेरे को पता लगे कि मोनेटाइजेशन ही ऑन नहीं, ओके मैंने मोनेटाइजेशन एक बार मेरे साथ हो चुका है गाइस, पूरी स्ट्रीम कर ली, पता लगा मोनेटाइजेशन ही ऑन नहीं थी। PL कब से स्टार्ट है, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मार्च से होना चाहिए मेरे भाई। BMPS नहीं खेलेगा वो, व्हाई इज पैराबॉय नॉट प्लेइंग। ब्रोस की टीम क्वालीफाई नहीं हुई, पैराबॉय कैसा खेलेगा। पैराबॉय वैसे भी एशियन गेम्स में मेडल जीतने पे व्यस्त था। हम बैन की वजह से पीछे रह गए। एनवी डिसबैंड हो गई क्या। यस मेरी जान, जिमी वुल्स में मोस्टली जा रहा है, तो नई नोवा इन मेकिंग। सपोर्ट ब्लाइंड फॉर BMPS चैंपियन, दिस इंडिया गवर्नमेंट क्यों। ब्रो यार, लाइक एक अपनी कंट्री से ऊपर, प्राइड के ऊपर कोई चीज नहीं आती दूसरी, याद रखना जी, समझ रहे हो। अब ग्लोबल वर्जन्स पे प्राइवेसी कंसर्न्स है तो है, जो अफेक्ट कर रहा है अपने लाइक जब वो नेशन पे बात आ जाती है डाटा प्राइवेसी को लेके, सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। लाइक समझ रहे हो, इतनी इतनी बड़ी चीज है वो, तो अपना लाइक नेशन प्राइड होता है। सो इस आई थिंक आपको भी ये चीज़ें समझनी चाहिए कि देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, एक गेम से हट के भी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें होती हैं, यू शुड रिस्पेक्ट दैट। आगे चीज़ें होंगी, क्या पता लगे हुए ऑफिस लाइक क्राफ्टन की टीम भी लगी है कि किस तरीके से चीज़ों को अच्छा करना है, इन फ्यूचर में भी आपको चीज़ें अच्छी होती हुई दिखाई दे। बट यस ऑब्वियसली नेशन कम्स फर्स्ट, प्राइवेसीज एंड ऑल एवरीथिंग। व्हाट इज पीएमजीओ, एक्सप्लेन इट। पीएमजीओ यार एक और टूर्नामेंट ला दिया है, एंड मैक्सिमम मेरे को सुनने में आया ब्राजील में हो रहा है, एंड वेस्टर्न, मेरे को विवेक भाई बता रहे थे, वेस्टर्न रीजन्स के लिए स्पेशली अनाउंस करा गया है, दैट इज MEA रीजन्स के लिए। क्योंकि उनका सीन क्या होता है, जैसे अभी हम मैचेस देख रहे हैं, सो ईस्ट रीजन में एक पर्टिकुलर सुटेबल टाइम है, दैट इज लाइक 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 बजे तक मैचेस चलते हैं, इवनिंग टू नाइट। वहाँ पे वेस्टर्न में ना इतने दिन में मैचेस नहीं होते, वेस्टर्न का शेड्यूल चलता है 3 4 5 6 सुबह के, जब आप सो रहे होते हैं, तो उल्टा चलता है शेड्यूल। सो उसको फुलफिल करने के लिए ये टूर्नामेंट लाया, ऐसा मुझे बोला है। बाकी कुछ और चीजें होंगी तो बता देंगे, आज अनाउंसमेंट भी हो जाएगी। चीटर्स का क्या सीन है? ब्रो, इफ यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द BMPS परस्पेक्टिव, सारी चीज़ें सबको पता ही है, भूलने की ज़रूरत है नहीं, कौन कितना ही बोलेगा, क्या कैसा होगा आप सभी को पता है। बट देर इज़ वन सॉल्यूशन जो कि PMGC पे होता है, उसके लिए एक प्रॉपर एक मीटिंग होनी चाहिए। मीटिंग के अंदर लाइक दे हैव टू प्लान द रोड मैप फर्स्ट, लाइक कि लीग स्टेजेस के लिए भी टीम्स को, जैसे यहाँ पे 48 टीम्स थी, उनको ग्रुप स्टेजेस के लिए एक आई गेस साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में किसी का रीजन पे बुलाया, एंड वहीं पे सबने जाके खेला, एंड बाकी की टीम्स जो क्वालिफाई होते जा रही थी उनको घर भेजते जा रहे थे, जो बाहर हो रही थी उनको घर भेजते जा रहे थे। तो इस तरीके से चला था, तो उसकी कॉस्टिंग बढ़ जाएगी, बट हाँ एक लेजिट वे निकल जाएगा। बट उसके लिए वो ये कि एक प्रॉपर रोड मैप बनाना पड़ेगा। दिस इज द सॉल्यूशन फॉर द चीटर्स ओनली, जो ग्लोबल पे भी हो रहा है अभी के टाइम पे। जो क्योंकि देखो सिंपल सी बात है, जो ग्रुप स्टेज है हमारी, जो ग्रुप स्टेज होती है, जो अभी हुआ वो ऑनलाइन स्टेज है, ठीक है। और यहाँ पे एक जो ग्रुप स्टेज हुआ वो एक सेमी लैंड टाइप ऑफ टूर्नामेंट था, सो दैट विल कंसीडर एज द सॉल्यूशन। बाकी आई डोंट नो ब्रो, क्या आगे कुछ नहीं बोल सकता मैं। जो टीम है ऑफिशियल की, वो भी अपनी तरफ से वर्क कर ही रही है गाइस, वो भी सारी चीजें देख ही रहे हैं। अब उनके पास कुछ चीजें डिटेक्ट नहीं हो रही, वो भी क्या करेंगे, दे हैव द पर्टिकुलर सॉफ्टवेयर जो बैकग्राउंड पे चीजें जो भी है जैसे भी चेक करती है, उसमें डिटेक्ट ही नहीं हो रही चीजें। ऑफिशियल वाले भी क्या करेंगे भाई, आई टॉक टू ऑफिशियल ब्रो। लाइक उन्होंने सबसे पहले आईडीज ली BMPS में, दे चेक द आईडीज, सारी आईडीज को चेक किया गया, देन देखा बैकग्राउंड हिस्ट्री वगैरह सब कुछ सही थी, तो ग्रीन फ्लैग मिला। देन उसके बाद लाइक दे आर चेकिंग, बट अब वही है ना, चीजें इतने एडवांस लेवल पे बंदे करने लग गए, अब क्या बोल सकते हैं भाई इसके आगे, मैं क्या बोलूं। तो पूछा था इस बारे में। BMPS का टफ 185 से 190 या इससे प्लस भी जा सकता है, अराउंड 190 से 200 के बीच में, या 185 से 190 के बीच में। पूरे MV या WBG जीतेगी। लेट्स गो भाई, जितने भी लोग हैं बुला लो, 1 मिनट के अंदर अपना PMGC स्टार्ट होने वाला है। एंड इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू लाइक द वीडियो, सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल। मुस्कुराते चेहरों पे नाम है सुक्का, धड़कने बढ़ाना, धड़कने बढ़ाना काम है सुक्का, रोटेशंस पर तो हमेशा से ही इसका मुकद्दर, बालों का रंग लाल कुछ अलग ही लुक था। नाइस वन, थोड़ा सा अच्छा था पहले से आदित्य भाई, थोड़ा सा समझ आया, नीड मोर इम्प्रूवमेंट्स। TC कैन सरप्राइज, लेट्स गो, देखते हैं। लाइव हैंड कैम एंड फेस कैम होना चाहिए जैसे पहले होता भी। यस, अभी भी हुआ है वो तो। भाई आपको क्या लगता है क्राफ्टन के पास एम्बुलेंस करवाने की? ऑब्वियसली ब्रो यार, इताची भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो, यहाँ नहीं करा रहे क्या, वो एक ही तो चीज है। भाई मैं गॉडल को सपोर्ट करने वाला डोमिनेट हूँ। अरे नहीं भाई, सपोर्ट करो, दिस इज द टाइम ब्रो, जब अगर कोई टीम अच्छा नहीं खेलती ना, वहां पे आते हैं रियल सपोर्टर्स निकल के, जो अपनी टीम को पॉजिटिवली सपोर्ट करते हैं कि भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, जब आप अच्छा खेल रहे थे, आपने हमको बहुत अच्छी मेमोरीज दी, बहुत अच्छा टाइम दिया, बट आप अभी अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे हो, तो अब हमारा टाइम है, हम आपको अच्छा टाइम दे, एक अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट दे कि आप ज़्यादा अच्छा खेलो। गाइज ये मेंटली बहुत ज़्यादा अफेक्ट करता है, जिन भी टीम्स के बहुत बड़े फैन बेस होते हैं। देखो ना चाहते हुए सोशल मीडिया से प्लेयर्स कनेक्टेड ही रहते हैं, एंड ना चाहते हुए भी आपके जो कमेंट्स DM से वो पढ़े जाते हैं, एंड जब अच्छी टीम नहीं खेल रही होती बहुत ही बुरे कमेंट्स आते हैं, लिटरली बता रहा हूँ। उस प्रेशर का वो भी एक अलग से एक प्रेशर रहता है टीम्स के ऊपर, दैट इज द बिगेस्ट थिंग। आपकी कोई भी फेवरेट टीम हो, ऑन देयर डाउनफॉल्स, अदर ट्रू सपोर्टर्स, अगर आप उनको दिल से और अच्छे से सपोर्ट करो, दैट्स द पॉइंट, नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट। एंड प्लीज इफ पॉसिबल, कोई क्रूशियल टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है, डोंट स्पैम ऑन एनी प्लेयर कमेंट लाइक, और DM वगैरह मत करो उनको, थोड़ा पॉजिटिव भेजो कि लाइक वो अच्छा मैच आगे निकाल सके। एक तो उनके ऊपर ये प्रेशर है कि अच्छा मैच नहीं निकल रहे, दूसरा तुम पेल दो डीएम पे जाके, समझ रहे हो, बहुत सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है। तो मेंटली भी ये गेम मेंटली लाइक मेंटल गेम है ब्रो। ये मेंटली जितना बंदा क्लीन रहेगा ना उतना अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस आएगा। पैराबॉय कब ज्वाइन कर रहा है नोवा? इसके बाद कर लेगा ब्रो। पैराबॉय तो कहीं नहीं जाने वाला है नोवा से, दैट भाई वो तो ब्रांड है। तो एथिकल हैकर में बोल सकता हूँ कि आप एंटी चीट बना लो, वो दूध में ब्रेक हो जाएगा अगर चीटर्स को बैन करना मिल नहीं ऑप्शन है। यस हिताची भाई, ऑब्वियसली ब्रो, दैट्स द पॉइंट ब्रो। भाई तुमको क्या लग रहा है कि है ऑफिशियल्स के पास है चीजें, बट वही चीजें उसमें डिटेक्ट नहीं हो रही है, तो क्या बोल सकते हैं। माफी निंजा हैशटैग बनाई जाएगी। यस ब्रो, पीएल ट्रांसफर अपडेट दिखानी थी, वेबसाइट नाम बता दो। esports gen is the website, you can go and check there। अरे अरे अक्षय विलास भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 50 रुपी पेटीएम। अक्षय भाई इफ यू वाचिंग द स्ट्रीम, थैंक यू सो मच। हेलो योगी भाई, कैसे हो? एकदम बढ़िया। कजाकिस्तान इन एसए रीजन, ओके। अरे जल्दी आ जाओ भाई, ओपनिंग सेरेमनी देखनी है गाइस। आर यू गाइस एक्साइटेड गाइस? हर्ट स्पैम होने चाहिए फुल, अभी एंट्री होगी। आवाज तेज करो, अभी कुछ हो ही नहीं रहा। आवाज तेज करके सर्वेश यादव क्या करोगे? एनवी न्यू लाइनअप ब्रो। हाँ ब्रो आई नो, न्यू लाइनअप होने वाली है एनवी की। नोवा स्पोर्ट्स इज गोइंग टू बी अ न्यू लाइनअप। Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon. वो बीएससी निकला था टाइम होगा गाइस। और ऑल्सो जो भी 250 लोग देख रहे हैं, मैं आपको पहले बता देता हूँ, मैं जो लाइव स्ट्रीम्स कर रहा हूँ ना, मेरा मेजर जो कंसर्न है ना, मेजर जो कंसर्न है वो ये कि मैं आप लोगों के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इंटरेक्शन करूँ, जितनी चैट्स पढ़ सकूँ पढ़ूँ, क्योंकि ऑलमोस्ट अराउंड 7 to 8 मंथ है कि मैंने आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन ही नहीं करा है, आप लोगों के साथ बातचीत ही नहीं करी है। तो रेदर देन अ मैच, इट्स मी टू हाउ मैं कैसे आपके साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इंटरेक्ट कर सकता हूँ। मैं पहले बता दूँ, कई बार हो सकता है मेरा मैच में ध्यान नहीं रहेगा। इफ़ यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग कि एनालिसिस एंड ऑल, मे बी उस पर मेरा ध्यान ना हो। मैं मैचेस देखूंगा चीज़ें, बट मैं जितना स्ट्रीम को फन स्ट्रीम बना सकूं मेरा उतना ध्यान रहेगा। और मेरा मेनली कंसर्न है, मैं ऑनेस्टली बता देता हूँ, आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन करना है, क्योंकि 7 से 8 महीने हो चुके हैं, फिर जीरो, समझ रहे हो, एक कनेक्शन ऑडियंस के साथ होना जरूरी है, तो मेरा उसमें भी फोकस रहने वाला है। सो चीजें ऊपर नीचे हो सकती है, पहले ही बता दूं, उसी प्रोस्पेक्टिव में स्ट्रीम देखना। हेलो ड्रैक्स भाई, क्या हाल चाल? क्या पता हम बीच में मस्ती कर रहे हो, कुछ क्रेजी मूवमेंट चल रहा हो, आप बोलोगे भाई वहाँ पे मूवमेंट चल रहा है, तू उसको नहीं देख रहा है, तो उसको बता नहीं रहा, एनालाइज नहीं कर रहा, और मैं आपके साथ यहाँ पे गप्पे मार रहा हूँ, तो मैं पहले से ही हाथ जोड़ के माफी उस चीज के लिए। किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो पीएमजीसी में? वन एंड ओनली भाई, WBG। फील आ रही है कि नहीं हो पाएगा, क्या पता कर ले तो अच्छी चीज हो जाएगी, बट फिर भी जब से क्या बता, क्या नाम था उसका? अरे अरे, थैंक यू सो मच प्रत्युष कुमार भाई। प्रत्युष कुमार भाई ने हमारे को भेजे हैं 11 रुपए का शगुन। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया प्रत्युष भाई, आपके 11 रुपए के शगुन को हमने लिख लिया हमारे नोटबुक के ऊपर। अरे दिखा दो यार, कितना डिले चल रहा है ऑफिशियल ओपी। हाय ब्रो, हेलो हेलो विंसर भाई, आपने भी हमारी मेंबरशिप ले ली। आई नो यू आर द ओल्डेस्ट मेंबर ऑफ द चैनल, एंड ऑल्सो आपने फिर से लिया, बीच में आपने शायद वो ऑटो वाला ऑफ कर दिया होगा। जीडी विल बाय 100 डॉग, ओके। मेरे भी फेवरेट WBG। नोवा में ने पबजी को फेमस नहीं किया, पबजी ने नोवा को फेमस करवाया है। जो इस PMG से माया हर बार टीम नोवा से बेटर है। यस, STE Mongolia have their fans to winning trophy because of increased gun power. Yes, you can say God hacker bro. What is unique about Manya according to you? What is unique about Manya? सब कुछ यूनिक है ब्रो। लो मान्य के बारे में सुन लो। देखो भाई, सिंपल सी बात बताता हूँ, अगर आपको ना एक अपने रीजन पे एक स्ट्रांग टीम जो भी ब्लाइंड बन के आई है, तो उसमें एज एन पूरी स्क्वाड एक एक बंदे का हाथ है, लेकिन एक जो इन गेम लीडर है ना, उसमें लीडरशिप वाली सारी क्वालिटीज है मान्या में। एंड स्पेशली वो बंदा जो है ना मान्या, उसका ना वो नहीं भरती, लाइक भूख नहीं मिटती। इफ ही हैव अ गोल दैट की BMPS जीतना है, ठीक है, BMPS वो जीत के रहेगा, मतलब वो ऐसी भूख है। और BMPS जीतने के बाद ऐसे नहीं कि वो बंदा रुक जाएगा, देन कोई अगला टूर्नामेंट आएगा, देन उसकी भूख होगी कि भाई मुझे ये टूर्नामेंट भी जीतना है, वो सबसे पहले भूख है। सेकेंडली उसका ना जो गेम रीड है ना, वो मेरे को बहुत सही लगता है। लाइक आफ्टर मैचेस वो खुद से अपने आप को इनिशिएट करके वो मैचेस वगैरह भी देखेगा मान्या। आई एज एन आइजुअल थिंग लाइक अपनी टीम पे भी फोकस कर रहा है एंड उसके बाद वो दोबारा से मैचेस भी देख रहा है, चीजें अपने आप से खुद से देख रहा है। एक टाइम आपने देखा होगा ब्लाइंड काफी अच्छा कर रही है, दैट्स द रीजन क्योंकि जो उनका लीडर है उसने सारी एक एक चीजें हर एक टीम के बारे में पकड़ रखी है, हर एक चीजें की क्या कैसे है क्या लूप, मतलब सारी चीजें समझ रहे हो। तो वो अपने आप से एफर्ट देता है बंदा, अपने आप से एफर्ट, अपने आप में भूख है जो उसको एक यूनिक बनाती है, अलग बनाती है। आपने कई बार ऐसा देखा होगा, मैं फिर से आपको वेम्पायर का एग्जांपल देता हूँ, दे व्हेन लाइक उन्होंने जीता PMWI, इवन आफ्टर आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि टॉप 10 तो आए लेकिन वो नहीं आया, मे बी कुछ ना कुछ इश्यूज रहे होंगे, XYZ कुछ भी हो सकता है, बट समझ रहे हो कि वो एक नया टूर्नामेंट आता है, एक नई भूख रहती है उसके अंदर जो उसको एक अलग और यूनिक बनाती है। एंड थैंक यू सो मच प्रिंस भाई, योगी भाई, थोड़ा भाव दे दो। अरे अरे कितना भाव दे आपको। ड्रॉप क्लैश बताओ, ड्रॉप क्लैश ब्रो शैनॉक में, आई गेस पहला मैच शैनॉक के, मिस मत करना, शैनॉक में ड्रॉप क्लैश है। एक बार रिजेक्ट देख लो कि ब्रो क्या गॉडल क्वालिफाई कर लेगी ब्रो, टेंशन क्यों ले रहे हो खंड भाई, पुराने मेंबर्स आ रहे हैं, एनवी पैरा बॉय। अब की बार PMGC का इंटरनेट सही है ना, वरना फिर डीले नहीं नहीं नहीं, डीलो पहले ही दे दिया, इंटरनेट का पता नहीं है। अयगी भाई वॉच पार्टी में बहुत मिस किया आपको, बिग फैन, शाउट आउट दे दो स्वीट सा, बिग लव फ्रॉम नेपाल। प्यू प्यू हो रहा भाई, बिग शाउट आउट टू यू मेरी जान। वैसे शाउट आउट आप में से क्यों मांग रहे हो यार, हो रहा भाई से शाउट आउट मांगो, CR7 हो रहा भाई से। What are your thoughts about Omega as an IGL bro? इसमें हमारे ओह फाइनली सेरेमनी goes live. Let's go guys, अब थोड़ा अब हॉट हॉट स्पैम करते रहो, अब चैट, अब थोड़ा सा भी चैट नहीं करेंगे। आओ एंजॉय करो, हॉट स्पैम करते रहो जो आपकी फेवरेट टीम है। चलो
outside and see the festival is here. There's eyes all over every tree, the best time of the year. Stock up on some extra snowballs, yeah, I'm sure you'll need them. Duck and weave and then you'll see PUBG.
गाइस हॉट स्पैम होते रहने चाहिए, हॉट स्पैम जो आपकी फेवरेट टीम है। अगर अल्फा 7 है तो ऑरेंज हर्ट्स, WBG के लिए ब्लू हर्ट, स्पैम करते रहो, एंजॉय करो।
Snowballs flying, it's coming to town. Jack Frost calling, snow is falling on PUBG Mobile Battleground. Frosty fighting, snowballs flying, it's coming to town. Jack Frost calling, snow is falling on PUBG Mobile Battleground.
कैसा लगा गाइस? यू वांट टू सी मोर?
PUBG Mobile Global Championship Grand Finals teams.
गाइस टीम्स एंट्री आ रही है, जो जो टीम्स आएगी उसके हर्ट स्पैम। लेट्स गो। क्या हाल चाल हो गया? अरे अमजद भाई क्या हाल चाल?
PUBG Mobile 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz.
The Giants qualifying directly to the finals as the PEL points leaders, Titan Esports Club.
Per şampiyonu Titan geliyor.
TC आ रही गाइस. हेलो ताजी नुबड़े. अरे अरे गाइस टीसी गाइस लेट्स सेलिब्रेट यार. आ जाओ हम चैट पे करते, थोड़ा एक्साइटमेंट दिखाओ चैट के अंदर. हर्ट स्पैम करते रहो, रेड हर्ट स्पैम करो टीसी के लिए. आ जाओ, लेट्स सपोर्ट एवरी टीम. एंट्री सपोर्ट करते, आ जाओ आ जाओ. हमारी चैट इतनी शांति होती गाइस. लेट्स गो फेस.
Son şansın üçüncüsü Titan ekibi FaZe.
Istanbul, put your hands together and make some noise for the Malaysian sensation looking to make a resurgence into the finals. You do Alliance.
ये टीम भाई खेल की तो अच्छा खेल सकती है. फेज गरीब हो गई. अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अच्छा आए वाह चाइनीज टीम. अरे ठीक है भाई ठीक है. एक्शन वाली टीम को करना है क्या? रेक्स इलोल. अरे अरे आ जाओ. एंड ऑल्सो गाइस जो भी नए आ रहे हो चैनल के अंदर, मेक श्योर टू द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल गाइस. ठोक के मार दो लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. इसका वेट कर रहे हो? बीटीआर का. अच्छा सॉरी बीटीआर बोल. लक्सी सक्सी का वेट कर रहे हो? कौन कौन लक्सी सक्सी का वेट कर रहा है? Wolf.
Kırmızı grubu 3. bitirerek İstanbul'a gelen bir diğer Endonezya takımı daha. Morph GPX.
ऑडियंस हाइप्ड अप नहीं लग रही थी. क्या पता वहां पे ई स्पोर्ट्स का क्या सीन हो ब्रो. टी रीजन में तो बहुत तगड़ी ऑडियंस थी भाई लास्ट टाइम पे. क्या आई थी भाई. ST4 MBAC लेट्स गो.
Yeşil grubu 3. bitiren Moğolistan
एक्शन टॉप दोनों सेम. ये दोनों भाई एक एक्शन और टॉप वैसे. जस्ट आस्किंग. पीसफुल कम्युनिटी इज रियल. गाइस सपोर्ट करते रहो यार हर एक टीम को. हर्ट स्पैम नहीं हो रहे गाइस. लेट्स गो हर्ट स्पैम करवाओ. STE हर्ट स्पैम करो. कोई भी टीम आ रही हर्ट स्पैम करो. चलो भाई. अरे आईसी भाई हाउ आर यू? आईसी भाई भी लाइक जल्दी जल्दी चलो. जल्दी जल्दी चिकन भी निकालना है. IHC लेट्स गो भाई. ब्लैक हर्ट स्पैम करो.
son maçında yüksek skorla şov yapan
चलो भाई IHC के लिए येलो हर्ट स्पैम करो. IHC की जनता किधर हो? नाइस. लेट्स गो. IHC आज मारेगी. IHC पता नहीं मारेगी नहीं मारेगी. मार दिया तो बहुत बड़ी चीज आएगी भाई. IHC का लेजेंडरी मीरा मार मैप वाला है जो लास्ट टाइम में था इनका. ओ भाई 628. इस टीम से मेरे को काफी होप्स है. पता नहीं क्यों बट चलो भाई ग्रीन हर्ट स्पैम करो. हर एक टीम के लिए बोलना पड़ रहा है. अच्छी बात नहीं. हर एक स्पैम में रुकनी नहीं चाहिए गाइस. हर्ट्स में कंजूसी मत करो. चाहे लाल हर्ट स्पैम कर दो. पूरा लाल कर दो. चैट का ठेला लाल कर दो भाई. ये हुडीज बड़ी अच्छी है यार. एनीवन इज इन टर्की जो ये हुडी ला सकता है प्लीज बता देना. मजा आ जाएगा. Oh my god. Please.
Taking the top spot in a tight group yellow lobby and making their PMGC.
Oh my god, major pride on the chat. इफेक्ट है ना ये. मैड का इफेक्ट था. नाइस वन. अगेन एंट्री टू द GC ब्रो. बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया. लेट्स गो फॉर द पिंक हर्ट्स, मेजर प्राइड्स। चलो ऑल्सो गाइज वी आर वेरी क्लोज टू 60K। टारगेट हमारा इस PMGC पे 60K हिट करने का, थर्ड टाइम, 2 बार ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, तो सब्सक्राइब कर देना चैनल को। गाइस हर्ट, मेरे को ब्लू हर्ट नहीं दिखाना, मैं जा रहा हूँ चैट छोड़ के। गाइस मुझे नीले हर्ट नहीं दिखे ना भी चैट के अंदर, मैं जा रहा हूँ, फिर मैं छोड़ के मैं जा रहा हूँ चैट छोड़ के। ब्लू हर्ट नहीं दिख रहा मुझे, मैं जा रहा हूँ, मैं चैट नहीं पढ़ रहा। Oh my God, सुख पॉपुलैरिटी इज इन रियल गाइस। ब्लू ब्लू हो गया चैट। Let's go Luxy Zaxy Red Heart. Luxy Zaxy OGs.
Son şanslı ikinci olan bir diğer Endonezya temsilcisi Persika Evos.
चलो भाई Luxy Zaxy Micro Boy.
Qualifying with a dominant performance out of the last chance and making their
Oh my God, the Savior. Let's go for the Red Hearts. The Savior ने काफी अच्छा खेला लास्ट ईयर के मुकाबले। कितनी टीम बची है अभी? PEC आ गई सबसे। ओ बटा भाई। भाई इस बार का अरीना इन्होंने बनाया अकॉर्डिंग टू द प्लेस आई गेस। उन्होंने पूरा जो अरीना है उसको यूटिलाइज किया है, जो ऑडियंस सेक्शन हो गया अलग से, और जो उसका आपका आई एम बैक याद है कि नहीं? यस यस आई एम बैक। मनी केन भाई तुमने नाम चेंज करके अपना शांस 77K रख दिया भाई। आई नो मनी केन भाई, फोटो तुमने PMCU की याद आ गई। NSR सपोर्टा चल चल सपोर्टा चल। गाइस यू नो आई वाज अबाउट टू, ये जिनकी जो जैकेट नहीं दिख रही है, जब ये इंडिया पे आए थे तो मैंने इसको मैसेज किया था सपोर्टा को। मेरी इससे सपोर्टा से बात हुई थी उस टाइम पे, मैं इससे मिल नहीं पाया उस टाइम पे, बट लाइक सेम गोज टू D+। तो लाइक इनके जो ओरिजिनल जैकेट्स है ना, मैंने बोला था कि यार लाइक एक्सचेंज करते इसको। इसने बोला कि PMGC में हमारे पास जाने के लिए एक ही जैकेट्स है, तो एक्सचेंज अभी नहीं कर सकते, लास्ट टाइम अगली बार हम आएंगे तो आपको जैकेट देंगे। ओ अल्फा 7 ऑरेंज हर्ट्स, ऑरेंज हर्ट्स, where are orange hearts?
Dünya şampiyonasına üst üste 3. kez katılıyorlar. Dünyanın en sevilen ekiplerinden Alfa.
हारिलो अलग ही लग रहा। मेरे को देखना है S2G आएगी तो कितना हल्ला रहता है। Oh my God, अल्फा 7 के भी काफी फैंसी चैट पे यार। अभी तक WBG अल्फा 7 के लिए काफी अच्छी वोटिंग हुई है चैट पे। भाई ये टीम फाड़ने वाली, ग्रीन स्पैम कर दो बे। ऑनेस्टली सेइंग ये टीम से आपको अच्छी होप्स रखनी चाहिए। दिस इज द ग्रेटेस्ट टीम ब्रो अभी के टाइम पे जो बन के आई है। लेट्स गो बॉयज। one of the strongest team है अभी के में लॉबी के टाइम। आई की गेमर कचरे का डिबो हुए। अरे भाई रुको रुको रुको रुको रुको रुको ऐसे कॉपी अप। फोर मिरेकल वाइब्स। लेट्स गो ऑरेंज हर्स for मिरेकल वाइब्स। हेलो ब्रो व्हाट्स अप, मनीगन इज बैक। यस चलो भाई लॉन्डे फर्स्ट PMGC खेल रहे हैं, पहले बारी में फाड़ दिया था, दिस इज द सेकंड चांस, यहाँ फाड़ दिया तो बहुत बड़ी बात है, $1 मिलियन बातचीत। चलो चलो चलो Let's go for अरे 4MV के लिए सपोर्ट दिखाओ यार थोड़ा सा ऑरेंज हर्ट्स यार प्लीज थोड़ी देर में 1 घंटे बाद
And now, your hometown heroes and reigning 2022
Footing तो है
PMGC
Footing तो है भाई
World Champions.
Let's go.
STE.
Türk e-spor tarihine damga vuran, göğsümüzü uluslararası arenada kabartan, çıktı her maçta yüreğini
Oh flex
son dünya şampiyonu geliyor. Kim geliyor? Kim geliyor? Kim geliyor?
अरे नीरज भाई थैंक यू सो मच नीरज राजपूत भाई फॉर द 3.49 न्यूजीलैंड डॉलर थैंक यू सो मच मेरी जान चल 4MV चलेगी भाई चलेगी Also guys 500 लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को if you are new to the stream make sure to like the video subscribe to the channel we are very close to 60k करने guys let's go third time do you remember me and STE predicting yes Suman bhai I remember you I remember you मेरी जान
My name is Barney Banks and I am your host.
Nova plays I remember this Swapnil bhai अपने old subscriber है
Dennis.
Thank you so much. Sevgili Barney.
अपनी chat अब ज़्यादा अच्छी चल रही है Hello I'm back hello Rocking Gaming दिव्यांशु hello योगी भाई क्या हाल चाल let's go ST let's go पैराबॉय के लिए पर्पल हर्ट guys नोवा को कौन मिस कर रहा है पर्पल हर्ट ठोक दो एक बार जो नोवा को मिस कर रहा है
Çok istedik, çok bekledik. Farkındaysanız biraz nazarla çıktım. Biz buna nazar diyoruz. Efendim, 2023 Dünya Şampiyonası'na hepiniz hoş geldiniz. PUBG Mobile Dünya Şampiyonası başlıyor.
48 teams began this journey and we are now down to just 16 and with $3 million on the line and thousands of screaming fans cheering on their favorite teams, anything can happen.
पूरा blue हो गया chat
48 takımla başladığımız bu süreç zorlu yollardan, zorlu süreçlerden geçerek bugünlere geldi.
Turkey में हो रहा है ये
Bu üç
सचिन
gün
भाई
boyunca
Turkey में हो रहा है
16 takım
भाई
3
Nova
milyon
fans
dolarlık ödül için
Nova
kıyasıya bir
fans भी कभी
mücadele
मानेंगे हमारे
edecek.
Our competitors have battled their way
भाई chat
from the
देखो एक
group
बार
stage
सब
to the survival stage and the last chance to be here today. But who will be
400 की
the
watching
one?
में chat rate check करो एक बार
Sloganımız Be the One. Yani bu turnuvada birinci kim olacak? Zaferi kim kazanacak? Hepimiz bu 3 gün boyunca merakla
guys
bekleyeceğiz.
नोवा की जनता next level है भाई पैराबॉय को भी दिखा दो नोवा हेलो
We have a very special announcement for all of you from the director
Roadmap
of
होगा
PUBG
शायद
Mobile Esports Istanbul. Make some noise for James Yang.
रोड मैप हो रहा है गाइस
Büyük
रोड मैप देख लो
finallerimizin ilk
किसी का
haritasına geçmeden önce sahneye Tencent Games'in PUBG Mobile direktörü James Young'ı davet ediyoruz.
गाइस रोड मैप फॉर द GC आ जाओ क्या सीन है इस साल क्या क्या होगा एवरीथिंग ऑन योर स्क्रीन पे
Wow. Hello, PUBG Mobile fans in the world and in Turkey. I'm
Audience,
James Young,
थोड़ी सी
Senior
ठंडी
Director
है।
of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. I'm here today to share some exciting news as well as eye-opening 2024 plans.
रोड मैप आ रहा है गाइस सुन लो अच्छे से
PUBG Mobile Esports continue to grow this year with a series of great achievements. We launched PUBG Mobile Super League, PMSL in Southeast Asia, alongside partnership program, which has proved a huge success.
इस बार PMPL कैंसिल हो रहा है
We
वही बता
saw
दे शायद
another successful PUBG Mobile World Invitational and are about to start PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2023 Grand Finals here in Istanbul. We are also incredibly honored to be nominated by the Game Awards, the first mobile game for Best Esports Game category. And we are so grateful for you. Without your support, we couldn't make it happen.
Okay, guys.
Before go further, I want to recap on how successful PMSL South Asia format was. This is an offline league, and 4 partnership teams progressed to PMGC 2023 Grand Finals here this time. We also introduced the PMSL in-game outpitch and voice packs for players.
कुछ extra PMSLs क्या है?
Through the PMSL Southeast Asia with 15 official partners teams, we could work closer than ever before to continue to keep the chance to improve our competitiveness for the regional level and beyond. Okay, in 2024, we made the changes in our esports ecosystem.
Yes, ecosystem में changes है.
On top tier, we have the major global tournament like PMGC, mid-season tournament, and a new exciting global event.
Guess first
I
match
will
chicken team.
reveal soon.
Alpha 7.
The level below, we have the PMSL, which will all feature the offline tournament. In tier 3, we have the PUBG Mobile National Championship and PMSL qualifiers.
PMSL 4 region पे होगा?
Pro players
ये क्या
access
scene है?
to the PMSL. While in tier 4, we have a smaller regional tournament.
CSA इन्होंने कोई region merge कर दिया क्या? CSA क्या है?
Along with the growth of top-tier tournaments, we are committed to supporting amateur and grassroots tournaments to keep the chance from no one to
There is no
hero.
PMWI. Mid-season क्या है? Mid-season.
So let's talk more about the PMSL. In 2024, we are expanding the PMSL to 4 regions: Southeast Asia, Europe, Middle East, Africa as EMEA,
Central Asia कर दिया.
Central and South Asia, and the Americas. All
काफी changes है bro. इस साल
all
काफी
pro
changes
leagues
है.
will be merged into one of PMSL.
PMPL is
Our
now
partnership
PMSL.
program will be expanded as well. Partnership team will have more opportunity to develop the players, grow the exposure to fans and community with the secured PMSS slots for years. After the success of PMSL South Asia 2023, next year, Southeast Asia League will have 3 seasons instead of 2.
भाई काफी
And
major
all
change
other
है.
PMPS will run for 2 seasons, spring and fall.
ठीक है.
With that, I'm pleased to unveil our new exciting global tournament at PUBG Mobile Global Open,
इसका क्या है?
PMGO.
Brazil.
This Open New Style tournament will take place in Brazil. In March or April, with a prize pool of $500,000 US.
India से.
This PMGO will have a local
यार, mod ये
qualification
थोड़ा सा
by
वो chat
open
delete करो यार.
registration.
मेरे पास
This
access नहीं
means
है.
anyone in Brazil has a chance to compete against the very best international pro teams on fantastic offline stage. It will be followed by mid-season tournament in July in Riyadh. And
Mid-season
the
guys
PMGC,
PMWI
as
को
we
ही
all
mid-season
know, at
बोलते
the
हैं by
end
the
of
way.
the year.
$3 million वही है.
PMWI will have a new name and a new format to fit mid-season tournament, featuring a $3 million US prize pool.
आपको एक चीज पता है, इस बार का जो PMW आई था
Yeah,
उसके
the
लिए 10
final
मिलियन
is
का प्राइस पूल
today.
बचा हुआ था, मतलब 13 मिलियन
I'm
का प्राइस
so
पूल हो सकता था
excited
इस
to
बार
announce
PMW
that
आएगा,
the
बट
location
डिनाइड,
of
ऑफिशियल डिनाइड,
PUBG
क्योंकि
Mobile
उनको
Global
PMGC का प्राइस पूल
Championship
भी बढ़ाना पड़ता।
2024 next year. Grand final is the United Kingdom.
ओह नाइस, यूके में होगा अगला सीजन।
UK
तेरे
fans,
को
get
कितनी खुशी हो रही
ready.
है ना, पता नहीं क्यों
PUBG
हो रही है,
Mobile
फालतू की,
Esports
मैंने
will
थोड़ा ना
coming
जाना
to
है।
your doorstep next year.
CS सेंट्रल एशिया मेरी भाई, सेंट्रल साउथ
That's
एशिया,
all I share
ऐसा कुछ
today.
है।
Thanks to
प्राइस पूल काट दिया,
everyone
हाँ।
here in Istanbul. And let's begin PMGC 2023 Grand Final for winner.
ठीक है,
Woo!
लो इंडिया में करवा दो यार, यूके इंडिया में करवा दो तुम PMGC, मजा आ जाएगा। बीजे में आके खेलेंगे टीम्स। इंडिया गेट स्लॉट ब्रो, अभी तक तो पता नहीं, बाकी देखते हैं गाइस। ये ट्रॉफी किसी को मिलने वाली है आज से 2 दिन बाद।
Well, you heard it here first.
हाय हाय
PMGC
कास्टर्स यार, ये कास्टर्स
2024
पैनल
from
बहुत
the
बढ़िया
UK.
कास्टर पैनल है।
All these teams obviously love
OGs
the
knows.
opportunity to play there, but they need to get through this event coming their way right now. 16 teams, their most important esports event till this day.
I come to remember the
They have to
STE
show up,
predictor is
especially
here,
teams
Suman. Yes bro,
like right behind
PMGC
us.
होना,
That's
PMGC होना
G
चाहिए, अलग ही लेवल का
Just got
मजा है,
their
so I
host joined by
cannot
Max
be
Several's game, and
in
Max is
PMGC.
heating up in here, and the pressure, you can see it mounting for some of these teams.
We had a riveting league stage and we had so many
Give me-
teams who
yes,
did
yes,
not
bro,
qualify.
I know.
Just
जब तक
Vampire
Guardian में
didn't
जो-
qualify, which means
अरे,
the
अरे,
level
अरे,
of
tractor.
competition
यार,
in
comment
this
delete
Lobby
मारो।
16 team is gonna
Mods,
be
please.
so high here, Seven. And
Maxman
we've called
पे
it many
और
times in the
light
league
मार
stage,
के
this is the
गोरा
best
कर दिया।
lobby in the world right now. So it's going to be tough to be the new
ब्रो
world
यूके में
champion.
ऑडियंस होगी PUBG मोबाइल की, अयोगी भाई क्या लगता है, जब जाएंगे तभी पता लगेगा।
You don't want them to turn on you, especially if they start off really slow.
Well, you guys at home, make sure you're checking out
Akshay
TikTok,
Vilas,
PMGC
bhai, thank you so much for the
2023.
50 rupee
Everything
Paytm
happening
if you are
behind
watching
the
this
scenes,
stream. Thank you so
everything
much,
happening
मेरी जान,
at
thank you
the
so
event
much.
as well. Honestly, I don't know if I'm
उधर
gonna
लगा
be
लो, bro,
here
इसके बाद
with a
लगाते
crowd
हैं।
like this. I'm already struggling as it
फ्लो
is.
नहीं तोड़ते।
Look, when they get 16th place, we're like, oh, that was a really good game. It's fine, guys.
Official smartphone for
We're
PMGC
finishing up the positive, but
2023 in
you've got so many teams that are going to be able to
Phoenix.
compete right for that position. We're talking about regions as a whole. I know
भैया
you're
मेरे
gonna be
साथ
happy.
चलना,
Look,
अरे अरे
Brazil,
चलेंगे
got
भाई,
two
अरे
teams, so
यूके
it's gonna be
दूसरे वाला
looking
यूके
pretty
ब्रो,
good, and they're
यूनाइटेड
looking like a region
किंगडम।
that clearly could bring the trophy home at the end of the year.
I was hoping I would see more Brazilian
Why
teams
no
because
my
of how many
disband
were able to
performance?
qualify through the league stage.
Yeah.
But I'm happy with the ones that actually are here with Alpha 7 and Luz.
I am
think they have-
Akshay. Thank you
they
so
are
much,
very, very
Vin
strong.
sir,
And with Alpha 7, this is
AK
gonna be the
Akshay bhai,
fourth grand
for the
final,
50
so they have been
rupees
improving
Paytm.
over and over again. Maybe
मैच
this
कब
is the
स्टार्ट
time
होगा
where we're gonna be able
ब्रो?
to get
मैच
that
इज
first
अबाउट
place.
टू स्टार्ट विद इन फ्यू मिनट्स,
I'm
कभी भी
just
स्टार्ट
saying
हो
you said
सकता है
great
अभी से।
stuff there, Seven. I have no idea what you said.
Good point.
But I heard some Brazil stuff.
Yes.
And I think we're all going to agree
Do
Brazil
Brazil.
have a very good chance
अरे कास्टर्स
of
के
taking it
पीछे
home
ही
this year. Looking the strongest
S2G,
ever, almost having 3-4 teams qualified as
उत्तराखंड
grand
यूके,
finals.
यस यस मुझे
Well,
पता था,
short,
वही सोच रहा
unfortunately.
था, यूके
But
में
honestly,
फैन
there's
बेस
a
है।
lot of tough
जी
teams
का।
out there.
Rene, how
I
are
thought
you,
were
मेरी
strongest
जान?
in particular, Max, because honestly, we could probably spend
फर्स्ट चिकन
a
एसटी
good hour
गाइस,
discussing
प्रिडिक्शन
all
करो
that.
फर्स्ट चिकन डिनर कौन लेगा,
We're
कमेंट
gonna have
चैट
that much
सेक्शन
time,
के
but
अंदर।
I'm looking at one team in particular here. I could talk about Star Wars. I'm not going to do that.
Oh.
I'm going to talk
Well,
about
you shook their
FaZe.
hands right before we
Yeah.
started.
Sorry,
You
Star
haven't
Wars.
told
It's done. It's
how
over.
to-
No, I'm looking at FaZe in particular. One of the biggest redemption arcs we have ever witnessed in a PMGC League stage. Going to from qualifying in the last
Nova,
match of the
gamer
survival
bro,
stage, and
Nova
then
का
just
क्या scene है?
completely shredding it
कोई
during the
scene नहीं है
entirety
bro.
of the last
I am
chance. Mela
good.
in particular, Jason, we
S2G
saw
कैसा
was
खेलेगी
just such a
देखते हैं। अयोगी
standout
said
player. So if we
A7,
see
I
that
said
kind of
loops.
prowess
No,
from
I said
FaZe in
loops.
this
You
tournament,
are
I feel like
saying
they have the
A7.
chance of being top 5, and
This
who
year
knows,
I
maybe
am with
also take the
loops.
trophy.
And what's good for them is they were able to do that.
ब्राजील से अगर आप
right?
पूछते हो,
Whether it was survival stage
लूप्स
and
का
then
यार
able to
अप्रोच
move
अच्छा
on
लग रहा है
to
थोड़ा,
last chance
हाइंडसाइट
through days as
अप्रोच।
well. We have
एंड
3
दिल
days
से तो
tournament.
WBG
All
है
these
ही।
teams that are able to usually perform really well within these 2
फर्स्ट
to
चिकन
3
टीम है
days.
योगी, ओके
We're gonna
भाई।
take advantage of this first couple of days. One of them that I'm going to be thinking about is going to be Nonchalant Red
ठीक है,
Force.
ठीक है,
I was
ये भी
super,
ठीक है
super
तुम्हारा।
surprised of how this team was able to do in Group Red, and I feel like they might end up surprising a lot of people.
ये लॉबी
I
देखने में
don't know
मजा
if
है,
they
बहुत
have
कुछ
what it
सीखने
takes
को
to get
मिलता
that
है।
first
यस।
place,
नो
but
वे,
I think
लेट्स
they are
रिवाइंड
definitely
योर
gonna be
स्ट्रीम।
in
आई
contention
सेड
there for
लूप्स,
top
यू
If
सेड
you're very
अल्फा
silent, you
7।
can
नहीं,
ignore
रिवाइंड
like,
करके देख लो, मैं शुरू से
Yeah,
लूप्स
so
बोला इस
support
बार।
them. I mean, let's
इस बार
be
मैंने
honest,
WBG
out of
लूप्स
all
तो
the
मैंने
teams
बोला ही नहीं, मैंने
participating in
WBG
South
बोला है।
Korea and PMGC this year, we didn't think this would be the
आई
team
बेटी,
to represent
आप
South
पीछे जाके
Korea.
स्ट्रीम
You know,
देखो, द
18
लॉबी
plus,
इज
the
लिट।
amount of
यस,
times they've been here to the finals, the amount of
मारने वाली
experience
लॉबी
they
पूरी।
have. Doug
स्ट्रीम
said,
देखो
I
पीछे
was
जाके।
watching
इफ यू
obviously an
lose.
extremely strong team, but not able to be strong enough to get through our last chance. We can take a look here what's coming up the next few days of play. Obviously 6 matches a day across 3 different days. And of course the map pool will be exactly the same what we had before. But that point system, honestly, I mean, we've had it
लूप्स
for
नहीं
like
चलो
2-3
एग्री
years
लूप्स का
now.
2021
This is
का
proving to give some
सर्च में
really
बैठे थे
exciting
अरे वो
finals.
लूप्स
Yeah, and
अलग
you
थी
can have
ब्रो ये
teams that can stand
completely
out all by
different
getting
loops
a consistent amount of placement points, at least in the match, right, 7, or some teams that I know we got some big names here also that are very focused around those eliminations, especially
If it's
don't
WBG
think
IC
PMG
STE
through
then
IHC,
for first match
otherwise
ठीक
you're
है
gonna be in trouble.
ये ठीक है
They're
फिर भी ये
gonna
मैच
keep popping
होगा
off like at the end
This
of
is
last
good.
chance, but yeah, this point system of course has been proven that you can stand out in many different ways, but if you can have the both amount of points coming your way, of course, 7, you're going to be standing out.
Yeah, and for some of those teams, right, we're going to be looking at the ones that are actually able to put up a lot of elims and being able to back it out with the chicken dinner, because that's always the main thing.
Yes.
If a team
चलो
can
भाई
start
match
off
is
really,
about
really
to
hot on
start
day one,
special
we have seen
invite
those teams being able to
TEC
kinda carry
and
that
S2G
and at least give them a
last
chance.
chance
If for
group
some
stage
reason
से
their
जो भी
performance
teams
kinda
आई हो
drops
आपकी
off
स्क्रीन
a
के
little bit
सामने
too,
है
I'm
so
just
one
gonna
more
be looking
time
at
let's
consistency. I'm
go
not gonna be looking
Dada
for
guys high
teams
voltage
that
mix
maybe
line
go
up in
after
UK
for those
also
chicken dinners,
okay
but I'm
कब
gonna be
start
looking
है
for teams that are gonna be consistent
start
within the top
होने वाला है
5
ब्रो
and
थोड़ी
getting
देर
those
में अंदर
eliminations
टेंशन
as
ना
well to
लीजिए
back it
टेंशन
up.
ना लीजिए
Well, the thing
टेंशन
is,
लोगे
obviously,
तो
when it
आप फिर
comes to
कैसे
placing
चलेगा
top 5, one team that's going to stand out to me is going to be major pride. Nomi in particular, as we've discussed and seen many times, the off angles he holds, can he be successful in a lobby of this caliber is something that's yet to be answered. But here we go, Maxman, our record holders across the last couple of years, and obviously Vampire maybe hold a lot of titles, but not going to be holding the PMGC trophy this year.
Yeah, not be able to beat their own records this time around, it seems. They picked up Tony K's like, you're on vacation now for the end of the day.
WWE चल yes
But Soup, he could outperform what his team
Oh,
did
yeah.
back at PMGC
True.
with 4 angry men.
I would love that.
And
That
the
would be
thing
crazy.
is,
He's got the red haircut now, so he's going to
got
have the
the
buff. Yeah, he's got the red hair buff.
चलो
he was the MVP
3
last
PL
time we saw him in the
versus
grand
3
finals.
मंगोलिया
Yeah,
देखो
seems in good
टोटल
spirits
ये
and
गाइस
being safe,
रिकॉर्ड्स
they
है
can actually-
रिकॉर्ड
he can
होल्डर्स
actually get an
आपकी
MVP
स्क्रीन
as
के
well.
सामने
And
आ
I
ही
think
रहे होंगे
especially for the
मेरे को
PL
बोलने की
players,
जरूरत
it's very
नहीं है
important 7 to have that international experience, to have
Yep.
played in PMGC before.
रिकॉर्ड
because
होल्डर
we've seen it
टोटल
many times,
विनर विनर
the
चिकन
meta
डिनर्स
is
3
drastically
इन अ
different
डे
between what
भी
you
आ रहा
see
था
over in
मैं
PL
देखा
and
नहीं
what you see
कुछ
over here
रिकॉर्ड्स आ
in
रहे थे
PMGC,
ये भी
especially
नावी
7.
कौन रीजॉइन
The
नावी
DPS
कोई
is
नहीं
not
भाई
played that heavily over in China, which means that that transition over to here in PMGC with that kind of weapon that is so relevant
Order
to
or
these
what?
fights might make it a bit tough.
And that's what it's going to come down
Order
to. How
record
quick can
break
they
doc.
adjust, right? How quick can they adjust to how the global team
सिस्टम है भाई
Yeah, and that's why our eyes are going to be on Titan Esports Club, because they have not had this international experience here to the level that WBG's been able to have. But we're going to find out if they can obviously rise up to the ranks here. But as you saw there, the order, big fan. Sandhawk, Triple Erangel, Double Miramar. I'm loving the back-to-back-to-back battlegrounds.
भाई
That's
का
switching every
सिस्टम
single
है
time.
सिस्टम
It's been proven again to have some really crazy matches.
I mean, we said this many times about the map rotation. If your first triangle does not go well, you can instantly pivot, change your game plan if it's a drop, if it's your rotation, or your overall like kind of mentality going into those matches. So yeah, I think this is the best map rotation. I hope we have it in PMSL next year because I think it's just been so successful for teams to truly put on full display what they can do in these matches.
And I think that's why kind of I was mentioning Noncham Red Force, because this is the team that's able to adjust so quickly to what the other teams are doing within whether it's within that one match or maybe in the next match. I think there'll be a big surprise. But going into the
अगर
first
जीतेगा
match,
लूप्स हारे तो
Sandhawk,
उप्स अरे अरे अरे
talk
ये भी
about
ठीक
them.
था भाई
But
ये
Star
भी
Wars Esports, they were
ये
really, really
ये
good
सबसे
at
सही
Sandhawk,
चीज
and I
बोली
feel like if they can start off hot here, they can carry on that momentum. The
उस
big
दिन
question
कौन सी
mark
टीम
for me,
स्पेशल
and I know we're
इनवाइट
gonna
मिलेगा
talk about this a
क्या
little bit
यूके से
earlier,
कौन सी टीम
the
को
big question mark for me is going to be
Big-
top.
good
But you were
question,
telling
bro.
me that it's different
यूके से
now
किस
from
टीम को इनवाइट
PMWI.
मिलेगा सही बात है यार
Nazed has been such a standout player. I think a lot of people at home had doubts about the pickup of IC and Nazed and how that's going to be kind of filling out
क्या
the
लग रहा है
backfield
guys, UK
of
से कौन सी
Nika
टीम को
and
देंगे उस
Stry
slot?
leaving the team, right? And I think that those kind of doubts have been answered very significantly in recent regional tournaments or PMWI, that Nazed
अरे
is the
अविची भाई
standout
थैंक यू सो
player.
मच
He
फॉर
can
द
drag
11
out
रुपए का शगुन यूके
alongside
टीम्स
the
आर
side
शिट
of top and action both together. So
बट यूके से
I feel
मिलेगा
like Star Wars
किसको
going to be looking at like favorites, and with their drop, rejects.
Don't
among
call
this
shit,
tournament,
bro.
which
Don't
means
call
Trifecta's
disrespect.
open. So that is going to be a great
Disrespect,
opportunity
bro.
that from the get-go, if you can play Trifecta, you're going to have very easy phase 1 into phase 2 transitions.
Well, we're obviously skipping probably one of the biggest teams that we need to discuss when it comes to PMGC live from Istanbul. Right behind us, S2G.
PMGC नोड ये यूके टीम से इनवाइट क्यों मिलेगा क्योंकि भाई होस्ट कंट्री है होस्ट कंट्री से इनवाइट जाता है यूके में देंगे किसको वो बात है 11 रुपए सुपर चैट ब्रो वैसे ही है ब्रो 11 रुपए की सुपर चैट आई है तो थैंक यू तो करना पड़ेगा ना भाई को
Don't want to go out first match, 16 plays, 0 eliminations.
Yeah, and what I remember especially from last year's PMGC, right, 7, is that they understand the position in the leaderboards and they are willing to take down threats that are above them. They are not scared to take fights. So they took down LGD last year to qualify into PMGC. They fought against some of the top teams in the last matches to make sure they were going to secure the trophy in the last game. So right now I feel like that kind of adaptability for this tournament, and they might have here 7 have the land buff event with your fans right in front of
prediction
them.
chat में
They
चालू
might
हो
be
चुकी
popping
है।
offside. I agree. If they get a good start,
₹1 सुपर चैट में थैंक यू बोलोगे उदय भाई
I don't
थैंक
even
यू
expect them to be getting a good start. There's a lot of stuff that I want to say about STG, but I don't want to get stuff thrown at me from the STG fans just yet. All right, well, we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with this team. But there is a lot of
इंडिया से
question
कैसे
marks.
मिलेगा
Are they gonna be
PMGC में
able to
इनवाइट
because
2024 में
they
ब्रो आई
get
डोंट
special
नो यार
invites, then they
परमिशन
have
पे
to go
डिपेंड
through the
करता है
league
फैनेटिक
stage,
फ्रॉम
then they
यूके
have to go
ओ
through
माय
that
गॉड
hassle. And if we
गुड
look at their
क्वेश्चन
previous performances,
आई
they
गेस
haven't
यूके
really been
में
able to perform
फॉर
that
फैनेटिक
well. It's
यूके
gonna come
तो
down to the
खेले
first 3 matches, I
यूके
feel
में
like, for this
फैनेटिक
team.
बट मैंने
Even though
फैनेटिक में
last
कोई
year,
देखा नहीं
during
प्लेयर्स
the
अभी
PMGC Grand Finals, they were
कौन
quite a
खेलता है
surprise
मैंने
for the
नाम
team.
नहीं
I know
सुना
when
मेरे
we
को
were
नहीं
talking
पता है
about it, we were
क्योंकि
like, okay, maybe not quite yet. And
नेक्स्ट
then
ईयर
on the last
PMGC
one,
यूके
like,
में
okay,
होगा
STE
यस मेरी जान
actually
यूके
has
में
a
होगा
chance
नेक्स्ट ईयर
of winning this
PMGC
thing,
यूनाइटेड
continue to play like
किंगडम
that, and they were able to continue to play like that. So it's going to come down to the
मैं
first
ही
two
हूँ
matches
अविची
for this
अच्छा अच्छा
tournament.
थैंक यू
And
सो
if we
मच
obviously
अविची
look at
भाई
experience, right? Obviously,
Wolves
STE
from
have
UK.
experience of winning a
nice.
trophy. Probably one of the most experienced, well, some of the most experienced
गाइस
players
अगर
come
ऐसा
in
सीन
as
हुआ
twins
तो
from
इस हिसाब से तो
Procedure
वुल्स को मिल
and to
सकता है
play here
इनवाइट
yet
चाइना
again.
वाली टीम को
Obviously beating out their
मिल
old
सकता है
team
कि नहीं मिल
VTR,
सकता
not making it through,
रिप्रेजेंटेशन के
which
लिए
actually was
ऑग तो
honestly quite a
यूके की है
surprise.
ना
I feel like this
क्या
team
बोलते हो
has a lot
विवेक
of
भाई
presence, has a lot of experience, but can they step up
Ugh,
when we get into our matches?
nice.
Which we're gonna do
Nice,
exactly
Kunali,
right
nice.
now. It's time to head
Fanatic.
into our first match of the
Boss,
day. It's Sandhawk. It's brought to you by
बहुत
none
बढ़िया,
other
बहुत
than
बढ़िया।
John Allen and Blake.
The grand finals starts now, Blank. We are
Chalo,
getting into
let's
the first
go.
Sandhawk of the tournament. It is incredible to be
ऐसे
here
आया था
in
cast अभी।
Istanbul. We've had a hell of a time getting ready for
तो
it.
गाइस
Hopefully
ऑलमोस्ट
you're
200 लोग
ready
देख
for
रहे
it as
काफी
well.
जनता हमारी
We'll
जा
start off
चुकी
with
है
Sandhawk.
तो जो भी टीम आपकी फेवरेट टीम है जिसको आप चाहते हो कि चिकन डिनर ले एंड कई बार ले भी लेती है तो जो टीम आपको भी लग रहा है चिकन ले सकती है एक बार नीचे कमेंट करके बताना इफ यू थिंक लाइक कि लूप्स चिकन लेगी तो लूप्स एसटी लेगी तो एसटीई डब्ल्यूबीजी लेगी तो डब्ल्यूबीजी स्पैम कर दो विद हर्ट्स क्या पता सही हो जाए आपकी प्रेडिक्शन चलो कास्टर भी यही बोल रहे हैं कि अयोगी की स्ट्रीम पे जाके जल्दी से लिखो
Is it going to put too much pressure on them? Are they going to falter under that? Because this year hasn't been too amazing for them, let's be honest. Coming off of the high heights of PMGC last year to this, it's not ideal, but on the other hand of things, everyone cheering for you in your
ये क्या
country
मतलब हुआ
and
फॉर योर
taking
रेफरेंस
you
में
a
इसका तो
very,
कोई मतलब ही
very
नहीं है
long
यार
way. But
ये मैं
again,
हैंडल
a
नहीं
lot
कर
of teams
रहा
here, John, that we're all expecting to do very, very well.
चलो गाइस सिस्टम हिला दो
Looking kind of a similar set of teams, I think. A lot of
WBG and 4M का चिकन आएगा ठीक है लाइट भाई
somewhat similarly. I think Stalwart's obviously on everyone's minds. I put Alpha 7 on the top because I feel like a Brazilian team. You know, it's just about time for this incredible development from the region to be shown right at the top.
Information दे रहा विवेक भाई विवेक भाई विवेक भाई 5G एयरटेल नहीं चल रहा वरना रेडी पे देखना कोई नहीं ब्रो 720p क्वालिटी मस्त आएगी
fantastically good over in their survival stage. You've also got players like teams
अरे
like
अरे पीछे मेरे को एलेक्स दिख रहा है गाइस आईएचसी का एलेक्स
really strong teams themselves.
छोटू सन दिख रहा
really prove themselves to be a fantastic and phenomenal team, actually beating out versus Alpha 7 at the end of the day, which was insane to see.
कर दो
But
स्टार्ट
Alpha
मेरी
7 had a
जान
very long run to make in their group stage to get where they wanted to be versus Reject, and they overtook them in the end, as well as Stalwart as well. So this is kind of a big deal looking at both those teams, both Brazilian teams making it in together.
अभी भाई रोनी ये मेरे घर के पास है तोरन भाई बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया एक बार हाय बोल देना रोनी को
You're going to be wanting to take home that first place
सुपरस्टार रोनी और व्हाट everyone और एमवी को किसने अंडर एस्टिमेट नहीं करा ब्रो शॉर्ट टूर्नामेंट की टीम है वो शॉर्ट टूर्नामेंट ही चल रहा है तो अच्छा खेल सकती है
Obviously, we're just waiting to get into game right now.
मेजर प्राइड के बंदे तो खड़े हैं फेस के बंदे यहाँ घूम रहे हैं मैच कब स्टार्ट होगा इनका
Obviously, my favorite map.
Yeah, of course. It is well known that is your favorite map.
अरे भाई लस्सी चाहिए लस्सी यस लस्सी ला दीजिए पिला दीजिए
really, really hard fought battle. No quarter to be given, and I'm looking at Major Pride to try and keep up the pace that they're able to achieve.
आपके पीछे ही है. You are looking for Major Pride, but just आप अपने पीछे देखिए. आपके पीछे ही Major Pride है.
Championships, I think it's fair to say, and back in EU as well, they have
Caster की
shown
sound बढ़ाओ.
some stumbles here and there, but they have made it. They're a top group qualifier. They are right in the mix of it.
I think for Major Pride, there's like a lot on the line from here at PMGC. I think they're one of the few new European teams to get back into PMGC again, even after
चलो भाई, let's go. Face का hurdle हो गया. बंदे बैठ गए. I guess match is about to start. Earphones पहन लिए, headphones पहन लिए. चलो भाई. मिथेक भाई मारो मारो मारो. Loops मारेगी आज. चलो match, first match.
In his group stages over in PMPL 2. The unfortunate thing for Major Pride, and this is what I can see things going two ways, is that they'll either crash and burn quite quickly, or they'll get
Guys, spammers, flight jag pass jayega hamare paas spam kar dena.
First place position, but there's certainly a world here where that can happen. For instance, there's teams like IHC who had a blaster of a run towards the end of their last chance qualifier, which was incredible to watch, John. You know, Alex has really
first global
stepped
LAN.
up his game on
Good luck
that
to them.
team.
Yes.
And again, the Mongolian teams over at this tournament are very, very strong. You've got Stalwart, you've got 4V, you've also got your boys on IHC. It is really, really awesome to see Mongolian teams rise up this way.
And a lot of them are quite
Let's
streaky.
go.
I think as you highlighted,
Let's go.
IHC, certainly
Let's go.
getting that push in from the last chance. You've also seen that back in their group stage as well, to make sure that they have that spot. It was the final day, and that sprint capability in a 3-day format, Blank, is really, really important. They've shown it. Can they bring it to the stage here in Turkey?
Yeah, it's even worse when you get to the last
Who
chance.
do you
You've got 2 days
think
to make
winning it?
happen, right?
Who do
IHC
you
make it
think
happen
winning
there.
it?
Very,
कोई
very
भी जीत
difficult.
सकता है bro, चलो.
Stalwart, on the other hand, another team that everyone's
Ah,
talking
yeah,
about.
कितना-
Max
अरे,
wanted to
कितना
talk
प्यार
about
से.
them. He decided he won. He's already ranted
Nice.
about this team more than enough. However, for Stalwart, it's
शांति
another
प्रिय
team
लोग.
that has issues in terms of the way I see it.
क्योंकि लाइन में
they're a
देखना
team
चाहता
that
हूँ
either
अपनी टीम
plays
को
the
सपोर्ट
best
करते हुए
PUBG
ट्रॉफी
Mobile
लेते
you
हुए.
will
लेट्स
ever
गो भाई.
see
आपने
in
स्काई का
game,
लाइन मिस
or
कर
they
लॉबी के
just do
अंदर है
nothing.
प्लेयर्स.
And the problem with that is that in between
Let's
is
go.
not good enough. Now there is
Let's
players
go.
supporting them now
Let's
in that
go.
squad. You know,
अरे फेज
obviously,
ने प्रॉपर वो
IC
लगा
is
रखा
this
अपना.
amazing off angler for the squad who's able to hold down the fort.
We
So
are
it
world
gives
world में
action
hashtag
and
33
top
में
a
है.
little bit more room to
Blind
breathe.
nice.
They're
Hello
able to
Yugi.
carry every
Hello
single match,
Elise.
and they
After
can
a long
actually play
time.
that duo a little bit more nicely. But yeah, I do have worries for Stalwart because, again, we say every year this team is going to do well. It comes to PMGC and it doesn't happen. I would love to be proven wrong in that aspect, though, because I think all we've done is root for this team for the past 3 years because they keep showing us that they've got the stuff.
If they go on much longer, they'll go the way of
Someone
Gladiators,
from E
Blank.
or
You know, we
Enigma
love
get
talking
when
about
in
them. We have to
BMPS.
bring them up at least once. It's
Oh,
contractual
ऐसा क्या?
at this stage, but we are.
E का तो मैं फाइट
But
देख रहा
yeah,
था.
absolutely.
तो
Stalwart
कैसे हुई
always the
बीच में?
bridesmaid, never the bride.
इन्हें शायद सीकी को
Not
मारा है
quite
अभी.
able to go the full distance.
शानौक खंजी भाई,
That
मोए
is
मोए,
the story
शानौक,
here
चलो.
in Istanbul. So we get locked and
बेअलिस
loaded
दीदी को
for
कितने प्यार से
Sanok.
हेलो बोल रहे हैं. After a long
Just
time.
waiting to get
Yes.
into that playing
चलो.
path now. The final thing to be done is to get into that playing path, get into our first match of the day here
कर दो,
for
start कर दो, कर
PMGC
दो.
here in Istanbul.
अब तो रुका नहीं जा रहा भाई. कितना वेट करवाओगे?
Happy to see it. Love to be here. Ready to rear in to watch some of these players bring the thunder in the matches. S2G brought the trophy. Will they take it back with them? Only 58 seconds will
Silas
tell.
भाई, Silas भाई.
Able to carry that trophy in. I've lifted that thing before
It's heavy.
last year. It
Yeah.
is heavy. The guy's got the trophy.
स्टार्ट
to
करो,
carry,
MB
hopefully
खत्म हो जाएगी.
carry
करण भाई
through
मेरे
the
हाथ
rest
में
of his
नहीं है
team
ना.
as
चलो
well.
फाइनली 40
Hometown
सेकंड में.
heroes, as
चलो
Barney
गाइस,
rightly
अब तो
said,
स्पैम चालू
in
कर
his
दो. अब
intro
एनर्जी वापस
for
से
this
लाओ. फर्स्ट
roster.
मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है.
Got
आई
some
एम
Brazilians on
विद
the
यू
screen
गाइस.
as well.
चलो
They'll be
मैं
looking
भी हर्ट
to
स्पैम
bring it
करता
to
हूँ.
battle.
जिस टीम
I'm
का मेरे को लग रहा है
sure
फर्स्ट
in the
मैच पे
first
चिकन
match.
आएगा.
Sandhawk typically very,
मैंने स्पैम कर
very,
दिया. अब आपकी बारी.
fast, a
चलो.
little bit more confrontational of a style of map. Some difficult crossings, and really the main thing is that trifecta in terms of dictating a lot of the pace of the early game and where those early circles fall.
एप्पल को स्पॉन्सर
Yeah,
कराने की
a lot
अनिल
of
भाई
times
जरूरत ही नहीं है.
you either get the worst
बिना
circles
बोले
on Sandhawk
उसकी
ever, or
इतनी
you give
प्रमोशन
some
हो जाती है
decent
तो उसको
ones you can
प्रमोशन
actually
कराने
play
की
around
जरूरत
with.
नहीं है ब्रो.
We have seen quite a few of those trifecta
भाई या
circles.
भाभी
In
कैसी?
fact, in the
भाभी है ही
PMGC
नहीं ब्रो.
group stage as well, going into survivals
By the
and
Savior
last
भी
chance,
बहुत
we
strong
did see
team
a
है.
lot of it. We saw
Obviously
more
bro, they are
like on the south
strongest.
side and the northern side, and even a lot of northwest island finishes, which was honestly very cool to see.
चलो.
Though maybe
Shanok.
that looks run out for these players now as we head into Sandhawk. Maybe we're getting that trifecta split every single time, but here we are in the plane.
Plane looks good in the Turkish colours. Look at that.
Oh.
We are going on over
Nice.
the island from the northwest side down towards Kampong Blank. As again, Sandhawk is small enough. Plane paths, unless they are super dramatic, really don't play too much into it in the same way that they
टीम आगे
do
करो,
on
पीछे चल रही
certainly
है.
a map like
15
Miramar
सेकंड का
or
डिले
Mirakel
होगा.
as
चलता
well.
अपना.
FaZe look like they're dropping for that northwest island.
फाइनल में ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा कि नहीं
Already
होगा?
getting straight into it. Like I said, FaZe
होना
on
तो
the
चाहिए
side,
मेरे
focusing around
according.
this location that's really bothering them on this one. Got CG taking
Paradise
down
में भी
both
होना
trifectas.
चाहिए.
Seems like this position on the side of the map is fairly comfortable.
Oh,
Already
हो
spotted
गया.
now, John. Alpha 7 down towards that southeast side, taking a double split. Nice little bit of green happening early on, but we do have S2G in themselves. A hot drop.
We're going to be treated today. It looks like S2G starting to get a little bit more of an edge on the damage.
ये थोड़ा सा रुकेगा गाइस. 2 मिनट रुको.
They've taken a knock. One has fallen down, unfortunately, right at the start, but
अभी मैं
Crazy holding forwards with that S12K, the DBS in hand. They're going to back off.
I guess 4 MV का भी drop clash हुआ है. 4 MV का भी drop clash है. There is 2 drop clashes.
There's a lot of damage has been done. S2G looking to get this res. They want to try and enact it. Molotov to try and keep them in this one over in Paradise Resort.
Loops are bhai.
Could be a little bit more trouble.
4MV loops dono favorite team hai.
Loops as 4MV take them on and immediately Baron rings out for one. They've taken a knock in response, but the flush isn't there in the trade. Over onto Baron from Mythic. Excellent, and the flush to come through. So 1-for-1 so far, and Loops have already got a knock on the backlines.
Yeah, for 4 Miracle vibes down this side. It's important to win out this fight, and we do get one from Doc with the S12K. We'll take down Isla. That guy was on fire during the group stage. And losing him out is not ideal, but it's
equal situation
here,
for
Apex as well as Doc.
पहले ही
He's
मैच
currently
में
down for 4MV. Get him back up on his feet, but you can't imagine that Mythic and Cardozin's going to do too
it's
much
a 2v2
in
by
this
the way.
situation. QBZ and a Thompson, not ideal for close range, but for at least cleaning up East here, there's a possibility.
Ah, now it's 1v2. Lobby read, nice one.
With Cardozin as well, on the opposite side of the river, there's very little chance that he gets across.
जब पूरी लॉबी को पता होता है ना ड्रॉप क्लैश होने वाला है और किल फिट चलती है तो एक प्लान भी हमेशा से होता है जिसको लेके आई थी इवोस परसिया निकाला नॉक.
It's a nice split here coming through from Pasija Evos, instantly hearing that gunfire. I mean, they're not.
This is called the pre-planned
in
strategy.
this location.
Nice one.
He's
Map
pretty
reading,
easy
बढ़िया से.
breezy over in boot camp for quite some time. So for Pasija Evos,
Nice defend
stick their heads
by
in.
4MV.
Notice there's a fight
दो
that's
knock निकाले.
ongoing, not quite fully cleaned out yet. You can see here they currently have the 4-man split right now, so they've got a lot of eyes on this one, and potentially 4MV.
अब परसिया का नेक्स्ट देखते हैं क्या रहता है
स्टांस.
ब्रो मैं एक मिनट में फेंक दूं प्लीज मुझे बता दो मैं कौन सी.
Very soon to go down fully here, but East actually steps back. I mean, to be fair, you could just wait out that timer. If Pasija Evos don't have angles, it might be a little bit tricky. Both sides of the river now covered off by Pasija Evos. In the meantime, over from Cow, it looks like Nongshim Red Force have moved down south to guard out the north edge of Paradise Resort. You can see S2G still holding.
फंस जाएगी मुझे लग रहा है 4MV आगे देखो आगे S2G The Savior फॉल ले लिया बढ़िया. The 4v4 मतलब लाइक दोनों के 4-4 बंदे एक नॉक दिया था The Savior ने शायद. लूट कॉम्प्रोमाइज ठीक है. डॉक ने मिथिक का किल भी निकाल दिया मतलब 3 फिनिशेस The Savior निकाल चुकी है.
We saw early on between the Turkish squad here and the Vietnamese massive on this side looking to hopefully hold out S2G. If we get a singular knock, that's about it. Chua, I don't know how many nades he had there, but this guy was absolutely killer with them during the group
कल से को पता है
stage.
पूरा info sorted है.
Pulls the pin on one, opts back out of it.
He's only got the one in the pocket. Doesn't want to waste it without some sort of guaranteed return, whether it's information, whether he spots a play, sees two breaking wide. DX Xavier still holding on this northwest building on Paradise Resort. You saw before as well, Nongshim Red Force in the background. Unlikely that there's much movement happening in that area for now because it's slap bang in the middle of the circle. So we'll have to come back to that one. Pasija Evos, they have been snaking around and Major Pride might just be bitten. Hopefully they got that anti-venom ready effect. Close to danger, perhaps closer than he knows, but Zuxi has the crossfire with Misery across the way.
Yeah, Misery honestly has been fairly effective on this squad so far. More effective than I maybe thought he would be. That's Revo taking down one of Titans players, and Shadow will get flushed out. For Alpha 7, it's all about that first day for this team. They're able to start things off strong. That's where they start biking it on down towards that trophy. They just gain momentum and cadence. These matches head out. Major Pride sends away Misery. They'll be looking to take shots as they leave on the back player in the vehicle. That would be effect, but
meaning of cutoff.
Successfully
कुछ नहीं
make it
bro,
down here.
BMPs की बात हो रही है.
Towards Trifecta, and Pasija Evos has essentially allowed this team to leapfrog.
I'm not sure if they scouted the move out from Pasija Evos or if they knew that was going to happen, but getting up to that left side, that west bank of the trifecta.
ये नॉक आया था पहला headshot. Lamborghini
steps up for a shot, spray down to east. 4MV as well, continuing their engagement with loops across the way. A trade.
ये प्यारा लिया था.
Moving on in and taking down the majority of loops. Mythic is there, but there's the spray.
Just a replay.
Where is the zone?
Unfortunately.
देखना पड़ेगा अभी आएगा zone.
Checking out what happened earlier in those games with Lamborghini being able to hit those shots over towards S2G. It was interesting that Lamborghini wasn't able to actually take him down there. Would have fought on the roof side. That was an easy flush, but I imagine the Lamborghini thought better of it. Likely less ideal. He gets knocked on the actual balcony than it is for Kelsey to get knocked on
क्वालिटी
the
कम
rooftops
तो
and
की
get
टिकट
dropped
कलर
straight back
ऐसा नहीं
down
ब्रो
again
मल्टीबस
outside of
स्ट्रीम्स
line
हो
of
रही होती है
sight.
उसकी वजह से कई बार
So,
क्वालिटी रिड्यूस हो जाती है
Kelsey gets away with it, but by the skin of his teeth there, S2G happy to hold on to a few of their players. Going forward, it's IHC on your screens here on all
Alright,
on the
Ninja Boy
eastern side
Gaming.
of things. You got
Let
Udo
me
Alliance
check,
towards their
is
north
this
as well.
official
That's
one
towards the
or
east
not?
side of Tap Mock. So could run into each other shortly.
Oh my
but
god,
this
6
position,
solo
this area of the
finishes.
map, fairly cut
DMPSG
between.
continued highlight. After
So
Diwali
there
battle
is
highlight,
just this
MVP plus
traffic jam around
dominator.
Tainan, though, that has been held down
Yeah, boy.
by 4MV, trying to keep that
Uzumaki,
north edge
Ninja
of it
Boy,
clear. You've got Morph now
Super
starting to move in from
Saiya.
the southwest edge, putting pressure on, and Procedure Evos
1v4
regrouping
OR Esports,
together at the
1v2
moment
Gladiator
under the purview
Esports
of Major Pride, who
in
have looking
BGMS
for
LAN.
and put a foot into boot camp as well, so they can get a little bit further north along that coastline that
ठीक
FaZe
है
actually
भाई,
might
ठीक
try
है
and
भाई,
push
big
across.
पंखा भाई, big पंखा.
From this northwest island position that they dropped on the split wasn't really that contested at all.
No, not at all. I think right now,
Pro symbol हटाओ 4MV
a
7K name वाले
little
black
bit
blue.
lucky, let's say, in
Oh,
terms
zone.
of how they've been able to angle themselves around. Circle heads over towards S2G. Don't really have to do too
Guys,
much.
मुझे ऐसा फील आ रहा है कि ये जो सर्कल है ना, जहाँ पे S2G है और जहाँ पे मेजर प्राइड है, वहीं कहीं जोन जाने वाला है
And they're
ये.
just going to be gathering that util.
मेजर प्राइड
Sort of known for their
के पास एक
nades as well, so
एडवांटेज रहेगा,
clearing
ऐसा
out
मुझे
the
फील आ
position
रहा
that
है.
S2G
Oh,
might be
nice.
holding, could be bad,
Woo!
but here comes Dongshan Red Force, takes down one at least, and that's
Clear.
Levi's. No!
Nice.
He's brutal with it. Straight through the door, the DBS breach. Now, can DXavier piece anything back together? Because Traz got one of his own. He's spraying, he's chunking through, but he's not landing the damage. Sporter pushes with the Thompson in hand, still has to go for the swap. The QBZ is there, breaks right, breaks left. It's all over the place, and DXavier still not able to get any value. There has been a retribution elimination, though, and Sporter still jumping across, trying to find the final player from DXavier, but he's just a little bit too elusive.
S2G in the wings also hear this, and they'll be making their way on over. Could be able to clean up
Wings
this engagement.
चलेगा.
Red Force
NSR,
down to 3 players,
Wings.
one player knocked here. S2G decides not to get involved on this one. This could have been some 3 easy points coming their way off the back of it. I think this may have been a mistake. A little bit too cautious in a 3-day sprint, John. You've got to take these chances.
6-2-8, the third party Kings looking to move on in now from this northwest edge. Moving from that bridge position over towards the west side currently. They have managed to push in a little bit closer. Potential for them to try and crash on the compound, but they have turned around and thought a little bit better of it.
Live ban bro फिर से क्या? Live ban क्या? देखना पड़ेगा. कुछ सीन हुआ क्या? STB आ गई भाई बीच.
Might struggle somewhat.
Insta पे आ गया होगा.
For S2G,
Player
properly preoccupied with that building. They've been watching it for a long, long while. Seeing if it'll move, but fortunately, does not move.
कौन हो गया ban live?
Players inside,
Persia
don't worry about.
4MV.
Zuxi, though, has brought himself back to a little bit of fame here, but it's his brother Luxi who's been hitting the majority of shots. Now, Zuxi at a PMGC, he has been phenomenal before. Now he has to step up big for the rest of the team. Gets one knock, it's beautiful.
Misery's there, he's catching the flanks. 4MV don't know what's hit him. Zuxi
Yeah.
with the DBS goes down, and he's out in the blue, but Misery's right
Nice,
there.
very nice.
To put the final nail in the coffin, and 4 Miracle Vibes will go down. Procedure Evos carry on.
Really good stuff, and it's nice to see Luxi perform, honestly, because it was Luxi putting in the majority of the heavy lifting during those group stages. However, we know Zuxi, he gets a little bit of that fire underneath him, a bit of that adrenaline flowing during the PMGC itself. And it's nice to see that that same kind of treat's working out for him here. You're looking over to the map now, though. We've got 628 still hovering towards the northwest side and Tap Mock, just trying to claim space. There's a lot of the northern side which is still open. So could still head
होगा
up there
होगा
as
obviously
well.
होगा. ये zone बहुत tough
S2G
zone है.
staying very comfortable in Paris Resort, not attempting to get too much done. But it is stalwart on that south side. It'd be a hell of a push to get through Paris
मैंने अभी
Resort
देखा
in that
guys.
area.
Ban तो हुआ है कोई player. पता नहीं
See
अब क्या
exactly
सीन
what
होगा.
they can get done.
WBG moving up the east coast right now, past Lakawi, up towards Camp Bravo. With Morph just behind them. Their traffic
Just
jam over near
things.
Painan had to go somewhere. That's where it spilled over towards
Nice.
Morph. Have
Nice.
found the
Nice.
backlines here, and WBG, they lose Sue on the backline.
Sue going down is pretty bad news. This was the lad that, honestly, a lot of people had high hopes for on the squad of WBG.
BGMI BMPS में बैन हुआ है। I know मेरे को पता है ब्रो। एरर ई से बोल रहे लोग, एरर का नाम दे रहे, बाकी पता नहीं।
You know, I always hate to see 4 people in a vehicle, but Morph think better of cresting the ridgeline in such a fashion. They drop out a little bit early. They want to get this flush confirmed. It's just going to go down to the blue though, and they can continue to push
knock
forward.
finish हो गया।
They're starting to look a little bit unhealthy here with the amount of meds that they've got on board, the stims that they've got ticking.
अरे रॉकी भाई यहाँ भी है क्या?
Have to get out of the blue soon.
Yeah, honestly, for Morph right
lag
now,
हो रहा है, मेरा lag
it's
नहीं है
not
bro।
a huge deal for them.
बीच
But coming
में
in
lag
on
हो रहा
that
है,
southeast side, you got Alpha 7 hanging around this area top. Titans as well. WBG send the rest of their force inwards, and obviously they'll have a read. There's a team behind them. And around this spot,
by India teams किसमें lag करते हैं बाहर से?
So for WBG already having that information early,
Indian teams किसमें lag करती है बाहर से?
working out well for them. It depends how quickly Morph's able to send their way in.
भाई देखो
a lot of the eyes right now is up
आप
towards
बोलोगे
Paradise and the
चीजें
compounds off towards the east
खेल
side
खेल
of
की
it.
लॉबी
But
पे
we
आएगी।
have currently
मेजरली जो
IHC,
डिसीजन
one of the most
मेकिंग्स
central
होती है ना
positions,
बाहर की टीम्स
holding a
की,
fair few compounds
थोड़ी सी क्विक है।
to boot. You can see
क्विक इन द
Lucic,
सेंस कि
Cardozo has spotted at least one of them, but
थोड़ा
they're on
फास्ट
very
खेलते हैं
minimal
बाहर के
players
बंदे।
right now. And by minimal,
इतना
I
मैंने
mean
नोटिस
what?
करा है बस।
That's
आप
probably,
बेसिक
that is
आइडिया
the
यही ले
minimum
लो
possible, I suppose, to still be
कि
in the running of it, but
एक
still give
पर्टिकुलर
them a chance. A
सिचुएशन
couple of
पे जहाँ
placement
पे
points
ऑफ
if
एंगल
they are
नीडेड है,
lucky, if
तो
he
वहाँ
plays
पे
his cards
वो
right, just
फ्रैक्शन
leave
ऑफ
them
टाइम पे उस
a
बंदे का
little
ऑफ
bit of
एंगल
chance
होगा
here.
और वो उसी
Nongshim
पॉइंट पे
Red
बना
Force,
रहेगा
they
जहाँ पे
took
क्रूशियल
the
पॉइंट
northwest
होगा
position on
उस
Paradise
फाइट
Resort
के लिए,
away from
पर्टिकुलर फाइट
DXavier,
के लिए।
but they lost a player in the
समझ रहे हो?
process.
जहाँ पे
Losing
क्रूशियल
one,
पॉइंट
playing as
पे
3, they
आप
can
बोल
stack
सकते
up
हो
in this
कि
building,
एक
and they do
बंदे
have a
को
decent chance
एंट्री
of
के लिए
holding
जाना
off, but
पड़ेगा,
as soon as more than
एक
one
बंदे
team
को लाइक
starts to
समझ
rock
रहे हो
up,
कि
as soon as
जहाँ
both
पे
the west and
जो
east side
चीज
of this
होनी
position
चाहिए
get
ना वो
threatened,
फास्ट करते
it's
हैं
going
बस
to be
थोड़ा सा।
so much harder to hold on to.
जहाँ पे
as
नीड
Zeri
होना चाहिए,
just
जहाँ पे
needs those
मॉली, जहाँ पे
sidelines.
स्टन
You
होना
just sort of
चाहिए,
respect the play that S2G's
जहाँ
going
पे ऑफ
for, 'cause
एंगल्स की बात आ गई, तो
essentially
ये
they've
चीजें वो
lined
क्विक
themselves
करते
up,
हैं
understand the
इन टर्म्स
circles,
ऑफ द
likely
फाइव
gonna move
टेकिंग
away
एंड
from
डिसीजन
Parasol
मेकिंग उनकी
eventually,
काफी
on
क्विक
the
है।
rocky edges, right?
बस
Where
इतना
a
ही
lot
मैं
of teams
बोलूंगा
gonna have to
जितना
get
मुझे
through.
लगा,
It's much
बाकी
easier for them to
तो
hold
है
out in that
चीजें,
position
वो
than it
टाइम
is
के
for
साथ
teams
ही
to
ठीक
push
होंगी।
through there, especially with the fact that with having FaZe in this location on that northwest side, they're coming in from the back of the blue. You've already got 628 in, Stalwart as well as Nongshim Red Force. These teams are all going to have to take shots at each other as they move through, and S2G perhaps hoping to clean up the rest of the pieces at the end of this one. Right now, it is 628, looking to deal with FaZe, who have had that glorious run, as the
अच्छा ये
test
वाटर
said,
मार्क आ रहा है क्या?
from their final
हटाना है।
dying moments to bringing themselves back to life here, and have only looked better and more
ये
rosy
WBG,
since then.
IHC और TC पे जाने वाला है जोन।
Hopefully the first
Oh
lead
my
goes through.
God!
6-8 lose a player. Now FaZe can start to move on forwards. There's a player up on high that they do need to be worried about. Need to take care. A hard shift down to the southwest, so gives them a little bit more circle time. Oh, nearly going down. 33Z runs away, turns tail, but it's not in time. He will go
तगड़ी वाली
down.
फाइट होने
Can
वाली
there
है
be a trade? But Ventores is ready and waiting. Sees that they're putting these players on the deck time and time again, and ST and Stalwart are going to rock up to the southwest point of the Paradise Resort. 6-2-8 get crunched in the middle.
Nongshim Red Force, though, send out Sporter to the side, and right now I think FaZe is being a little bit careless with this one. Not really too worried, a bit lackadaisical. This is an
Indian teams
amazing
losing
little
global
rotation coming
teams.
through from Sporter. Quick jump out to the edge, gives you full sight lines, great bit of cover to play around as well, and FaZe could get ripped to pieces by this. It might be a 3v4, but this opening that Sporter's given them could be the death of FaZe here. They're currently moving over the top side right now, which keeps them a little bit safer. Unleashes a nade, a bit of a risky approach, but hits it just on target.
कसम से भाई सपोर्टा भाई आप मानने नहीं वाले।
FaZe in the blink of an eye, and now Nongshim Red Force have even the numbers and done more as well. They've been able to take that numbers advantage now, 3 versus 2, and S2G are here to play.
Nice रे, nice रे, nice,
holding their
nice.
ground now. Nongshim continue with 3. Mela breaks wide out in the blue. The nade not going long enough, and Sporter stays alive behind the crags. Tizzy on the off angle, looking to try and keep up the pace, but XZY up on the high ground has gone down for them, so they're playing on us too. Can they keep it up in this phase?
For FaZe right now, Onzen's looking to get picked up, but more nades are flying through over towards their position. You can see Major Pride here taking the engagement down with Procedure Evos on the south side. Sporter will take
सपोर्टा नहीं मानता भाई, शॉटगन से सपोर्टा नहीं मानता। NSR ने तो बहुत तगड़ा निकाल दिया भाई। NSR क्या बात है? पॉइंट निकाल दी कंसिस्टेंट। 8 एलिमिनेशंस।
on that grenade directly on target. Though curiously, is Silas to get silenced over towards the south side of this engagement.
Does get picked up though and healed up nicely. Can they pick up these 2 points against Nongshim? Red Force, he is ready, he is waiting. Sporter with the DBS in close range against the UMP. Steps up, and Silas is ready. He takes the knock, takes the elimination, fades back
support
with
dekh
the
rahe ho,
rest of
guys.
his team. Nongshim down to 1.
A lot of time spent on this one though, John. S2G do need to start moving out. Stalwart with this circle look to be having a very good position on the side of the map. Nice shot from Kelsey though, will take down another, not before he gets refragged himself. Will drop off the side of the wall.
Udo Alliance putting pressure on from the eastern edge. S2G will have to leave this position. The blue zone will push them out.
ये जोन ऑलरेडी बन चुका है, अगर आपको याद होगा. मेरे को याद आ रहा है जिस ग्रुप में WBG थी ना, येलो ग्रुप में पहला मैच था, सेम जोन बना है ये. जाके देख लो. अरे WBG?
In the meantime, WBG have gone down on the east side. IHC, Morph, Alpha 7 engaged in that conflict. But Udo Alliance still guard out S2G. A little bit of a struggle in their future.
A lot of engagements happening around the map at the moment. IHC, who had a strong position for a long time, need to move over towards that western side. Alpha 7 is just calmly breaching over towards the east. Only really Loops in a strong position right now, but they've only got one player. Cardozen sets himself up.
NSR India आई थी, yes bro, NSR India आई थी मेरी जान, आई थी.
S2G here versus Stalwart. A big old fight
Late
here
हो गया.
between these two teams. Currently, Stalwart sort of has the better positioning on this one, but S2G, 4 players, can they make it happen? That's the question here.
Ooh, first through the breach, and Hamzy on the high ground backs him off the corner. Unfortunately, takes a little bit too much damage to continue that position against Icy. Nurzed as well.
Difference between global and BG main
come
zone.
through from S2G. The Stim's just ticking them back up, and top goes down.
बहुत ज़्यादा
Silas has
फर्क है
found
भाई,
the
रुको
first
बताता
shot.
हूँ अभी.
Drawn first blood in the engagement. The duel rages on. IHC not quite close enough to engage because Udo Alliance are in the way. Silas continues to break forwards as Kelsey backs him up on the rooftop. Razy for the lower punch here. Nurzed
S2G निकाल लेगी.
time waiting on the door frame for anybody to step on through. It's dangerous, and Icy's there as well. Silas continues to move along the wall, and Razy steps in.
Nice.
And it's a 1-for-1. They keep it alive, but they find that they will lose Hamzy in the sidelines, and more start to fall as well.
बोला था
S2G
S2G निकाल
keep it
लेगी.
going, and Stalwart, a major
तो elimination
contender,
point.
fall in the face of the hometown heroes.
Realistically, that's a difficult push coming through from S2G to get down towards that south side. Stalwart held all the cards in that situation. Yet still S2G pushes on through with the support of their backers here in Istanbul.
क्लच निकाल रहा है क्या ज़क्सी? दो फिनिश ज़क्सी अभी गया. 1v2 मारा ज़क्सी.
Zuxi in the meantime, by the way, call him Levi Acker, but he's just taken down most of the time.
1v2 और 1v3 किया है ज़क्सी ने.
And he did go down in the end, but there's only one player now for Titan, and that's Major Pride to get a position now on the south side as they can move in and try and push towards Alpha 7.
Major Pride. This is one of their best maps. It's sort of odd for a European team to be very, very good at Sandhawk, but Major Pride is one of the few teams in Europe that actually can play Sandhawk very, very well and pick up some big numbers off the back of it. Very likely of them to actually go for a central position.
Okay. मैंने kill feed नहीं पढ़ी. Major Pride ने knock दिया था. ठीक है.
Potentially just trying to slowly make their way in. They understand as well as any other team within this lobby that honestly, the positions, the locations towards the center of this circle aren't really ideal. You're going to be playing Edge for a long, long time. Tizzy still going though, trying to get further into this match. Going to be backstabbing over towards S2G. Has to hit another first aid kit though. Kelsey getting roughed up by Major Pride as Naomi opens up onto him.
Major Pride's attention drawn in that direction by the shots from
आपके भाई ने मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले क्या बोला था? रिवाइंड करके जाओ, स्ट्रीम देखो.
Alpha 7 looking to stop the final player from Titan to go on through, and Tizzy is still there. Razy go down. Titan do finally fall completely, and Kelsey's down as well. Just Silas remains for S2G.
Gotta push further into this one. The placement points alone, very juicy towards the end here. Silas shimmying his way on the side. Good shots though. We'll take down one from Major Pride. That was instantaneous.
Naomi, first of all, Alpha 7 has spotted Major Pride on
Alpha
the
7 यार निकाल लो यार यहाँ से तो.
Silas is still going for S2G, and he is a force to be reckoned with, carrying that trophy forwards, and his effects get flushed away. Mafioso trying to hold out IHC. In the meantime, 2 players remaining for IHC.
IHC के दोनों बंदों की लोकेशन नॉक खाया, बढ़िया.
With the crossfire from Udo Alliance in the meantime, and Ziol tries to keep going for IHC. Effect to Nomi down, and Silas is still there. He just doesn't die.
Silas currently on a
एक HP
1v3 angle right now, looking for the
Silas
bomb
एक
at the
HP.
moment. Revo desperately trying to remove the thorn in their side in IHC.
गया खत्म
It's
IHC
all
गई
eyes on Silas at the moment. Major Pride's run devastated by him on the south side as well, looking up the hill. Effect goes down to the play zone, and Silas still here.
Revo is here as well, and Dino will go down. Alpha 7 sweep on through. They took a knock towards Major Pride's position, and Silas was there to pick up the pieces. But now Alpha 7, a dominant force. The Brazilian team, well, one of the two Brazilian teams, but this is the time that they will stand up for the performance, and Revo gives another challenge to Silas, who just about squeaks on
You do
through,
Alliance
gets
hashtag
up
2
there into third place with a cheeky little run for S2G, but it's Alpha 7 now all the way. You do Alliance, last player to stand. And it will not be long for it.
चलो भाई,
Alpha
बढ़िया.
7 clean house on Sanhok.
Really good cleanup there from Alpha 7 at the end of it, taking
Paradise में
themselves
कितनी
a
फाइट हुई?
chicken
NSR,
dinner.
DX,
And I'm
STE,
scared. I hear the boots
STE,
are rumbling from
चार
this team.
टीमें
We
पैराडाइज
start
से निपटी है.
strong for Alpha
S2G
7,
निकली
we
मतलब
start
3
strong
टीमें
for
पैराडाइज में
Brazil,
निपटी
and
है.
the train
NSR
don't
फेज
stop.
5 16 में से 4-5
exactly
टीमें
what the future
पैराडाइज
holds
के
for them,
नजदीक
but
हुई.
Revo,
मेजर प्राइड को
incredibly
काफी
deadly with that
बेनिफिट
DBS, still looks as incredibly
हुआ.
and
And
strong
Alpha
with the
7
DBS here
बढ़िया
now
भाई,
in
बहुत
the
ज़्यादा बढ़िया.
PMGC. It's a worrisome moment for a lot of teams in the lobby when they take the first game as cleanly as that. But again, I think a lot of the thoughts are going to be about Silas there.
A7 has a good zone GG. या जोन अच्छा था और मेजर प्राइड को बेनिफिट हुआ. क्लस्टर से बच गए. वो सारा क्लस्टर था, वो सारा ऊपर नदन साइड की तरफ हो गया. अगर देखो 4 से 5 टीमें वहाँ पे वाइप आउट हुई है. 2-3 टीम आपकी हो गई ईस्टर्न साइड पे, बाकी उनकी साइड से क्लस्टर फ्री मिला तो उनको एंट्रीज मिल गई. बाकी जोन गोज टू अल्फा 7, वहाँ से उनको निकालना ही था. लाइक वो बीच में, बाकी टीम्स उनकी तरफ आना. बढ़िया बढ़िया मैच.
Everybody's estimation, I think. So the fact that they're able to do that, brilliant. Revo, 5 eliminations for Alpha 7. As soon as they moved in from that southeast side, they just had so much pressure over that hill on the northwest.
Yeah, honestly, for Alpha 7, it wasn't the easiest of pushes for them because they were coming in through the middle. It's probably the best position to be on that side of the map, but you've also got Udo Alliance on your north, you've got Morph as well, as I think it was IHC next to them.
S2G
So they
Silas
had to battle
1v3
through quite a lot of teams, just twice
मेरे को
in 12
NSR
eliminations
का
at the end of it, but
कॉन्फिडेंस
that's what
बड़ा
they're very
स्ट्रांग
good at.
लगा. जो
They're
NSR का
not
पुश
afraid
था
to
ना,
take fights to some of us
दिखाएंगे भी
to
शायद.
take great
वो उनको
positions
बहुत
to
तगड़ा
make
लगा था.
circle.
NSR
And
ने जो
that's the
DX पे पुश
important
किया
thing.
था,
That's what you
that
saw
was
with
the
Nino.
strong
You could
approach
just
and
see from the
mindset
damage
जो शो
numbers
करता
alone,
है.
it's all
एंड जो NSR
extremely
ने वहाँ पे
high.
फेस को
Every single one
संभाला
of
है,
these
इवन
players
दो
is
वो
extremely
टफ था क्योंकि
talented,
पीछे S2G के बंदे भी
if
थे
you're
और
a team in the
S2G
lobby
से ही
that is happy
जो
and willing
आई
to
गेस
take
सेकंड
fights to
लास्ट
some of the best
बंदा
teams
है
in the
वो
world,
S2G
back
से
to
खाया
back
है
to
नॉक,
back,
अगर मैं
just
गलत
playing
नहीं हूँ
strong
तो.
position in the circle.
वहाँ पे
It's very
NSR ने काफी
hard
बढ़िया
to
संभाला.
battle them back, and Alpha 7 starting things off
नाइस वन
strong
यार, 8 किल
is
निकाल दिए
sort
थे
of bad
NSR ने
news
उस
for a
पॉइंट
lot of
तक.
these
बहुत
other
बढ़िया.
squads. You want to sort of keep Alpha 7 down in those early games, so they need to reset on them tomorrow. But going forward, it's just going to be 5 more matches of Alpha 7 feeling it.
Goodness me, the t-shirt cannon's going off right in my ear behind me. Needs to be careful on that one. That startled me something awful. But that was absolutely an incredible game coming through from Sanhok. Alpha 7 obviously taking that chicken dinner. Udo Alliance surviving up into second place, coming on through. I mean, fantastic performance coming through.
Yep.
Nongshim Red Force as well, taking a cheeky little scrap in Paradise Resort, seemingly another well-performing team. I was a little bit disappointed in Major Pride, though. That southwest position that they had, felt like they could have done a little bit more with it.
Yeah, I think that they got absolutely trounced by Silas, to be quite
true.
honest with you. I don't think you can really be too disappointed. They got absolutely destroyed. For Udo Alliance, though, this is kind of an interesting one because I think that their MO during most of their games, even in the past, right, is just consistency at the end of the day. Getting a second place here bodes well for the Malaysian squad, and hopefully they can continue doing that.
Well, you certainly hope so. Let's take a look at some highlights. Head back over to the desk to see what they thought of that one.
BMPS में लाइव मैंने अगेन. हाँ ब्रो, मैं वही बात कर रहा था. अभी मैं वही बात कर रहा था. वही देख रहा हूँ. 2 मिनट.
Alpha 7, we always talk about every single event. They start so slow, and we said the same thing. They're slow starters, and they'll pick it up later on in the event. But 7, I have to go straight to you with this one.
Yep.
The amount of times we said if Carrillo can play,
भाई S2G ड्रॉप क्लैश लेके
then Alpha 7
कैसे
can
इन्होंने
stop. They
करी
can be
वो
this
देखो.
formidable force that really no team can take down, and we saw that happen finally. in the
देख लिया
very
भाई,
first
देख
match.
लिया.
Yeah, before I even go into Carrillo and before we talk about what happened there at the end of the match, I feel like I have to give him some props too towards the beginning of the match because of how quick they were able to rotate into the circle. Yes, they were close to that circle, but it's how quickly they were able to do it. Usually, this is a team that likes to play edge and likes to be very, very slow in the rotations. To see that quickness,
online LAN events हो रहा है.
And now going back to what you were saying in regards to Korea, for him to
Hello,
put up 4
Baji.
eliminations with 521
10 minute
damage,
बचे हैं.
that's good to see too.
10 minute
And the
बचे
other
हैं.
one too is Rebel. Rebel was able to put
TWL.
up 5 elims. So it might be a little bit too early, but I feel like I have to say
अभी कर लो, नीचे करियो, टेक 3 स्टार लिया नीचे, 13 या 14 खाली होगा, उसमें से 3 लिया स्टार.
It's coming. No cosplay this time.
Nah.
ठीक है,
I mean, you were talking about the early game stage, and Revo, how happy was. I loved especially how they played the southern side of Paradise Resort. They just waited for the fight to happen between WBG and also IC during that fight. At that moment, tension is going to be thrown in the direction. That's when they push downhill. That's when they cross the road, and that's when they take full control of that finishing circle. The timing from the early until the late stage was on point for Alpha 7.
As an Indian, I'm feeling ashamed because of this.
And talking about timing,
अरे अरे अरे अरे
I
भाई,
actually thought that we're going to be engaging a little bit sooner between S2G and DC.
मैं भी वो देख रहा हूँ
They
यार.
were just waiting it out. I feel like DC Savior ended up hurting themselves there because they were not aware. Something that S2G was able to do in contrary is that they were able to be very aware of who was pushing up to them, and one push that you were actually excited about on a team that was pulling up to Paradise Resort was Stalwart.
Yeah, I love the play that they were going for. The southern side of Paradise Resort is always going to be the better transition point. You got that hilltop, which is good to gatekeep teams leaving Paradise,
and more
also
so
to take
invited
shots on the
hackers.
teams that are playing the really trashy terrain south of Paradise. But man, S2G
Feel like
just looking at
Rafting
Silas in
doesn't
particular,
care
what
in
a push
set
here
of finding new
onto
talent.
Stalwart Esports.
Just
I was
served
a bit
with
like,
cheaters.
I
I
thought
guess
Stalwart were going to win
hackers
that game, Jason, but
I mean, if you were going to say it,
also
I was
get
going to say
banned.
it.
I
Yeah,
really thought that
for
was going to be a
example,
Stalwart win through and through. But that push, that breach
Trash,
from S2G, it's so hard to pull
then
off, and
you
yet
all
they just
cheaters,
dominate because
you are
they
kind
played
of
as a four-man
considering you
team. Like, you
don't
can't beat a
deserve
push
to
like that.
be
It was
here
really well
because you
executed.
guys
The thing with S2G off the
cowards.
bat was we were literally saying before this match began that if they can start hot, this could be enough to carry them through. And we saw them fighting Dig Xavier early. We got a
ये
little
इसका
bit
सीन
scared.
तगड़ा
Like,
होने
maybe
वाला
need
है.
to chill, maybe need to relax a little bit. Now you
जो
wanna
भी
keep
बंदा
the
ban हुआ
games
है,
blasting, but
I think इसका
surviving
सीन
is the
तगड़ा जाने
important
वाला है.
part. And they survived and they were allowed to take out Nongshim Red Force as well, which is a team we're going to have to touch on. But they put up so many limbs, and also Silas at the end surviving for so long, for every little bit of points for placements, the eliminations
scene हो गया,
matches
guys.
we were calling out, he was just decimating Major Pride.
Yeah, I'm looking at this tournament. For me, I have two teams that are very streaky, very momentum-based. It is going to be these two teams that we saw, Alpha 7 and also S2G. So the fact that they start first and second place respectively on this first Game 7 sets a scary precedent for the rest of the lobby, I'd say.
It does, and I'm happy that one of the teams that I was talking about kind of showed up in a way, especially with Illims, and that's going to be Nonsham Red Force, the way they were able to find on these Savior. And not only that, the way that they were able to take on the fight with FaZe Clan as well. Yeah, they did end up losing one player to the SGG. I feel like they got a little bit surprised there, but it's just their awareness and being able to take down fights and close range fights too with the DBS and all that stuff. So good start here out of Nonsham Red Force.
Yeah, and Tizzy actually surviving as a solo, able to get a little bit of a backstab onto S2G. If Tizzy's not there, maybe we would be looking at an S2G win, but unfortunately at Sanark, you're always going to have like some solo snakes just lingering in the shadows and sometimes just rendering your chances of a win to zero pretty quickly.
And for these Saviors, it's kind of a bit of a letdown too, because they were there for such a long
MP
time.
which
They were
country?
just
Western
waiting
Europe की
patiently,
team है
and
मेरी
for them
जान.
to allow Nonsham Red Force to pull up, I wasn't actually able to get a chance to see how that happened, but it happened so quick that Nonsham Red Force took care of them very, very fast.
Yeah, I think it's just very prone to being naded and mollied because it's wooden floor, so they were just kind of locked in very small areas of that building, and you just can't escape because Nongshim Red Force, as you stated,
Another players get a live ban
is
in
so
BMPS.
aggressive
This
and
is
so
the second
proficient
time where
on
a
those
player
breaches
gets a
that,
live
I mean,
ban in
the South Korean team
BMPS.
is not going to give
ये
you
पता
any
क्यों
breathing
सिर्फ new
space
players
when
के
they are
साथ ही
breaching you.
They
So
weren't expecting
Xavier couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Well, let's roll it back to another team that you were talking so heavily about when it came to survival stage and last chance, FaZe Clan. Now, you're obviously saying when we look at this match, they're rotating really slow. They're playing the edge. You cannot really rotate the way they're currently playing, or play on the edge the way they're currently playing in a lobby like this. But I have to give them credit. The way they took down 628 with the roll-up, what time you roll up to the ridge of the hill, was really damn well done, and it probably could have been even more successful.
Did you guys
with
seen
STG
the
not
announcement of
peeking
PUBG
from the
Mobile
side.
Esports
So I agree, it was
2024
well
about their
executed, though I would
esports
go on the
ecosystem?
caveat here and say there was a better option. If we see with how the circle shifted,
Guys,
northeast is typically very open.
It's
There
on
was
fire.
only a alliance up there. I
Guys
think
should
if
cover
you
it
like to
through.
rotate late, you need to be very efficient at finding the path of least resistance to enter the circle. In this case, if you are FaZe, I believe.
Bro, Nova
just
did not
fight
qualify.
back
नहीं bro,
to,
where is Nova?
the
नहीं bro,
northern
Nova
side,
नहीं है,
tap
Nova
off,
नहीं है. वे
and
पैराबॉय
enter
को कहाँ
northeast.
कमेंट्री
I
कर
think
रहा
if you do that,
है? रीजनल्स की
maybe you
कमेंट्री
fight
होगी.
through alliance, but there's only one team
एक बार
decision
BGMI
is the
sports
threat,
will
and I
be
think
dead
they
seriously
can
अकेला
then play
तेरा
a stronger
किस
position.
बकर
Maybe
रहा है
not
what the
win
fuck
because
not in
Alpha 7
BGMI
are
no
just
no
that good of a match, but I think they
एक
at
बार
least
BGMI
get close to the top
dead
five.
seriously
Especially in
भाई
Zenhawk, it's so
भाई
hard to
पैरा
look
बॉय
forward
कहाँ
to
कमेंट
be able
अपने
to
रीजनल्स में
rotate
कर रहा होगा
early. I
मेरी
mean, we saw what
जान
happened with Persija as
रीजनल्स
well,
में कर
right?
रहा होगा टेंशन
Persija
के
was
लिए
trying
बाय द
to
वे अगला
gatekeep
मैच
for
6
a
मिनट
very
के अंदर
long
स्टार्ट
time, and
होगा
he ended up hurting them whenever they actually
तब
tried
तक
to
मैं
push into the circle. We
आपके
saw
साथ बातचीत
Zoxy
कर लेता
Scadio,
हूँ
which was really
साथ
nice.
साथ में
We
एक
saw
और
them
काम
being
कर
able to
लेता
clutch
हूँ
up some good
जानने वाले
fights.
जान चुके होंगे
I want to see more out of them. I want to be able to see a little bit more faster rotating, and I think that's kind of why I was giving props to Alpha 7 on how quick they were able to rotate. Completely different than what I'm used to seeing out of them.
Well, we're talking about the highs of Brazil.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We got to talk about the lows of Brazil. Max, your favorite player, Brazil, Ayala, and team, got in a fight with Four Miracle, didn't work out.
I didn't shake his hand, so not my fault. Hot drops, don't do it. We're going to head on to Erangel. They can fix it, but Sanok, you only got one a day. It's the map where you want to avoid doing
BMP
that
is
as much as possible,
how underdog
especially
to
in
BMP
Well,
is
it
how
is time to
underdog
head
to
over to our
मतलब
casters here, I believe I just heard. So we're going to
loop
throw it
and
on
4
over
MB
to
का
Blink
drop
and
clash
Jamal to
हुआ
take
loop
us
and
into
4
our
MB का
first
yes bro
match
drop
on
clash हुआ
Erangel.
loops and 4 MB का चाइनीज बूट कट के स्ट्रीम कर रहा होगा
Hopefully
कोई
we're
हाँ
gonna get pretty
चाइनीज
soon. I
की
think
स्ट्रीम
we've
कर
got
रहा
5.5
होगा
minutes on the clock. I don't know what's going on there, but yeah, we're over to us. We're going to have a good time, I guess. Over to Erangel.
Yeah, so I am the desk now.
So we'll just cover it.
So yeah, no worries. So we're heading over to Erangel soonish. It's an interesting one that we're looking at right now because, like the boys say, you've got the Brazilian squad in Alpha 7 that you sort of see start slow a lot of times, and in the tournaments they do amazing in. Usually that's a case of where they do really good at the start and then just blast through towards the end. But it never happens in PMGC, and we're always sad that it never happens, yet here we go. So again, it's that case of what I was talking about earlier, is there's a lot of teams here that
King
I think
A7
do
वो भाई
absolutely
crafting कुछ करेगा
fantastically well
आयु गेमर
into the
क्लच गॉट की
future,
स्टोरी देखो
or
देख ली मैंने
do
लाइव में भी पढ़ी
horribly
हुई है
badly as well. There's a real mixture of teams that can go to the highest heights and to the lowest lows, which is making this one of the the biggest nail biters in terms of PMGCs that we've seen in a very, very long time here. It's curious though, a lot of these teams that we're seeing so far, because I think the fights that we've already witnessed already are really promising in terms of what we'll see into the future, John.
That's true. And I mean, a lot of the teams that I think we're going to be seeing towards the top when it comes to the end of these 3 days are the high variance teams. Because I mean, you're rolling with maybe, I would say, 5 or 6 high variance teams in this lobby.
Hi bro, कैसे
It's quite
बिश्नोई भाई
likely
after
that
a
at
long
least
time
one or
I'm
two
good
of
मेरी
them
जान I'm good
continue
भाई
to
सुगनेट
have a hot
गॉन
streak, right? If Alpha 7 can keep up that mantle, great. But you've got a lot of other teams that are going to be looking to do so as well. You have Nongshim Red Force going in pretty deep into that game, getting a lot of points. They stayed consistent during their group stage, and that's what topped them out there.
Yeah, I think for
Guys, हमारे
Nongshim
बोलने
Red
से
Force,
कुछ
that
नहीं
was
होगा,
actually
exactly
really
the
fun to
point.
watch overall. I think for Nongshim Red Force is the type of thing that you wanted to see from the Korean team. You want to see them take it to the top with some of these really incredible squads that we have here behind us over on the stage itself. And I think personally, just looking at Nongshim Red Force, they did seem to fall off just a little bit a few times. Luckily, made it through to the end of the match, which is amazing for them, and hopefully that is something that they can continue doing as they qualified into PMGC. I'm just thinking that realistically, Stalwart kind of should have had that fight versus
Match भी start
STG
होने वाला है.
at the end of the day.
They sort of fumble the bag somewhat over in Paradise Resort. I mean, to be fair, S2G, maybe they're a little bit more familiar with, actually, take that back, Stalwart is equally familiar with the entirety of all of these maps. So, yeah, it just felt like they had that choke point to hold against S2G, but a couple of rooftop positions, a couple of cats amongst the pigeons on that engagement, and it didn't quite go their way. Erangel up next, though, so a little bit maybe slower than Sanok. We'll have to wait and see if Alpha 7 can continue that pace, because that is what the Brazilian fans want to see. I mean, I had Alpha 7 as my winners, as my champions coming into this, as my prediction, and I'll keep saying that until they lose that first place spot, at which point we'll not talk about it at all.
It's been one game, come on.
They're winning.
भाई आपको लैन पे कैसे मिलूं?
Let's go.
आओ
I like
अहमदाबाद
it.
मिलते हैं लैन पे.
Yeah,
आप
I think
अहमदाबाद से ही
for
हो.
S2G fans all over the world, and especially here in Istanbul, I think they've been very, very pleased with how that first initial match went, right? That is incredible news for a team like S2G, where there's been a lot of doubts about this squad, right? Whether they can actually bring things back or not. Yet here they are, really proving everyone wrong at the moment. That's the thing that has to continue, though. It can't be a one-and-done game. I mean, they can't show up for this first Sandhunk and be like, that's it, boys. We proved everyone that we can play the game. We're going to go back to our old antics now. But no, this does feel more like a team that has won the PMGC in the past. Not won S2G. You just claim the team at the end of this
they did just won S2G, didn't they?
They did.
It's 1-0.
They did. They came third, I think.
S2G.
कि भाई हाँ मैं अहमदाबाद से हूँ, लैन पे ही आने वाला हूँ, मैं कैसे मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा. कोई नहीं, एक मैसेज कर देना, मिल जाएंगे ना. कौन सी बड़ी बात है, एक मैसेज कर देना. लैन पे तो आना ही है, मैसेज कर देना, मिल लेंगे. चलो 1 मिनट में मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है. चैनल पर देख सकते हैं, क्या फायदा नहीं. या देख लो, आपके ऊपर है, अगर आपको सही लगता है आप देख सकते हो, बट वहाँ आपको कुछ समझ ही नहीं आएगा देख के, क्या फायदा. पैराबॉय के लिए देखना है तो यू कैन गाइस, यू कैन गो एंड वॉच.
Going into the future, going into the games that actually qualify them into PMGC, and even here on Sandhawk, we can identify it a little bit. Their rotations are just very smart and very strong. Yes, they avoid fights, but they can avoid fights because they're masterfully working their way through a lot of these dead zones where not a lot of teams are playing, which is not easy to do. That requires you to have
like करो. Yes guys, जो भी नए लोग स्ट्रीम को like and subscribe कर देना चैनल को. चलो भाई जल्दी से कर दो.
Certainly need to keep your wits about you. Looks like they are getting locked and loaded. With only a minute left till the plane takes over the grassy pastures of Erangel. Of course, we'll be heading there once more for a triple bill of our favourite map. Well, my favourite map, I think it's safe to say. You're a Sandhawk man, but I'm going to stick with the grassy pastures. We've got Miramar, though, as a treat later on. A little bit of dessert for us.
Yeah, double Miramar. Bit of a Miramar dusting, let's say.
A desert dessert.
Yeah, a desert dessert.
That's why they paid me.
Dessert.
क्योंकि स्टोरी देखो, सब प्लेयर्स और ऐसा वोकल होना चाहिए.
From our second match of the day, where we will see if Alpha 7 can continue that trend, or are some other teams going to step up and let them know what's good, because there is every single
देखा भाई, देखा यो लकी बॉय, क्या हालचाल. चलो भाई स्टार्ट कर दो यार. रैंगल हमारा फर्स्ट मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है. इसमें ड्रॉप क्लैश पे कुछ नहीं था, सॉर्टेड मैप था. लाइट पैथ अच्छा है, एक सेंट्रलाइज, तो कुछ अच्छा देखने को मिलेगा. क्या लॉबी फिर से होगी क्या?
They did some pretty decent moves over on that south.
चलो guys, let's go for the second match. आपकी स्क्रीन के सामने.
Another very strong team coming from China. The 3 Chinese teams didn't have the greatest match there in that first Sandhawk, so maybe the region will be able to stand up tall here in our first Erangel of the PMGC Grand Finals. Match number 2 of 18. We're going from Severny down to Novo on the plane.
Got ourselves a plane path, and we got ourselves some players in the plane as we head in from shooting range, like you said, down towards Novorep Noya on the south side of the map. Pretty disgusting plane path, to say the least. Makes things a little bit hard for the teams that want to drop.
I'm sad as a STE fan. अभी तो एक ही मैच हुआ है. As an STE fan, why you are sad? एक फ्लैट बात है. Alpha 7 तो लिपोव का डाला था भाई. Oh my gosh, Alpha 7 WBG अपनी WBG भी तो थी नॉट जॉर्जो की टीम. देखते WBG कहाँ जाती. मेजर प्राइड मेरे हिसाब से एक्सटेंड करने वाली थी, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी. मेजर प्राइड वो टीम थी जो एक्सटेंड करने वाली थी.
Land. You do Alliance out a little bit later, looking to take down on that southeast side with 4MV potentially stretching all the way out to Novo if they keep their drop going, but Stalwart are there as well. We'll see if that Milter drop comes through from 4MV. A little bit of a hot drop, maybe some trouble here. Silas, I think that is.
निकल गया.
S2G, but he gets on the bike and he gets away. IHC will not be able to claim that one. Not just yet, but S2G are still split around this drop, and what a way to kick things off. The circle goes hard south.
Most likely a Sosnovka finish as well. An exciting one to say at least, because this is looking like more of an easy
side. Loops ने सच में fall back कर लिया है. Military से they are going to shelter prison. It is
excited to see what could happen here.
Yes, नया में 2 टीम पल्स किया, किसी ने भी fall नहीं मारा. बढ़िया.
Start things off. 4 Meriku vibes over towards their western side, and I think those 2 Mongolian teams probably happily sat down this way. Razy takes an absolute blazing from that top side with the mid. M16 could potentially have got that tag there, but a little bit too late on it.
I mean, you stay exposed like that for too long, taking those shots, you know that S2G is going to turn someone around, come on a flank, and you're going to have a really tough time of it. So I think that was pretty heads up to fade away there, even if you can get for that one. Maybe a little bit too greedy. And they've certainly claimed their position anyway. They know that S2G doesn't want to stick around, so they'll allow them to get away with it. Island already, Stalwart over in Novo. We've just hopped on board with them. 4MV a little bit over towards the military base, a little bit more. You've got U2 Alliance making an early break over the East Bridge, and it looks like it will be relatively uncontested. Stalwart not grouped up enough right now to really go for a contest on that bridge. Not really able to consolidate, but they still still got an outpost, and action is there. On the back of the buggy, the shots start to land, but he's exposed, he's isolated, and can't really do that much against Udo Alliance other than alert them to the presence of the team.
Yeah, there's an attempt there made, but not really too much done. Icy, though, does drop out, attempts to get a couple of more shots off. There is a little bit sent back towards his direction, but for Stalwart, realistically, you were hoping for a decent little start there. And I think that Udo Alliance, again, this is what we're talking about. Their ability to rotate is very, very good. And the timing there is the important thing, John, right? The timing is so important in the sense that you could already see that Stalwart did not have the right weaponry. They did not have the right attachments on board either. So this is the case where they just don't have the weaponry to deal with an early rotation like that. I'm pretty sure Udo Alliance was rotating across as quick as possible with little equipment and nothing, but they get themselves into a strong position. At this point in time, teams are starting to build up some of that caliber, right? Some of that weaponry in the back pocket and be able to hold out these teams who are moving across towards the South Island. S2G's made a quick approach of it. Already have 2 players down towards that south side, just waiting for one more of their players to make it across, but sort of locked between here with Nongshim Red Force in the wings.
Seeing Silas already across. I think, yeah, the rest of S2G just trying to divert Nongshim Red Force, getting across that western bridge, but Major Pride, Alpha 7, circling around now over on the western side. You can see that outpost on the minimap for S2G. Razy, taken very low, obviously, by that spray from Ventora's a phase earlier on. Hasn't actually been able to find the meds until now to be able to get back nice and healthy, but Major Pride, left a player in the same compound as him. He'll be aware that there's an opponent in the area, but will Naomi know? Did they drop him off there? Did they drop Razy off and take the vehicles over the bridge? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think for Razy, sort of left behind with a vehicle of his own. Or you'd hope. If he's able to pop Naomi out, though, it's a big deal. Able to take the US, regroup potentially.
I think Naomi has no idea here. He's going up to the upper floor. He's not got a weapon out. He's not checking his angles at all. He's just scouring through for a little bit of loot. There is that buggy at the front, though, and that's what's going to give the game away.
Yes, bro, loops drop in military
If he
base.
steps out, sees it
Zone
through the window, I
battling
don't think he did.
Indian
Yeah, you're Razy.
zone meta बिल्कुल different है, bro.
Too much success on the back. I think that fight was a difficult one for Razy to take anyway, only half HP. You got DX Xavier as well, rotating close in between. Not a bad moment to go for the push here for Major Pride alongside with DX Xavier, but they're going to go straight up towards the Lighthouse. Major Pride's going to rotate back across, interestingly enough. And I mean, this is not the ideal position to be staking a hold over towards this western side. The circle's likely going to head over towards the east. It could even head over towards Shelterway if players are unlucky here. So it's a curious arrangement that we've got set up here between DX Xavier as well as Major Pride. It's a case where you're potentially just looking for some results in terms of eliminations, but we will see.
Taking that top spot. I mean, you are at the back of the traffic jam, so maybe try and get a pick on the team. Sat across the bridge with the angle that Lamborghini has. You can see he has full broadside on the walkways across that bridge as well. So just controlling the ground for now. They are in the next zone, but as you say, difficult maneuvers ahead, I am sure. In the meantime, the two alliance have made their way all the way to the south of the military island blank. They are right at the coastline, not really that close by to them. I'm looking at 628 making a crossing from Mill to Power in the boat as well. They've already put Sunan on dry land towards Novo, so they have got an outpost already making that crossing. Razy getting his swim on as well. The trunk's a little bit wet, but S2G going to be happy to get across nonetheless.
You've got a curious position over towards that northwest side in Zaki, right? Interesting enough that they would be sat up there on that edge of the map. Still not moving in the blue zone currently.
Just that north side, waiting, biding their time. Now the rest of 628 have moved on in, but Sunan's been scouting in the meantime to give them a little bit of an opening to the south point of Novo. Gotten through to the hills there as well. Razy swimming underneath gets spotted. S2G potentially down a player here, as I think Razy will really struggle to swim all the way across with that health bar ticking down, having to get through as well on a broadside. This is what DX Xavier were looking for. This is what they wanted to find a player on the team sat across the bridge from them, and they've been able to do that. To take Razy out of the mix is going to allow them a much easier crossing when they want to go for it.
Yeah, I think for Ray Z getting taken down here, a bit of a difficult scenario overall for him. But again, that's what happens when you get left behind like that, right? And S2G has been so split up for so long, but it's WBG currently saddling up against IHC. Demo should definitely go down there. The spray was forgiving towards the end, but the start, brutal. WBG decides that not too worth it. Godless should be able to pick up its teammate there in Demo behind a rock as well. The rest of WBG just send away. Decide to get out.
They're turning around. He's out. Ming dropped off in the process. Su as well. Gonna roll on in. See if they go for a reposition. That is another hard south shift.
WBG कैसे निकालेगी यहाँ से? मुश्किल लग रहा है मुझे. हैंकर क्या जोन खींचा है भाई? STE you do बढ़िया 4 MVP निकाल सकती है ठीक ठाक. S2G फंसी पड़ी है वहाँ पे. भाई बहुत गलत मैप है. बहुत chaos वाला मैप. सिचुएशन बहुत chaos वाली है काफी टीम्स के लिए. IHC और वो कहाँ पर है टीम यार? यहाँ पे आप जोन के बाहर भी ज्यादा नहीं रह सकते. एक पॉइंट पे जोन ऐसा काटेगा ना आपको कि दिक्कत हो जाएगी. I guess I got the roll stunting guys. 2 minutes
on the circle, John. Ton of water involved as well. Stalwart realistically should have a good game off this one. They currently own Observatory, right? The question is whether Icy and Action is going to get up there shortly because we do have
TX ने अच्छा मैच निकाल दिया. TX ने एक और मैच अच्छा निकाल दिया है. इन consecutive अच्छे मैच निकाल दिए.
Titans as well as Udo Alliance on that south side, not to mention 6-2-8. And I think for Icy and Action, it looks like they are getting back into vehicles now.
TX 3 matches. I guess TX कर जाएगी qualify 3 matches में 48 points है.
Out comes the stun grenades, but not quite enough here. At least one player has swung wide, and Lamborghini's not watching. It doesn't matter. Levi's has the angle.
Ray Z now low HP by that pillar, has been knocked twice, but is still going. Hamzy up on the high ground, spotted by Lamborghini, not able to tag the spray. Silas under the bridge, lone really in his pursuits, but steps up for the fight, and Lamborghini takes half HP. Now trying to get back into it. Molotov forwards, pushes Lamborghini up to the high ground, doesn't find the knock, but that's an excellent reposition. The flush goes over to Ray Z, and now Lamborghini forced to go for this med kit. Chua on the back lines with that nade, tries to go long with it, but might tag onto Lamborghini if he's not careful. Good comms there to stop his teammate pushing. Hamzy in for the pickup now as S2G play on with 2.
Xavier currently have been fairly successful. It's Silas as well as Hamzy G, like you said. Silas, incredible last game, but that nade might just be on point there. Drops directly next to him, half HP. One more should do the trick, and Parajin's always been very successful with these nades. The smokes pop just a little bit too late as Parajin does get the lineup. Desperately trying to get some meds on board. Has a first aid kit, opts to go for the bandages here. I think he understands he needs to get a little bit more HP, especially in stage 3 at this point. Before he hits it.
Over the bridge, they're rolling on through. Could be disaster for DXavier as S2G might have been thrown a lifeline. Hamzy G gets away with it. DXavier trying to hold through. First player goes down for Major Pride, second as well. And they crumble on the crossing. Major Pride gonna have a real tough time. And DXavier, they bided their time in that lighthouse position. They gave S2G some rope. They snatched it back, took 3 players there, and now Major Pride are finding a similar result.
Yeah, honestly, this Vietnamese squad has been extremely impressive, and I think the reshuffle they've made on the players has brought them a lot of momentum overall. I mean, Parajin, Lamborghini, really, really strong players. I mean, Lamborghini's been with the squad for a very long time, but now is supported by the correct players, I would say. They do need to get gone at some point, though, right? Because they can't stay here forever. WBG currently fighting off versus IHC in the meantime.
There's plenty of players looking for this bridge. DXavier playing the far side. IHC and Major Pride stand in the middle. WBG try and get across, but they all jump in the same vehicle, and Godless lights it up, something awful. Ziol does go down in response, but that is the end of this match for WBG. Another bad performance for a Chinese team. Unfortunately, it's going to be 6-2-8, looking to try and keep up the pace now. 4 players alive for them. They've also got Titan, but it's going to be tough for everyone involved.
Effect. Attempting to salvage this game, but unlikely. No meds on board anymore.
FaZe looking across. I think this is the 5th, 6th team trying to get across this West Bridge blank, and it is not going well for anybody except for DXavier. They're long gone in the meantime. IHC trying to reverse it up, back it up. And
nice
one!
one!
Demo for 1, 2, and 3. Phase 4.
Nice.
The hell is going on with IHC at the moment? These triple vehicle pop-outs. This is unreal. Ayala from Loops right now taking down Morph. You got Titans, Bamboo, trying to bite at the steel
Nice
beams
angle.
here, but unable to get past them. It's Cleon. Looks to take down a little bit more here.
You're a little bit out of range for that pan there, unfortunately, Yoruba. Take out the rifle. You might have a better time of it. Yala might eat a nade here, but the cook is just a little bit too long. Spots the player
इफेक्ट
on
ने
the
पेल दिया
rafters.
भाई, इफेक्ट ने
You
पेल
need
दिया.
to be
गॉडलेस ने
careful.
ट्रेड पे ले
Yoru has
लिया.
to drop
भाई
down.
क्या
He's
कर
got
रही है
a
ये
key.
सी?
Does he get knocked?
गया.
Just about. The blue zone finishes him off.
केओस है भाई.
IHC
एंट्रीज पे
10
केओस है पूरा.
eliminations
TC.
over on the Western Bridge. I mean, we saw plenty of action there, so I don't quite doubt it. Morph though having a
अच्छा
tough
गिरा है
time
बे
over on
डेमो
the
ने.
East Bridge. It looks like Titans are going to come out smelling a
Damage I guess phase वाले पहले ले चुके थे.
All 4 of their players
ओ भाई
close
नेड.
to 4MV. One falls and it's
NSR
Nongshim
हाय हाय हाय
Red
क्या
Force
एंगल
on the
बनाया.
edge to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails for DXavier.
Lamborghini gets knocked down here, and realistically for DXavier, it's all about trying to reserve these players, trying to get them back up on their feet as quickly as possible, but they are surrounded by squads at the moment. You got XZY over behind them from Nongshim Red Force. Levi's decides
आप अभी
that
किसी
it's
ने
just not
क्वेश्चन
worth
पूछा
it to
था
stay in this position
तो
for too
NSR का
long.
स्प्लिट
They
देखो और
sacrifice
NSR
one
का
player to try and
XZ
get
का
both
भी
reses
देखना
off,
सीन
but
कितना
this is a
जल्दी
good
इस
approach
बंदे ने
from the guys on
Network
DXavier.
message
XZY though lighting up the players on 4 America vibes.
कितना जल्दी आए इनको पता लगा यहाँ पे फाइट हो रही है यहाँ पे एक नॉक निकला पता है इनको कि यहाँ पे हम इजी किल्स निकाल सकते हैं तो एनएसआर ने कितनी जल्दी यहाँ पे डिसीजन मेकिंग देखो कितनी स्ट्रांग है मतलब एंगल्स देखो एनएसआर के
onto both of these teams. So 4MV and DXavier, they're pretty much forced to take this scrap. Lamborghini goes down. The Rez is trying to come through thick and fast, but it's just not that easy.
But NSR को beat हो सकती है.
Forced a little bit further east. And Nongshim Red Force
Lamborghini
claiming this
लिया
scrap.
ड्यूल भी गया
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, it's a great rotate they made, a great decision to push up the hill when they did.
easy
Excellent at these little micro repositions that are going along around the map at the moment. So
अभी भाई कट ऑफ क्या लग रहा है 185 to 190 अगर आप BMPS का पूछ लो
certainly can take a hell of a beating, but he's had to be the front liner for the rest of the squad to try and get them up. Now just Paragym with the DPS rocks over the top side. It's a good initial hit, but that's all it will be.
यही तो मैं कितनी देर से एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था.
Now it's time for Nongshim Red Force just to clean this one through. DXavier, they're taken down. They got out of that Western Bridge, which is more than could be said for most, but they won't get that much further.
Healing ही नहीं है TZ के पास, TZ के पास.
2 players left.
Nice one, nice one, nice one.
There to find Apex now, just the one to go. U2 Alliance, they have been denied access from the south side of this fight for so long.
WBG क्या कर रहा है? WBG लेट हो गया bro.
They move up and Sporter goes down.
फर्स्ट मिलिट्री मैच था ये चीज एक्सपेक्टेड है आप बोल सकते हो मैं यही बोल रहा था यूट्यूब मैंने बोला ना एनएसआर को बीटी हो सकती है
a little bit of rocky crags down towards the south side. They're not trying to get too aggressive on this one, at least taking shots where they can, but at the end of the day when you look at this
यूट्यूब वाले पहले आ गए थे
spotted themselves two very strong positions no matter where
देखो
the
गाइस
circle goes.
जज मत करना भी किसी भी टीम को रीजन बीइंग कि ये अभी ना ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में एक बारी में लॉबी अभी बनी है तो फर्स्ट एवर टाइम मिलिट्री सर्कल खेल रहे पर्टिकुलर लास्ट अब अगला मिलिट्री सर्कल आएगा तो टीम्स ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर रहेगी कौन ब्रिज जा रहा है कौन होल्ड कर रहा है ना ये सारी चीजों को तो टीम उसके अकॉर्डिंगली कैलकुलेटिव प्लान बनाएगी देखते हैं बाकी
how are they going to control this north side edge because procedure evos as well as loops are coming in
भाई फर्स्ट मैच #2 यूडो अलायंस लेट्स गो यू कैन डू इट ये मैच अच्छा कन्वर्ट कर सकते हो
and it was a great approach on that western side, essentially living as the lone survivors other than them and DXavier.
This south shift is great news for current leaders Alpha 7 as well, for them to try and keep up pace, but we'll go back.
मजाक मत करना
Doc,
nice
Doc has
nice
a scrap
nice
on his
nice
hands.
nice
Won't be able to last it out though, won't quite be able to weather the Nongshim Red Force aggression, but
अब
2
यहाँ
players
पे
go down and that's going to slow things out for them. Loops might have a shot over to them. The
क्योंकि यहाँ से
forward
देखना
duo
NSR
for
क्या
U2
निकालती है
might also have a say into this fight.
It's a nice little rotate that Luke's made between them, Ayala and Cardozo. And obviously, only 2 players in the squad, but they're attempting to search the positions around the map where they think that it might be weakest, where they can find a 2v3, maybe a 2v2.
मिस्री क्या बचा है
Got Suki off in the distance. Lynx is taking some long-range shots, but not plinking. 3
अरे
players
मार
alive
दे।
for Procedure Evos. They weren't in a bad spot either over towards this northeastern edge.
बीएमपीएस में लाइव मैंने देखा नहीं
Interesting
ब्रो,
that
लाइव
Lynx would
स्ट्रीम कर
spend
रहा था,
so
अभी मैंने
much
बैकएंड
time
पे देखा है,
outside the blue to attempt to
मतलब
make
बाद
that
में
happen.
देखा है, लाइव
You
नहीं
know,
देखा।
if he doesn't get in soon, that's likely going to be a knock on his side of things.
Yeah, these blue zones will start to do
गाइस ये
quite a
जोन
lot
देख
of
के मेरे को
damage
ना एक
now
जोन
as
याद
the
आ जाता है,
ticks
गैस
go
करो
up
कौन
into
सा।
stage 5.
याद है वो
Stalwart, though,
जोन
in their
इंडिया
way, and I
वर्सेस
feel like,
कोरिया,
I mean, you
क्या ये
highlighted
वहीं
before,
जाएगा?
Stalwart happy with these circles. They
हाँ
are in
ये
a
वहीं
very strong
जाएगा।
spot, and it's just got stronger. It is Stalwart on the north, 628 on that south side. These two strong positions forming a major blockade of this circle, that road that runs through the middle.
जिस टाइम पे
isolating
एनएसआर
both
बिजी
sides.
थी ना, वो
It's going to be a
अपना
curious one, honestly, because I think for
low
628,
ground पे
I wouldn't personally
ये
think they
अपना
have any
दो टीम के
idea
बीच में
where Alpha
TX
7's
एंड
currently
4MV
playing.
के
They
बीच
were
में
out
उतने
in
में
the war
यूडू ने
for a
अच्छी
very long
पोजीशंस
time,
ले
and
ली,
there's
रोटेशंस मार
potential
के उस पॉइंट पे।
for a bit of a surprise play here from them.
जोन
In the
पर
meantime,
प्रायोरिटाइज
it's
करा,
Luke
उसके बाद यूडू
versus
ने
Nongshim Red Force
एनएसआर
coming over the
बहुत
top.
बढ़िया।
2 players versus
एनएसआर लेट्स
4.
गो यार, मजा आ रहा है एनएसआर को देख
Make
के।
it happen. 1 and 2
Ooh.
for Cardozo in forwards, and XZY has to hit the deck. He's
मजाक हो रहा है क्या?
the first shot for the DBS, the second, and there's the third.
कौन
Ayala
है
was there
ये?
for the backup, and 2 players. It's more than enough. Brazil's here to play.
That is an unreal
भाई
result. I was saying they were looking for potentially a weakened team, but they want the strongest. They only want to play with the big dogs here in the lobby. That's what made Loop so good in their group stage and what made them look so impressive. Cardozin, Ayala, DBS Kings, the 2 of them. Stalwart though on their 2-2 split.
भाई ऐसे लिया बंदे ने कि कुछ बंदे को मसला ही नहीं होगा, इतना इजी ले लिया।
Nice shot there coming through from action instantly. Takes down Titans. Final
Also
player.
guys, अगर आप स्ट्रीम के अंदर नए हो तो make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel guys. Let's go for the 1000 like, 1000 like जल्दी से करवा दो।
Alpha 7 on the south side. I think that is going to be the major scrap of the next few moments. You've got Xing and 33Z on that south side, currently on a split.
भाई मिजरी तो जो बचा है ना उस पॉइंट पे।
On this south side.
अयो मेरा कमेंट पढ़ो पर क्या कमेंट करा आपने?
Unknown. The blue zone was taking them down as we get a cheeky little
फिर से कर
replay.
लो, फिर से
This
कर
is
लो।
IHC's bloodbath over on the west bridge. Godless spraying them down.
बहुत एंट्रीज मिल गई भाई, IHC बहुत लकी रही। ये यार
Loops on this hillside though, similarly impressive. On that
लास्ट वाला
performance.
बंदा तो कंफ्यूज ही हो गया भाई, करूँ क्या करूँ?
Yeah, I mean we're already farming clips. Let's put it that way. We are really
लैग हो रहा है, अरे
farming
वो
clips at
स्ट्रीम
this
लैग है
point
ब्रो,
in
वो
time.
ऑफिशियल
Alpha
की जो
7
स्ट्रीम हो
just
रही है
about
वहीं
make
पे
their
लैग है।
move upwards over towards 628. Could potentially be starting to take their engagement between them. There is 4 players versus
Yeah,
the 3. We
Alpha
just
7?
saw Brazil absolutely trounce when they were down on players.
Zero
So
eliminations,
potentially
Alpha
it can
7.
be done again. But 628, one of the more aggressive Chinese teams. Has some strong firepower on this squad as well. Mafioso, though, has the nade in hand. It's a good arc on it.
Ooh, looks pretty sweet, but it's going up to the top of that cliff, unfortunately.
अगर एनएसआर वहाँ
Suma
लूप्स को क्लियर कर
avoids
देती
that
ना मेरे को
damage.
काफी अच्छा लगता
Stalwart have
भाई।
spotted loops, so they're going to be a
कोई
little
ना,
bit too much to ask there.
बहुत
I
बढ़िया
think
मारा वहाँ
Cardozo
पे यार
most
उस बंदे
likely
ने
left
लूप्स
as a
के।
solo, gets into a shape.
ST come
He's
on,
kind of in the middle.
boost the confidence.
And
ST
Stalwart's
let's go,
probably the
let's
only team that's
go.
going to be looking to push there, but the question is when do they want to take this spot?
Yeah, second time in a row right now for Cardozin getting into a shack nice and early in the game to try and get a stronger position in terms of placements. I mean, he made it very, very far into that last match. Potentially another top 5 available for him, which would be great in terms of point scoring on top of the eliminations they already found. But seems
top
like
by
he has
मेरा
been
मारनी है।
spotted here by top. Likely going to be a lot
मेरा
of smokes
मारनी है।
coming through. A lot of Molotovs coming through also.
You ain't going anywhere, Cardozin. You're staying right where we put you. And go into our points total if we can help it. There it goes. The burn is on, and Action
चलो भाई।
picks up the
Good
point.
clear.
कार्दोजिन बहुत ही अच्छा क्लच मारा था
to
आपने।
take control of the shack, and now Action can move up to it. That's what Stalwart wanted to do. Take position. That is exactly what's going to pay off with this circle shift.
This has overall been quite a strong game
And
for
ST.
Stalwart in terms of
This will
taking
be
a lot
crucial
of
for them.
space away from other squads. Been very confident to dominate this northeastern side. It's come back in a very good way for them now. They hold both the south and the northern edge of it, so they could just clean through, hold these teams into a bit of a chokehold between one another over with 628, Alpha 7 and Udo Alliance. There's a big chance here for Stalwart to take this game away, but there are still some big players in this match. 628, Udo Alliance, Alpha 7 though, say they're kind of in their dying throes at the moment.
A little bit. It would seem that way. Senab, the last player to stand for them, and I think they know he's down the hill. They've really struggled to move in on this south side. They tried to push up, but 628 were ready for them. They were playing as 3 from this position as well, which makes it even harder. 33 said, oh, he
Alpha
knows
7 का
the
मुश्किल है
nade
यहाँ
is
से
in
अब।
hand. It's underarm.
ST पूरा निकाल
Drops it
देगी.
down. Is that
ST
gonna be the
Yudu
final
और
nail
ST
in the Alpha
Yudu
7
और
coffin?
उसका
No.
ST
Still
जो
have
स्टॉलवर्ड है
sidesteps.
उनका मेन रहेगा
Still got
अभी.
some moves left in the back pocket. Still bringing them out.
अभी तो टीम वेट करके खेलेंगी, काफी
Shing taking damage,
भी
though.
रहता है.
This
ये
is
जो
Yudu
जोन मेटा है
Alliance.
इसमें एज कम्पेयर टू BGMI मेटा जो ओल्ड मेटा है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली काफी आपके पास स्पेसिंग रहती है, तो लास्ट में फाइट्स थोड़ी सी स्लो हो जाती है. एंड जो थर्ड सर्कल फोर्थ सर्कल है वो फाइट थोड़ी सी हाई रहती है इन सर्कल्स में. सारी लोग का फिनिश आ जाएगा. नाइस वन, बीटी करा.
Just in case another hard shift comes through, you want to secure all the chances you can get. If Tag goes down, that might have been some shots coming through from 6
अब ST
to
का
8
ध्यान
there.
एक एंगल पे रहेगा. एक एंगल क्लियर हो गया. दे नो दे हैव द क्लियर बैक नाउ.
Eliminated from
ये
this
ये
one.
काफी क्रूशियल है ये वाला.
Stalwart trying to sweep around, but Yudu Alliance giving a good fight here on the western edge. Sunan moves on up for 628. Looks for the flush, can't quite get it. He's backed off the angle. Has to fold back in with the rest of his team. A little bit further down the hill into the buildings that they've occupied for a while now. They want to stay as 4, and I think rightly so, with only 4 teams alive. That's exactly what you want to see. Besiege EVOS have survived with Luxy over on the southeast side, but very minimal utility there. You can see that count at the top of your screens. Really not too much more to do, just try and survive as long as possible. Stalwart, on the other hand, 18 smokes. They are going to be able to get wherever they want to go.
This is a nice position. Currently, Nerzed's holding over towards the eastern edge, right? Has the high ground. There's going to be a lot of open terrain in front of him. I mean, that little angle there is going to be so important.
चलो गाइस कमेंट करके बताओ व्हाट डू यू थिंक किसका चिकन आने वाला है. किसका चिकन आने वाला है कमेंट करके बताओ.
A Yudu Alliance now off in the distance. For them, this is a big game. It's an important game for them as well to prove to these squads they're not just a second place team within this lobby. They need to take a little bit more action, be a bit more proactive. 33Z takes down one of them already. Will back it off down the hill in the blue. Not likely to survive from this one, but open things up.
Clock gets the pick now over to push down that ridge line. Does get flushed out here eventually, but in the meantime, Stalwart just march forwards. They're keeping that pressure up on the northeast side.
It's a difficult push now for Yudu Alliance. However,
starting से area control काफी अच्छा है ST के पास.
Top action, IC all are able to move over towards this northern side. This hilltop that they've been controlling for so long is going to give them that eagle eye. Nerzed likely can follow suit, move over towards them.
इसमें ST को ज़्यादा कुछ करना नहीं पड़ा है. काफी just starting से पकड़ लिया था. Light house नीचे shores पे.
Bandage is back up again, but I think for 628 they have really been scrapping. The underdog fighters here in this match.
Oh, they love to get in and amongst it. 33 said on the back of the buggy with
Yudu Alliance ने गलती करी जब नीचे से गाड़ी लेके आया था ना वहाँ पे एक बंदे का ADS रहता वो लेट आया थोड़ा उसके पे नॉट फिनिश हो गया. STI ADS
versus Stalwart into the scrap for the final circles.
Information provided now given across. You got 628 underneath. Looking to push upwards over towards Stalwart side of things. Luxy from
Luxy को तो भूल ही गया था मैं.
EVOS either way for the Indonesian team, just getting in towards these top spots, just
Luxy
getting
का
in
info नहीं है
towards
किसी
even
को
the top
शायद.
5 at the end of
If I am not
PMGC
wrong.
would be an achievement and a half. And
है.
almost a return to form and glory for Luxy and Zuxi, but not only them.
He knows की बंदा है.
You've also got Redface and Misery who've really made a big step onto the scene here.
Makes it to the crate, has to break out wide, and you saw Stalwart weren't paying attention to this angle. Maybe not enough, but there he is on the swivel.
भाई पता था Nerzed को already कि पीछे कोई बंदा है. Info था nice हो यार ST.
Stalwart though, and can 628 capitalize? A high ground position for Stalwart still being enacted by Icy. Can the off angle come in and come through?
Top नहीं, knock नहीं लेना था.
First pick for 33 Zid. And it is going to be 628 to take first blood on this angle. Icy has back up on the high ground.
Stalwart's had control for so long here, Joe.
भाई ये तो ये वाली ST versus ST हो गया और ये लिख के लेके आई है कि चिकन लेके ला गया.
Nerzed though on the off angle, able to pick something up. Sunan spots him out. Icy immediately to the rescue, to the aid of things. But the shots are so clean right now from 628.
2 players down on either side. Icy repositions, trying to move through with the buggy. Sunan has to reload, and there's no answering volley. There will be a flush coming through, however, and now it's only Sunan for 628. Stalwart in the meantime have taken out his entire team. 2 players are there, 2 players are ready for Stalwart to play in the center of the circle. Icy and action to try and keep it together.
pushing over towards the top side. They've got eyes on. They know the location. Nade goes down, but Icy's getting closer. 3 nades in hand. Molotovs abound. Information passed back across. Even more util used over towards this spot from the top
Nice.
side. Lovely nade. We'll take down Sunan. But Stalwart's had to fight for this one.
Action ले लेगा.
33Z is still in it. Don't count him out. Icy with the challenge.
Nice
and
one.
it's
Nice
good.
one.
Stalwart, take map number 2. Erangel goes the way of Mongolia.
And a win that they needed. They need to bring things back.
घर का चिकन था भाई, मिलना तो था ही. लास्ट में भी टॉप का जो नॉक आया वो थोड़ा गलत हो गया.
Let's be honest.
वरना काफी इजी ये भी निकाल लेते.
They're getting where they need to be in these matches. They look much better. And I think with the position they held in that map, it was one that I talked about earlier, is that
STE ने काफी close
should
खींच दिया
have
था.
a good game on this one. But the actual key factor in that sentence is should, right? And a lot of times I say it's about Stalwart, they have a great position.
But what a fight. Yes, exactly. What a fight.
This time around they proved
Trades
that
पे trades पे
positioning
trades.
for them, they will
उधर
make
knock नहीं
it
होना
matter
था
at the end
hero.
of the day. They'll push forward from that position, they'll make it count, because again, 3 days is all you
दोनों
get.
की बहुत crucial
Every
knocks है.
single
टॉप
game
का
where
knock
you
है
get
कि
a
एक
little
ST
bit
का
of
भी knock
benefit,
उस टाइम पे
little
आया.
bit of an advantage, you have to take
Then जब
advantage
NewZ
of.
का knock आया तो
We're
एक pressure बन
starting
गया था
off
ST
in
पे.
excellent fashion here at the grand finals plank. Alpha 7, they open the bidding over on Sandhawk. Another tournament favourite. Over at that top side, and Stalwart answer raucously with a strong positional game there. A really well played.
तो गाइस अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो, अभिजीत मंडल, व्हाट्स अप? आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम यू आर द ओल्ड सब्सक्राइबर. इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल.
The position they were in, like getting down towards the water side, playing in the water for a long time. It was one of their few options. It's a good attempt at a breach up towards 628's compound.
दोनों ही
but
trade ले रहे थे
33Z
fight पे. Yes.
certainly was an excellent scout
Plus
during
1 for
that game, John, making
technology
sure
है.
he
Trade
knew
game
exactly
कितना
where he
ज़्यादा high
needed
है
to be
global
at
की
all
teams में.
times to make sure that they weren't going to get backstabbed from the water. It's something that not a lot of
If
teams
अगर
would be
कोई
doing,
एक
is
बंदा
they'd
trade
rather
दे रहा है
have
तो
their full
second
force
trade
up
भी
front,
वहाँ से
but
एकदम
I
से आ रहा है. तो
like
fight
that they
equalize हो
sacrificed
जाती
one
है
of their
उस
best
point पे.
players in terms of aiming skill over towards the backside. You know, you want someone reliable that you
भाई बट इस बार जो फाइट्स जो किल्स निकले अगेन गाइस, एक साइड से सारा क्लस्टर आ रहा है. 2 मैच हमने देख लिए. फर्स्ट मैच वाज द पैराडाइज. सबसे पहले DX वर्सेस S2G दोनों का फॉल हुआ. DX ने कंपाउंड पकड़ा, वहाँ पे NSR का पुश गया, फिर ST आई, वहाँ पे फेज आई. मतलब 4-5 टीमें वहाँ पे निपट गई. तो एक ना एक कोना ऐसा जोन पे जा रहा है जैसे मेजर प्राइड को काफी अच्छी एंट्रीज मिल गई थी वहाँ पे, है ना. बाकी जोन फेवर अल्फा 7 को गया था. इस मैच में ब्रिजेस पे जो एंट्री पॉइंट्स होते हैं वहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा क्लस्टर था, क्योंकि फर्स्ट मिलिट्री का मैच था. एंड जब भी आपके मिलिट्री के मैचेस होते हैं ना, थोड़ा सा क्योस रहता है, क्योंकि काफ़ी सारे टीम्स के अपने स्टैट होते हैं कि इस टाइम पे निकलना है, इस टाइम पे निकलना है, ब्रिज होल्ड करना है, एंड ऑल जो XYZ जो भी जितनी भी चीज़ें रहती है. तो यहाँ पे IHC ने काफ़ी अच्छा फ़ायदा उठाया. एंड उनको बेनिफिट क्या रहा कि 2 से 3 टीम आ रही है पीछे से. भाई उनको किल्स मिले IHC को इस मैच में. बहुत बढ़िया वहाँ पे सीन था. बट आगे के लिए मिलिट्री ब्रिज के लिए जो टीम्स है ऑलरेडी प्रिपेयर्ड रहेगी. सो मैक्सिमम ऑफ द टीम्स अगर आप देखोगे पहले ही नहीं पड़ गई थी ब्रिज की साइड पे. वहाँ पे U2 ने NSR ने वहाँ पे काफी अच्छा एक डिसीजन मेकिंग वाला पॉइंट दिखाया था. बट वो उनके साथ लूप्स को अगर वहाँ निकाल लेते मे बी सिचुएशंस कुछ और रहती. उसके बाद U2 से एक्सपेक्टेशंस थी बट वो ऐसा निकाल नहीं पाए वहाँ पे. U2 अगर उस टाइम पे ST ने जब नॉक दिया, मैं सोच रहा था वहाँ पे एक ट्रेड बनता था ST का, वो लेट आया थोड़ा. और ST के पास एरिया एडवांटेज बहुत, उन्होंने एरिया पहले ही कवर करके रखा हुआ था. जो 6-8 है उसने भी काफी अच्छा ट्राई करा. लास्ट में तो मजा आ गया देखने का फाइट. ये बहुत क्रूशियल था NSR पर्सपेक्टिव से एंड लूप्स के पर्सपेक्टिव से.
Then the other thing that I kind of want to mention that you mentioned as well is how they
Alpha 7 तो स्टिक हो गई थी, यहाँ से निकलना बनता ही नहीं था.
It was because of the Euro Alliance players that were over at the top. They kind of got a little bit worried about that. They decided to back off. And what was crazy too is for 6-8, it kind of worked out for them because we saw top being able to finish the last player from Euro Alliance, which allowed 6-8 to take easier access to that North Control and pretty much be able to overlook everything. Very close there. I thought it was going to be a little bit more convincing there from STE, but hey, a win's a win.
See the fist bump, high five, boat. I don't know what to do. They got the win.
That's one of my favorite teams.
It's not going to be, yeah, it's their favorite team right there. It's not going to be the worst handshake ever in esports history, thinking back to certain Bird. But moving on here, we can see Stalwart taking themselves the 10 eliminations, 20 points in total. 6-8 though, I think it's kind of impressive to see them be able to pull this kind of off, but I think the real story for me, IHC. We talked about them in the group stage. They've been a team that is just very elimination heavy. They can have these pop-off games. 10 eliminations is huge, but that's not going to get you a Grand Finals trophy.
Karuka Lajadu.
As expected, 6-8 playing as per my expectations.
Unless it's the last
Obviously,
game of last
bro.
chance, maybe they'll start popping off and going for the win. But at the end of the day, strong on eliminations here for IHC. Really good bridge play, but when you have the bridge, here's 7 that keeps moving away. Southern eastern side for the circle, you're going to get gate kept. It's not going to work out. Though another team that was gatekeeping the southern side here, it was the entirety of 6-8 that against Alpha 7. I know it hurts, okay, but what an execution.
It was, and you know what, we're talking about great rotations, we're talking about great early rotations. The boat rotation from 6-8 ended up working out wonders for them because they were at Milton Power. They were able to do that boat rotation all the way to the south. And like you were mentioning too, they ended up having to gatekeep Alpha 7. For me, for Alpha 7 to even be able to get points in this match, it was actually a bit impressive. It was only 3 placement points, but we saw them, we're like, okay, there's no way they're going to be able to even survive any longer. They were able to survive longer and longer, so it's good to see that out of Alpha
Last
7
match
for
was
them
a
not to
closest
end up
between the two
with a
best teams.
0-point
Yeah.
match.
Well, another Brazilian team.
अच्छा निकाला वहाँ
Cardozo
पे.
and the DBS versus Nongshim Red Force. That's just that makes me want to take DBS out of the game sometimes, man. Some of these long shots he's pulling off here, but he pretty much gets the 1v3, obviously with the help of Ayala, but he was the last player remaining for the team yet again.
DBS, the new M4. Pretty much.
DBS, the new AWM.
Oh,
DBS, the new M4. DBS, the new AWM.
It's
Nice.
going to work out at the end of the day, but he's able to survive and carry out. I want to see a game here, 7, where Loops have more than 1 player alive at the end.
I want to
Is
see
that
that
possible?
We'll have to wait and see. I
I guess
we're
हमने
not gonna have to worry
WBG
about
पे
Sandlock
पनौती
until
लगा दी
tomorrow.
है.
By the way, top
मेरी
3
तरफ से
here,
कुछ भी
Nongshim
नहीं है,
Red
guys.
Force, a team,
But if
the
you are new
way
to
they've
the
been able
stream, make sure
time
to
the
like
third
and
party
subscribe
into
to the
way they've been
channel.
able to tie in the rotations because this team was playing outer circle, especially towards the south of military. They were timing perfectly. I think it was when who was it actually? D Savior and 4MB. They were actually fighting against each other. They were able to time that perfectly and push into that fight, being able to get those eliminations as well. Ultimately, Cardozo with the DBC was a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, okay. Any team can win these fights, except if you're going up against a DBS, and that you're maybe going to encounter a bit of a tough transition later on. But yeah, Nongshim Red Force being consistent without a win, being podium finish right now. South Korea, we expected D plus Kia to qualify, be the big team from South Korea. Nongshim Red
DBS
Force
the
is
new
going to run
AK.
for their money for these other squads.
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
No, I think highly of Nongshim Red Force. I think they're going to be continuing. I expected them to be in a top 3 situation, but if they actually continue to play like this, I might end up changing my mind and think more of a first place finish for them.
Oh, wow.
So you'll see them walking into the UK with a PMGC trophy to put it up.
I wouldn't mind that.
You wouldn't mind that? Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it is amazing to see South Korea we've been talking about for years, thinking back to what, Archer days in like 2019, 2020, and see how they've been able to improve here. Also going on currently within the game at the moment between the 4th and the 10th, you got the Road to Glory where you can win exclusive rewards such as that esports supporter title, which I already have, just saying. I got that from PMWI.
Always flexing that. It's like the only thing you flex. What's your rank, James?
Let's not talk
उनकी
about that.
आँख
Let's
खुल
talk
दो
about
please. Next game will be the crucial for
VIP ticket
WBG.
online as well. Obviously,
बहुत
the
ज़्यादा.
8th through the
मैंने
10th,
तुमको
so
पहले
that
बोला
is the
था
3 days
WBG के बारे
we
में.
have the grand finals happening. Man,
Even
let's
though
talk
Shanok
about-
में भी उनके पास एक point को सही position था. I don't know उनके पास क्या बूम हुआ.
Okay.
You can't hear me over there.
We did
obviously-
abandon him.
Yeah, well, that's true. We didn't have to. Maybe Blink did here. I don't know. I got some looks from the other side, so I'm not sure. You're good, John. Don't worry
It's
about
fine,
it.
don't worry.
It's
You're
okay.
the best player, John. Don't
Um,
worry.
He's in Face Clan right now.
Something we need to mention, though, obviously teams have more than 4 players.
Yep.
Presija, as you pointed out, 7, while we were watching, they brought Luxie in instead of Zuxi. Small change, obviously one twin for the other, but interesting to see that they're doing that after 1 match alone, that they're willing to swap around rosters.
It was, but it ended up working out for them because Luxie was the last one alive and he was able to get some extra points for them. Now, I kind of was hinting there at Face Clan. I don't know what's going on with this team. You were talking about you want to see them a little bit more aggressive, and we're continuing to see them rotate super late into the circles and getting just caught off guard. They need to be able to change that playing style. I was mentioning earlier too.
एक छोटा शेयर था वहाँ पर lower ground पे
start seeing a pattern. Now we're starting to see a clear pattern here. Maybe they're going to be able to adjust here. going
एक
into
सीन
the
इनके
second
साथ
half.
पहले भी हुआ था
Like the
मुझे
fact
याद
that
आ
you're
रहा
gonna have
है
angle
जब
of
फर्स्ट
the
मैच हुआ था
fixes
सेम
on
जोन
that.
कटा था.
I wouldn't use the word
तुझे
aggressive. I just
याद
want
हो.
to see them be faster on the pivot.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
right now, if you have tough circles like this,
Ah, hammer
unfortunately,
of-
in PUBG Mobile, in any battle royale, you have a section of RNG that's in play, right? And you want to take the worst case scenario in account, and you want to try and move as quickly as possible in a spot where you could technically still reach the circle, which right now, the Western Bridge, not the best option. Maybe go for rotation in a circle like that because it was a really bad first few circles. I think that would be a better option moving forward.
The thing is, if we're thinking about FaZe Clan even challenging for that first place, right? Especially when we go to Sunday, they need to be able to adjust it. And I think one of those teams that I was talking about earlier is Alpha 7. They had to do that same rotation, but they were able to do a little bit faster. They were able to actually survive a lot longer, to the point where we're like, okay, how did Alpha 7 even get there? How did they end up even with?
अभी भी guys 4 matches बचे भाई.
To adjust very quickly on the
मजाक हो रहा है क्या?
FaZe Clan is not new then.
I mean, FaZe Clan hasn't been able to adjust. Think back to groups. The only matches they really did well in was when they were center zone, because the zone shifted on top of them.
Yep.
And then, like you mentioned, the turnaround on survival. Let's see if they can turn things around here. I believe we're into a short little break where we get things ready to go for our next match. So we'll see you all in just a few.
चलो भाई, इन्होंने भी अपना मैच के बीच में ये दिखाना स्टार्ट कर दिया.
Investigator. Join the Investigator team and let's protect the game's fairness together.
क्या बोलूँ? हेलो हेलो हेलो. गेमर क्या लगता है इस बार भी एमपी चैंपियन अंडरडॉग की? हाँ ब्रो, जिस तरीके से खेल रहे हैं ऑब्वियसली हो सकते हैं. वीक 1 तो भाई बहुत ही तगड़ा था. वीक 1 नहीं देखे क्या? वन में टूर्नामेंट होगा ब्रो, पता नहीं यार उसका क्या सीन है. मैं एक बार इसमें वीडियो बना दूंगा. काफी लोग मेरे से पूछ रहे हैं, एक बार मैं पूछ के एक बार वीडियो बना दूंगा, टेंशन ना लो.
We've already had an interesting first couple of matches here. Alpha 7 starting off the gate strong. S2G starting off strong and then not being so strong. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm kind of getting some weird little enjoyment out of seeing them perform badly in front of their home crowd, which obviously is very odd, to be honest. I think it's a testament to my character.
We're in throwing range right now.
कौन top है? Alpha 7 top.
They can't hear us, so you're fine.
We're not in-house. That's the upside. Sean's got stuff he can throw at us. But obviously, it's only been 2 matches, right? It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the tournament for you if you've had 2 first bad games. Things can turn around. But the question comes into the next Erangel. You only have 3 days of play in total. What can you really adjust from here? And I think one thing we're talking about is these rotations.
Yeah, I think drops and rotations, especially Xavier S2G, that's 2 different battlegrounds now that they keep fighting. You mentioned it during the game, right, Jason? And you want to avoid those fights as much as possible. Of course, that was great opening for IHC, for FaZe to like try and get a third-party opening, but you want to try and fix those as quickly as possible. If we see right here, 7 Xavier still fighting.
क्या बोल रहे हैं
in some way,
analyst?
shape or form
देखा ये।
on the start of this Erangel. It shows to me there's no intention to fix. I need to see a change on this second map of Erangel, and hopefully that's going to help them.
दंगे का
Let's be
goal.
fair, right? It wasn't a hot drop. It was more they fought on the western bridge because they're trying to rotate through. So that one I'll give a
PMG
little bit of
ब्राजील के
leeway
नाम
to,
पे
for sure.
overnight होगा।
They're not- he's
But
not-
I'm not either because these Xavier
रोहन
is
भाई
taking a
yes
little bit
exactly
too
कुछ
long
ऐसा ही
with
होने
this
वाला
fight. They're
है।
allowing
मोस्टली
other teams to
जितना
pull up on them and
जो
they're not
सुनने
being
में आया था
fully aware
वेस्टर्न
of what's
रीजन के
going on
टाइमिंग्स
with
को
their
फुलफिल
surroundings.
करने
That's
के
two
लिए
matches in a row
है।
that we've seen
ऐसा
that.
कुछ था,
And
I
then-
don't know कितना true है नहीं।
I'm really, even though they're trolling not in first place, I'm really surprised and happy to see Noncham Red Force do that. I want to talk about them a little bit more because we're talking. Not yet, maybe.
Where's the jersey? Open up a shirt.
Maybe in United Kingdom, we'll have to wait and see. But
A year from now, okay.
yeah, just give me some time to think about it. But the thing is that we're talking about rotations. They're doing those rotations good. We're talking about quick decision making. They're being able to make those quick decisions. They're being able to get into those third parties. They're being able to put themselves into positions to be able to do that. And if we see those teams at the top, at least from these first 2 matches, right? I'm talking about the first 2 matches. If we see Alpha 7, yeah, Alpha 7, they got a chicken dinner, but they weren't able to really follow it up here in the last match. And if we see Star Wars Esports, they didn't do so well. They were able to be blessed here by the circle. They were able to take full advantage of it. But right now, in regards to consistency with what's been given to them, Red Force has really impressed me.
Yeah, I want to jump on the
Respect
Red
for
Force hype train.
UK07 भाई।
No, stay off it. If you want to see them do well, stay off the train.
Okay, who is this team? I don't know.
Well, speaking of who is this team, Major Pride, man. We're talking about teams being slow on rotates and not performing well in terms of like their macro play. Major Pride for me was like one of those teams that they would get themselves dug in center if they could, and they'd be able to play Nomi into this off angle extremely well.
Yeah.
They've had 2 really subpar games so far, and I'm getting a little bit worried that maybe this lobby is a little bit too high caliber for the style they wanted to bring.
So I kind of understand that off the back of these 2 circles we had. The first one, south of Paradise. You're not going to play center because it's one of the toughest and worst terrains to play. This Erangel goes on the complete opposite side of the map from them, pretty much. If we have a mainland finish here, Jason, I think that we could expect more from Major Pride, hopefully.
I'm with you, though. I'm with you with what you're cooking there in regards to
yeah.
Major Pride not being able to adjust and maybe being able to do a little bit different than what we saw in the group stage. In group stage, especially for Group Yellow, we didn't really see some of the aggressive teams that we saw, whether it was Group Red or whether Group Green. I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a harder time adjusting here. But I'm with you. I want to see what's going to happen if they do end up getting a circle, if they do end up getting towards that circle.
All right, well, we're going to find out here. It's going to head over to our commentators for our 3rd match of the day. It's Erangel once again with John Allen and Blake.
And it is good to be back on Erangel, of course. We are going into that match number 3. S2G, a little bit hot, a little bit cold so far. We'll see what the decider is into the 3rd match. We're also looking out for some of those teams that wanting to start off nice and quick. We've had IHC starting to blast off. Really quite something special over in that last match on the West Bridge. We'll see if they can keep that up, keep pace with Stalwart from Mongolia.
Technically, I'll keep pace in terms of eliminations. Stalwart, 10 eliminations, Mongolia, massive, both of them. 10 eliminations each, with IHC following up with them very, very well, twinning on that pursuit. So really, really nice stuff there coming through from both of those Mongolian teams. But we are heading straight into our match number 3. It's been going quick.
Ooh, it certainly has. We are going right on into this one. Playing path not too dissimilar from the last time around, Blank. So potentially another early scrap between FaZe and S2G. IHC dropped near some of those vehicles as well. So we'll see if there's any adjustment over on that north side. Not too much else happened early match in that last time around. So that's really where we're going to be keeping
Other than all the fighting on the bridges.
Well, okay, by early I mean on the drop. That's what I mean by that. Yeah, let's go with that. I mean, honestly, that was such a wild time on that Western Bridge.
It was a cruel circle, right?
I'll
be honest with this one. I've never seen that circle before, all the way down towards that southeast side. Maybe in some public matches, I've been there 1 or 2 times, right? But in an esports match, that is the first time I've ever seen players have to actually battle it out down that area. Realistically, Stalwart knew exactly what they need to do. They sort of have somewhat of an advantage because they rotate through this area a lot, playing from Novo Rep Noya as one of their original positions. So they knew exactly what they needed to do, which was hold that northern side and the compound down towards the south, which was certainly interesting. But we keep getting sent over towards the eastern side, and a little hot drop on our screens between FaZe and IHC. Immediately shotgun in hand, though.
Oh, and that's a Bison, sorry, going pretty wild around the side of the crates. A lot of ammo and very valuable early game, but it's taken out of their hands, and FaZe lose the first player. IHC still going on with 4. Zol with the pump action, looking to reload those cartridges on in, grab some more loot, but Ventoras might line them up with the close range engagement. Hits the drop shot, but it's 1-for-1. Alex on the high ground has their back. Onzin's waiting in the wings, not in a position to get the trade, and Demo looking to stay alive for IHC, but a second knock goes over towards Alex. It's Rebo from Alpha 7.
Not Giorgio.
Some good shots all proned up right now. IHC, though, still have to deal with the final player. Pump action in hand, and the double barrel coming through.
मुझे लगा IHC hospital जाएगी.
Badger. Submachine gun for Onzens.
Up the stairs
Nice.
he goes, but he's
Right.
cut down just as quick. And IHC take FaZe out of the running very, very early on.
भाई IHC गन फाइट में GG कर रही है. वे सबका अच्छे किल निकाल रही है IHC हर एक मैच पे. इस मैच 3 किल निकाल दिए.
Adjustment here, realistically, and IHC have done this during their last chance as well, where they would specifically target weaker teams, and for them, they were constantly dropping on squads that they thought that they could take out fairly easily, and they made it happen over in last chance and survival stage, and they're doing it here because they seem to have identified a weakness in FaZe, you know, not doing so hot, not being able to get out of a lot of these fights, and IHC happy to pick up some 3 points off the back of it. Currently 15 points total with not the eliminations added on top yet. So I think for IHC, this is an incredible thing to be doing, even into PMGC, which is just taking the fight to anyone, anywhere, anytime. It gives you more space to play around with. Not only that, IHC dropping in South George alongside with Alpha 7 in North George. That is a bold statement to make.
Certainly a way to keep up with their countrymen, with the other one of the other 2 Mongolian squads in these finals. Highest regional representation alongside China. Stalwart, obviously, such a main contender, duking it out right now with Alpha 7. But these things can change very, very quickly this early into proceedings. Any team from bottom to top can take a massive leap here. We've seen those games happen, right? If WBG, for instance, 17 elimination chicken dinner, they're right back in that running near the top spot.
Yeah, really, really good stuff for them to take them back up towards that top side. But this is where we really start to create that foundation, is that day one, right? You know, you've got to get the biscuit crust on the bottom of your cheesecake first before you do anything else, right? So all that other games over towards the next 2 days, that's going to be just developing your cake. Let's be honest.
You definitely need that buttery biscuit base
The buttery
to build
biscuit
it all up on
base
top of.
at the bottom. Exactly. But yeah, IHC really good on these hot drops, and they were practicing them all the time over in the PMGC league stage. Doing it here again, I can't believe it's happening over in the finals, which is fantastic to see. So I'm super pleased with how this is going overall so far.
I rated them going into last chance as well. I'd had the pleasure of covering them in their group stage during the leagues. We saw that blast off, and again, it's that streaky style, high variance play when you are a elimination-focused team that is paying off for them. And it seems like it might be this roster that's going there, but strong and consistent is the story for Nongshim Red Force. They have been able just to keep it going, right? 17 points on the standings right now. You can see IHC a little bit ahead of them because of the eliminations they just got, but yeah, that's a really solid result. That's 8.5 points a match.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at the
Like
leaderboard
close
right now,
right?
what's
Top
really
16
nice
का
about
गेड़ा
this
भी
one is
यार.
that the spread is awesome.
Sorry
in
to disturb
terms
you
of
guys,
where
मैं
these
थोड़ा सा
teams are
BMP
placing,
की
you
उसमें
know.
खो गया था.
It's only a few points drop off every single game right now for each and every
Gordon ने
team,
क्योंकि चिकन निकाल दिया है.
which is
और
something
Soul
that
has
really
to
reads
accept
into the
26
fact that
और
this
20
is a very
पॉइंट.
stacked lobby, right?
जो ना भी
Very
बोनस
equal
इंक्लूड
in
होगा. अगर
skill.
मैं गॉर्डल का 10 का बोनस भी लेके
for
चलता
a
हूँ
lot
तो
of
उनके
these squads, some
170
are
पॉइंट
finding
हो
more
गए.
success
मतलब
than
उनको 80
others. But it
वो
follows
मैचेस में
that
20
general
पॉइंट चाहिए
path
उनको.
downwards, and I mean that it kind of makes sense
If
that
they
we
want
would
to
see Alpha
qualify.
7 and Stalwart on top
30
alongside with
points.
IHC, particularly because all these 3 teams
Gordel
do
को if they want to
have
qualify for the
rotations in
BMPs.
hand, which are very good. They can take team fights as well, and they're very, very good at holding multiple positions on the map. So
कल का दिन बहुत तगड़ा रहने वाला है क्योंकि डी के आई गेस 3 मैचेस कर लिए ना.
Something that makes sense for them to be here. Same with Nongshim Red Force, S2G. You do Alliance are further down the list in 6th place because I don't think that they have that team fight down yet. That team fight aspect is just not there yet. So it all makes sense. And I'm curious to see if playing versus these top squads in the world will change out how some of these teams do end up playing. In the meantime, let's take a quick look at the map, John. The circle heading over towards that western side. Alpha 7 still have Revo. A couple of other players up towards that northern edge. They've got to split downwards, though. In the meantime, it's Sue versus Mythic. We'll take down one. Much needed elimination there for WBG as well, considering down in 16th place, only the 2 points.
ये ऐसी जगह पे बैठ जाएगा ना जहाँ पे किसी ने सोचा नहीं होगा कि बंदा जाके बैठ सकता है.
WBG have a lot of strength in the past. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that pressure into this match. Alpha 7, a team that's certainly shown that pressure in match number 1. Not quite as lucky in match number 2, but wow, they're fighting for the top of Everest. So are IHC and so are S2G right now. They are once again into a little bit of a scrap. Senna wants the nade over towards the back lines. Silas dodges out of the way of that one. Mafioso fairly low here, but shouldn't be too much to worry about. In the meantime, S2G marshalling their forces to move forward. They are a little bit split right now, which means they aren't at full force. You can see Razy and Calci a lot further back. Alpha 7 a lot more cohesive in their position right now, a little bit further east, but S2G can change that. They go for the regroup.
I think for Alpha 7, there's a lot of talk about how this team's going to be the new grand champion of PMGC. They've yet to make it happen yet, but taking this fight between them and the previous grand champion is a step in the right direction, right? You know, if they can prove versus S2G that they're better the team, you know, that story becomes a whole lot more believable going into the future. Either way, looking at that shot coming through from Silas over towards Demo, kind of godlike, to be quite honest with you. The lock-on from the DP, sort of disgusting the way he tracked him in the air as well. Tell this guy's been playing for years now at this point in PUBG Mobile.
And S2G, I mean, if you can take a player from IHC down, you take that opportunity. Perfect capitalization. Try and take the wind out of the sails for the players of IHC. Try and keep them in the corner. It's going to be a hard task, but you've got to start somewhere, and that's the way to do it. Major Pride, a little bit disappointing so far in their games that we've seen from them. The first match, it looked like they could have done more. Second, we didn't really see anything. That West Bridge was their Achilles heel. This time around, they're not going to have to cross, but we'll see if they can play a little bit more central, as they have got the spot here on the map for the center of this next shift. Loops have got a shot over to DX Xavier, but they won't be able to find it.
Do have that shot, but not able, like you say, to connect anything on that side. Morph currently playing up towards that northwest edge. Holding strong as long as they can. Stalwart coming in from Novo Repnoya at the moment.
Alpha 7 close by to Morph now. Both of them looking to take position. A north outpost for Alpha 7 to try and keep them clean on that side. But Cleon is there, rolling around the ridgeline to try and give them a little bit of a spook. Unfortunately, not finding an angle on them just yet. Nade sent towards Rocky, slow down the backstop. Mafioso's there. Looks like he has an angle, potential to ruin Morph's stay. As he has that DP, a lot of ammo in the back pocket. Steps up for one and will find the first. An excellent knock, and there's the rest of his team moving on through with the DBS. A nade in hand now for Yoro on the back lines to maybe take care of him. It's straight towards him, but Mafioso ducks left, steps back behind the rock. Stays safe for the time being, has a nade of his own, and Yoru has more pressing matters to deal with. Sent back by Alpha 7. The top spot will not go that quietly.
Yeah, I said that the boys were holding on the northwest side, but not for much longer, like you said. And Alpha 7 will get all players back on their feet. 6 eliminations added to their tally once again, John. And this is what we were talking about. The boys from Alpha 7 running away with things.
Oh. IHC taking a challenge with S2G. Hamzy does have backup from the high ground. It's an even trade right now. If Hamzy can get the heal off, though, he might have an advantage. Drops out the smoke in the meantime, and here's the backup. IHC rolling forwards. Alex in with that UAZ, moving on through, but Silas is still there with a DP. Finds Demo in the backlines. The heal comes through for Hamzy, and now he's back into the fight. Alex on the inside. fully known on the position. Godless for IHC on the high ground to maybe try and turn things around. Alex looks to take the shots for Silas, but he just doesn't make it happen. Silas continues to put on a raucous display. Violence for S2G.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, for Silas there, that is a big deal versus Alex, who was kind of the apex predator over in his group. Versus a lot of teams, he was able to 1v3, 1v4, yet there, Silas puts him down man-to-man, face-to-face. So S2G, again, not looking too bad at all, honestly. So far in the 3 games that we've currently seen, and are watching presently.
Stalwart on the south. Spotted. Action's gone down here, and the vehicle explosion takes him all the way out. Stalwart playing as 3. Split. A bit far away from each other. I see a Vanguard right now, trying to swing around to that western side, move in on the south edges of Gatka, past Titan, past 4MV, but it's a little bit easier said than done there.
Yeah, honestly, for some of these squads, there is some difficult rotations to be made going forward now. For S2G, for instance, getting across this field to regroup, to link back up with Ray Z, that's going to be a difficulty for some of the boys on the northwest side because they do have to move now. Udo Alliance on the northeast edge around school will have to push through both 628 as well as WBG. Not the biggest deal, but we have already mentioned that team fight factor coming through from Udo Alliance. Do they have it now? Can they break through the barricade that is going to be set up in front of them? That's a real question here for Udo Alliance because they can't just keep putting their guns away and putting their Nikes on. It's not all about the movement, John.
You got to have a little bit more in the back pocket. Fanciest feet in the world. Won't do your job good if you take a bullet to the brain. Unless you keep your brain in your feet, then it might help.
Not sure how many people do that. It would also explain why you've had an operation on your foot.
That's true. Yes, I did need brain surgery.
Yeah.
To, you know.
You do.
Oh, no. Why is he so right?
You did what? You limped into that one.
That is true. At full waddle.
We all need to have sympathy votes for John right now.
For context,
walk.
I've had an operation on my feet, and I'm using a walking stick right now.
He's an old man.
I'm absolutely fine, but I am waddling.
He's waving his stick around.
Oh, these young'uns. I was there back in Berlin.
You were?
Yeah, PMCO.
100 years ago.
God,
crazy. Major Pride over in the center of the circle. Right now. Honestly, this is a chance for Major Pride to actually get some points on board. Not looking too hopeful for this team at the moment. I did actually want to touch on Procedure Evos earlier on, and I liked what Jason brought up on the desk there about, you know, switching the players in and out. It's something they were able to do during the group stage as well, because they were comfortable with switching Zuxi and Luxi in, having Zuxi and Luxi in at the same time, just so they could really mess with my pronunciation on the regular. But I do think that for Procedure Evos, being able to have players in and out who are all comfortable playing with each other gives you that chance to reset, to go again almost at the end of the day. So for Procedure Evos here, maybe another game where they can get a good result, not only in just placement points, but also the elims. And coming in from Ruins on this north side, there is an opening. But going versus Major Pride and Alpha 7, it's a difficult push to be made, that's for sure.
For me, this is the proving ground for Major Pride, right? In this position, can they keep it together? Because it is, as you said, a strong position, an opportunity for Procedure Evos, of course, but also similarly, that same opportunity afforded to Major Pride on that north side. Can they keep it through? Because if they can't, I'm sort of going to start to pay attention to other teams in this standings right now. 12th place on the cards. They had an opportunity match 1. We'll see if they can take it this time.
Yeah, I definitely think for the time being we can count them out. I don't think they've done anything too spectacular so far. There was some good rotations on Sandhawk, but so far I would say that's really about it for them at the moment. Ooh. But you're right, this game is one where they have a position they can maybe do something from. IHC, final player, Godless. Looking to take a little bit of revenge on S2G, and this is that crossing that we're talking about. Could be a little bit dangerous. Get their first player across in Hamzy G towards Cal C and Ray Z. 2 limbs on the match, but there are shots over towards Silas.
I think he's just about made it safe over that ridgeline. WBG in the meantime on the east side, very, very close to 628, to the south point of Udo Alliance's position. They're having to heal up before going for this one. Ming already low, but forwards in the buggy, trying to break through the lines of Yudo Alliance. It goes well until it doesn't, as Ming falls first. WBG now down to 3 players, and I think another has been knocked. That's only the 2. And we can see them both on the screen, trapped in the blue, scurrying around to try and scrabble some points together, but it's just not going their way.
Iftar, nice shots over towards WBG, will take down 1 with the help of Flax. There is 628 also chilling off in the mist there towards the northern side. Scary team to come across. Yudo Alliance still hold up towards that northeast side though, John, so they have a lot of space to play around with right now. So many teams all forced to push in.
You've still got these fields to the north of Gatka that jut into this next circle, Blank, and providing a big barrier to a lot of those teams on that southwest side to sweep through that north. That's Alpha 7's buffer right now. Their buffer zone on the south side of their position, and Alpha 7 are going to look to move further south to take more of the zone under their control.
Yeah, specifically with this circle right now, Major Pride do have that compound that I imagine quite a few teams would like to pick apart for themselves. Dino went on a bit of a scouting mission down towards that south side, but it is Nongshim Red Force hold themselves. Beautiful position down towards the south. Good shots there coming through from 4 Miracle Vibes, but it's been given back by Titans.
Bamboo does finally go down, and it looks like 4MV might be in with a chance of taking this one all the way down, and they do. 2 players to survive it though, and on the south side, behind Loops, behind DXavier, behind Nongshim Red Force, it's a tough time in their very near future. See if 4MV can get much further, because they've already lost another one.
Nongshim Red Force do decide that that's enough from 4 Miracle Vibes. Really good shots from them down towards the southeast. This is where things are going to start to pop off. Already, there's been a knockover towards Alpha 7. Not sure exactly where that one came from. And another central circle. That's difficult, man. That's difficult to play.
But that road right in the middle with Nongshim Red Force enclosed by that road turn. It's going to be very, very difficult to take that south side, but it's the north that we're looking at. And it's S2G that we turned our attention to now, as Stalwart have met their match yet again. This is 2 for 2 so far for S2G against Stalwart on the fights. Blank, looks like Turkey have turned up in the home ground. Nurzed left alone.
Yeah, sort of rinsing Stalwart, honestly. And if you think about it, if Stalwart was able to get further into a lot of these matches, it wasn't for S2G, potentially they'd be much further on the rankings. Here's Pasija Evos versus Alpha 7. Big engagement for this squad.
Alpha 7 a little bit split, but Misery down first, and Carrillo always slick with it, always looks good. Luxy with the chance though, and Carrillo's good for one,
wow.
And he's on the swivel. Who is this man? How does he keep doing this? Carrillo is here. A statement made against Pasija Evos on the northern flank. Can Major Pride get ahead of this though? Can they swim in on this south?
Mate, the boy just came a 1 pump for each player. That's all he needed. That's sort of mad. I ain't gonna lie. Singh, though, tries to get across, but Yudo Alliance are at least singing him a nice little funeral dirge there to finish things off. DXavier over on the rocks. Trying to live this one out themselves.
There they go. Major Pride with their chance. Can they hold the rock? Yudo Alliance take the first knock sent their way. A good start to things. Can they keep it together? They've still got Nomi on the back foot. Another nade over the top to get one more knock. And Yudo Alliance starting to falter. A lot of damage sent to Olio. And more nades to pour through. Major Pride smell blood in the water. And they will not slow it down. They roll on in. And now just 1 player left to stand. Iftar on the back lines. And it's right in the sight lines of Major Pride. They take 1, but he goes down for it. And they'll get the res. In come DXavier, though, from the south.
Okay, effect. Up to 4 eliminations for himself there. You're right, though. DXavier not happy to let this one slide on the other side. Nades come through. Chua, absolute arm on this lad. Instantly flow away from the side of that smoke. Really good coordination right now from Major Pride here. Nade over the top. Doesn't do too much for them, but Levi seems to have them on target. 5 more nades in the back pocket. Just keep sending them over the top here. Chipping away at the boys from Major Pride. Cutting away at the marble here.
But they can't really afford to go too far forwards with the sight lines that other teams are going to have on their back. Getting across this road is going to be really, really tough. They need a knock or two over towards Major Pride. That's what these nades are hoping to achieve. And Major Pride can answer with relative impunity at this stage. Unless Alpha 7 start to get involved from this western edge, they've got more pressing ideas, looking to move more central. They don't want to flank out this way just yet. They might change their mind, but for now, Major Pride kind of have the advantage in this trade.
Interesting position, and one that I would kind of look out for here is right next to the blue. A lot of players go for this, but they've fallen for it easily as well. Nade over the top will do more damage. Incredibly low now. One of their players is in effect on life support in the backside there.
They're going to pop the heal immediately, and that was what they were looking for, that knock and go. Over towards Major Pride. Jump up into those vehicles, but they're being slowed, they're being harried by loops behind them, by East, the last player from 4MV as well. Naomi with a challenge, and Trump tries to move forwards. He's through, he's across, but he's taken half his HP. Levi's tries to make that dash as well, but is being handled. In the meantime, Effect on the back lines does not get taken down by Levi's. Unfortunately for DXavier, they cannot find that hole in the armor, but Dino steps straight into the sightlines of Levi's, and Major Pride once more will crumble. Effect the last to stand for them. Can he make it work? Because DXavier have picked them apart.
So unfortunate with Dino that you can tell the information has been passed across from this player that he's just on the edge of the smoke. Dino reads into the call, immediately tries to spray for him, just doesn't quite hit the shots. Now Effect has to hit some more, but will go down with only 4 eliminations in pocket after that one. 6 teams remain. Alpha 7, DXavier, Loops, 4 Miracle Vibes, Nongshim Red Force, and S2G still in it to win it on that western edge. They took some pot shots over towards Alpha 7. It's really only Nongshim Red Force that's managed to find some big damage. That is until the Vietnamese squad set foot onto the scene.
Starting to extend their influence now. High ground found for DXavier. 8 eliminations. The smoke blooms around Alpha 7 to try and keep them safe. Alpha 7, the main arbiters of S2G's position. They go down, S2G have a much better time of getting across this open field that sits in front of them.
Certainly right now, DXavier's got one of the strongest positions in the lobby. You know, playing over towards that roadside where currently Loops is would be nice to play, but again, this is where you can completely rinse the guys on Alpha 7, and Levi's opens things up. Doesn't wait, doesn't hesitate, he's in.
He's rolling on forwards, keeping those sightlines under control. Alpha 7 should be able to find this res, but they take 2 sightlines out of the mix, Lamborghini and Levi's. A duo move forwards for DXavier. They want to keep these points rolling on into their bank. 9 eliminations they're up to now. Levi's sat back. I think that might have come from S2G, you know, across the way. And there's the shot, there's the nade. Lamborghini finds Senab. Alpha 7 cut through the middle there. A swift thrust, and Lamborghini looks to put the hurt down, but there's an answer, and there's a reason these guys are at the top of the tables. Revo keeps it on going, but S2G are blinking away into the back lines. 1 player falls, Kelsey's there, and that's the high ground on the top of the building for Nongshim Red Force, because there's 2-2 split going on right now, and Nongshim have power as well.
Yeah, honestly, we've not talked too much about Nongshim Red Force, but they probably have held one of the strongest spots in the lobby this whole game.
Max is indicating that they were definitely talking about it the whole time. 7 called it. He's a wise man.
You can't hear him, but
we're busy with the scraps going on between S2G and Alpha 7. But he's eating the whole meal on the south side with Nongshim Red Force. Alpha 7 under pressure continually by DXavier, and that is not going to change anytime soon. Just Revo left.
Lamborghini down again.
This guy's solid. This guy's a pretty good player. We should pay attention.
This guy is a really good player, honestly. Revo is sort of sick with it. And again, this match doesn't matter too much for Alpha 7, even if they go down now. With the 11 eliminations they found, this is a fantastic game overall. But I think Revo on a bit of a timer at this point in time, right? Good shots from Levi's, takes him down. Beautiful little headshot over his way, moves out, but Levi's gets taken down by the S2G players in the process. Both players have to duck down. Levi's technically gone now, really. Lamborghini desperately trying to heal back up again, but DXavier down to 3. Their star player in Levi's falling on the way.
Oh, high ground. Tizzy finds Ray Z. Nongshim really the main force in this lobby. S2G have done well to survive on this western edge, but that open field was always going to be tough.
Hello?
Hello? Spotted by Loops. Chua's here, right over the top with the DBS for 1 and 2, and Loops are cut to size. Chua is answered towards though, and there's the shots coming through from Nongshim Red Force. They will not go down. Another shot, another knock over towards S2G, and Lamborghini's light them up.
Lamborghini coming through with maybe the 1v4. One more on the cards here for him. Keeps spraying. 15, 13 bullets left in the mag. Looks to go for the shots on the side. Hardly any HP left. Silas getting pushed by the blue. Just about keeps them in.
Gets to the tree, gets to the cover behind Nongshim Red Force as well. They know exactly where he is though, and I don't think Silas is going to be able to get much further. XZY opens the mag and will take it down. It's Tizzy to take the honor though, and Cardozin for Loops. Ladders up into second place. It is Nongshim Red Force, consistent, always there, always in the conversation. Now they've found their opening. This should be the chicken dinner for them.
I mean, we talk about loops, mate. This has come full circle. We're having another loop on our cards with Cardozin being the last player from loops in the end game once again.
No eliminations.
Sort of silly. No eliminations needed. We'll take the second place.
Oh, you might get a knock or two. No, unfortunately, the hop into the back there is good. And Nongshim Red Force, the South Korean team that surprised us being the entry into the finals for the region, have turned up yet again a really strong, consistent style. Not super flashy blank, but it didn't need to be.
Yeah, very difficult to really talk about that team too much when there was so much going on around the map, which was sort of posturing, right? You know, teams puffing out their chests at one another, trying to show who's boss. S2G, though, they're holding it together very nicely at the moment, I would say. You know, being able to hold their own versus some of these best squads in the lobby, which we know have extremely good firepower behind them. It's nice to see.
Alpha 7 get pretty deep into that match as well there to maintain their top spot. I think Nongshim, it depends how many eliminations they got there actually, but they might be right next to them now after that chicken dinner because Alpha 7 didn't get too many placement points.
Yeah, for Nongshim Red Force, like, honestly, some strong games coming through from them at the moment. And I mean, sort of flying under the radar, they're playing what I would call to be pretty classic PUBG Mobile from back in the day. Take some strong compounds, get a checkpoint further on.
That's how they won their group.
And then, you know, get that crossfire working. I think a lot what we're seeing these days is just some massively aggressive maneuvers from all these squads. But Nongshim Red Force, keeping it real.
MVP was only 2 eliminations going on through Tizzy on Nongshim Red Force, so it was a very controlling game for them, as we've kind of highlighted there. You can see across the board total. Okay, Tizzy, okay, he got 4 eliminations. Oh no, 4 knockouts, 2 eliminations. Across the board it was 5, so 15 points on the match.
I think what you got to realize about Tizzy's position is that he had so many angles on so many players on that hillside. Realistically, all he had to do was cause casualties, and success comes from there, right?
Everyone on that north side of the road really started to struggle when that circle came down south. S2G trying to cross that open ground. In the meantime, just denied, but and what a light up from Lamborghini as well. I mean, he was roaring on all of those cylinders, making so much noise for DXavier.
Yeah, the engine in that lad is certainly purring. I mean, for Chua as well, over towards Loops. What was that play from him? I don't think Loops even expected Chua to just run down the hill like that, DBS in hand. Sort of silly when we saw it come through. Exactly, who does that? That's what Loops probably were asking themselves in that situation. But DXavier pull out some crazy moves time and time again. And that's what sort of makes them so strong, is that the unexpectedness of some of their plays are silly. However, they also can play a strong, normal game.
Nothing illustrates the pressure that Nongshim Red Force had than the utility they used there. Basically nothing. Let's head over to the desk.
Well, like Claris out there, I for one welcome our new South Korean overlords here in PUBG Mobile. Nongshim Red Force, man. There hasn't really been a single bad match out of this team as they have been putting up the work, especially when accounts are closing things out. And, well, we got an STE win, Max. We got a Nongshim Red Force win 7. Does that mean I get to choose who wins next?
You might get a chance. But I mean, this is why I'm so hype on this team. We wanted to see what would happen if they actually got a circle and they didn't really have to rotate. They were able to showcase that perfectly. At one point, we were talking about what are they going to be able to do here? Are they going to try to push towards S2G? Are they going to be trying to gatekeep them?
Yeah.
And they ended up gatekeeping them as well as being able to push. The 2-2 split that they did there towards the end worked out wonders.
And you said it, especially during that game, right, Seven? One of the biggest points as to why you like this team so much is they don't call the shots too early. They are very good when it comes to timing. They just wait, okay, STG on the western side, we're still in circle, we can go for this 2-2 split, play center while also playing edge, and just overwhelming the rest of the teams that are rotating late, because outside of their 2 positions, there was nothing to play with. They knew they had the game in the pocket, as long as you don't do any mistakes, which Nongshim Red Force in circles like this do not do.
They're not over-aggressive, which is nice to see as well. They have that switch. We saw it earlier in the earlier match whenever they third-party to fight towards the South Military with D. Xavier and another team. And then here, we're being able to see the patience out of them with not being able to push it towards STG, waiting for the right moment.
Well, they don't even
20.
end up with the most points, but as you're saying, not too aggressive sometimes. They still get the win nonetheless, but D. Xavier, 16 eliminations, 4 placement points for a total of 20. They put in the work, but so did Alpha 7, to be fair, with 11 elims.
Wait, we didn't drop or rotate into S2G? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they were playing so well, even at solos, right? So I mean, we saw Chua have some great clutch moments. We saw Levi's at some point have 6 eliminations, and Lamborghini just clutching it up, almost able to overwhelm the entirety of S2G in what I think was one of the worst circle rotations for them. Like, they had such a tough time playing the eastern side, but they were just making it work out, and the DBS of Chua was enough to get rid of loops too. Like, there was so many points of this game that Xavier, I think, were going to fumble, but they just keep surviving thanks to their raw gunplay.
Even earlier in their match, we were a little bit worried about that 2-2, the big 2-2 split that they were doing right, but I think the way that they were able to rotate faster, being able to regroup in that split second, that actually impressed me. I thought they were going to be able to hold it a little bit long, and I thought it was going to backfire. And then talking about Carrillo, I mean, that 1v3 that he was able to get with the DBS against Precision, that was absolutely beautiful. We'll be talking about, we wanted to see Carrillo from loops when he was able to just absolutely destroy everybody in the game and out of the game. And then right now, he's being able to just do it in the game as well with the DBS.
And that's the thing. We've been saying for years now, if Carrillo can perform with Alpha 7, this is going to be an unstoppable team. And we see him able to put up the 5 eliminations. Like, this is a deadly squad. And I don't know what's happened from regionals till now, Seven, but this Carrillo has just massively stepped up.
Earlier in the match as well, when they were looting, they ended up third-partying the fight between FaZe Clan and ISC. No, they didn't decide to push that fight, but they were being able to just take some shots onto the teams. They were able to eliminate one player from FaZe Clan, and then towards the end, if I do have to nitpick a little bit what this team did, I feel like they got a little bit too passive there at the end. I felt like they should have continued on with their aggressiveness and try to push a little bit more towards D. Xavier. They put themselves in such a position that a lot of teams were going to be looking at them. And once again, that's just me nitpicking right there of what they could have improved.
I think that you have to play passive in a situation like that because you only have, what, Rocks and Trees to work with. In a situation like that, you have S2G in the open fields over to the western side. You have D. Xavier just shredding out everyone apparently over to the eastern edge. I think you have to play passive, play around smokes. If you do have some early information, maybe go for an elimination here or there. But I think that's a situation where you can't be overly aggressive, only when you're 100% confident you're going to hit that shot, get the knock or the flush.
So I'm looking at Loops here in 8th place. 8 placement points, 8 eliminations. I can almost guarantee you those 8 placement points came from Cardozo alone.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
100%.
He keeps surviving. Yeah.
It's insane.
What's that? 3 matches in a row now. He's the last one alive for his team every single time.
Yeah, and just snaking it up. Like, if they can, I feel like when you see how good they are as individual players, I want to see Ayala in particular. I've hyped up Ayala quite a bit. I would like to see him survive a bit more in the later stage. If they are playing around Garadozin a lot more in the late game stage, I feel like they are in scenarios, in positions where they could maybe gun for a podium, if not a win. Like, it's just Garadozin as a solo never has the chance to do so yet.
I'm with you on that.
And obviously looking at well, Stalwart Esports, obviously at the back of a win previously, they met their demise once again by S2G. It seems to be their kryptonite here. I don't know what it is about this in particular, but something's not really working out too well for them.
And that's what I was wondering too. We were talking about this in between matches. What I wanted to see out of Stalwart Esports is what would happen with this team whenever they didn't get a circle. Whenever they didn't be able to control what they were going to be doing. They had to push. They actually ended up pushing a little bit late for my liking. If we're kind of talking about teams being able to rotate a little bit faster, that team did not rotate fast enough, and he ended up hurting them in the long run.
I would like to see an improvement on the information game for Stalwart in particular, because they went on to, who was it, 4MV, 4 Miracle Vibes, I think very close to them, lose a player, because there's a lack of scouting on that late rotation. I want them to try and gather more information, and if you do so, late rotations are going to be rewarded a bit more because you can know if an entry point is viable as an option, or if they scouted before onto 4MV, they could wide rotate to the west as a 4-man team, maybe crash onto the side of also Nongshim Red Force or maybe S2G, but it's just that trial and error that sometimes is going to lose you players.
Something that you mentioned too is that this team is great whenever they are able to kind of set themselves. They don't really have to rotate as much. They need to be able to adjust that here. If not, they're not going to be a championship team, especially with what we're seeing out of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah.
And speaking of rotations, you know, one thing that you really hammered on when we were prepping for the event, Max, is Titan Esports Club seem to have these like next level rotations. Very smart about where they want to go. They're very aware of where all the teams are on the map, and obviously they're not doing too well so far in our bottom 8.
Yeah, I think they saw in the elimination feed Cario get a 1v3 with a DBS. Like, DBS, we don't play that. That's a really scary weapon. We're trying to avoid that as much as possible because we talked about it, the DBS not being played as much in PL, that is a big like slap to reality when you're coming onto this international stage. If it's PMWI or PMGC, you are going to struggle, so it makes it a bit tougher than
we talked to the Chinese casters, right, and they were saying the S12 is what they mostly use.
Yeah.
So they do use shotguns, but not, I mean...
They did say they were going to be able to adjust quickly. It's 3 matches now.
Haven't seen it.
How quickly are we talking about?
Day 3, last game. That's how quick.
Let him cook.
Well, let him cook, yeah.
Hey, I know you know how to say that in Chinese.
Yan da shou.
I'm glad you went with that phrase, not the other phrases you were taught today. But another team, again, we talked about rotations. FaZe Clan still not really existent. Mela, obviously one of the star players of the team that we saw in Survival Stage and Last Chance. They've been a little bit quiet. Obviously, the caliber of the lobby is a little bit different. But this, I don't know, did you, I'll be blunt. Did you truly expect them to be able to have the kind of performance they had in Survival and Last Chance here in PMGC Grand Finals? For me, I'd say no.
I had no expectations. I wanted to see how the start of the tournament was going to go. From what we've seen right now, no big adaptations too. I have a lot of doubts when it comes to FaZe in particular. We've seen them do that adaptation in the last game, like when there was the most pressure on their shoulders, which means they could technically do it again. But as you said, the caliber of like skill in this lobby is so high that I don't think it's going to be even like enough at this point to be able to catch up to top 5, top 3 when you have teams that are so consistent like Nongshim Red Force and are just going to be overshadowing all of your performances.
Yeah, I didn't think FaZe Clan was going to be performing pretty well here. I saw them being able to cover that group stage. They took too long to be able to adjust here. And right now with what we're seeing out of them, with the way that some of these teams are playing, they're not going to be able to adjust in time for them to even make a push there towards that first place.
And that leads me
it's crazy saying that we just only had 3 matches, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's safe to judge, right? We've had, I'm not going to even try to do the math on this one. We've had half of our matches today. And we only have 2 days left after that. So I'm not even going to look at John. I mean, you're technically right.
Yes.
I have which is 1-6.
Math. 2023, his math is on point.
2024, he's going to be doing calculus live on air. He's going to be teaching John how to do statistics. That look of like, shut up, Jason, this ain't happening.
It's like, no.
But Procedure, I don't really know what to expect for them coming into this. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the old Bigatron. We talked a lot about the Twins. Misery has always been like a focal point of this team and the performance they've been able to put up. But also Redface has been kind of non-existent. For me, he was also one of the big players when it came to the group stages.
Yeah, I want to see from the entirety of Procedure Evos, they've been sticking a bit closer, which is nice. It's just they allowed Alpha 7 in particular to get way too close on that position. When they breach, especially that 2 building compound, it's very nadeable around the walls. You need to set up that utility super early on, but they just allow the Fox in the hen house, and then you have pretty much just Cario with a DBS, and he's just going to obliterate the entirety of Procedure Evos. So right now, getting good positions, they can do that really efficiently. I just want to hold them, defend it down like a 4, and if they can do so, I'd say we could expect more from Procedure Evos, but it's been a bit of a slow start for sure.
Yeah, slow start indeed. And I mean, we kind of see them, when we're talking about some of the other teams, the little things that they can fix, whether it's defending or whether it's being a little bit too aggressive. Right now, we have seen them being a little bit aggressive, and it has backfired. We have seen them being defensive here, and it kind of backfired against Alpha 7 as well.
I mean, that makes me think about IHC, actually, because we're talking about, like, potential dark horses. I think, for me, they can be one of the dark horses, because I think they can easily be one of the strongest fragging teams out there in this lobby. But late stage is just something they can never seem to get to. They can never hold on long enough with all 4 players alive to get to that place. Demo in particular, we're talking about being one of the star players in this roster. But yeah, they can frag out. And technically, I love a team that can frag out versus a team who can't get placement points. But right now, something's got to change for them, because what they're currently doing, again, it's not going to get them a trophy, and they need to obviously avoid these shot drops, even with teams like FaZe.
And we saw it happen during the entirety of the league stage, except towards DM when they understood, okay, placement points, kind of important.
Kind of important.
Maybe we need a few of those. But it's just, they sure get eliminations, they got squad wipes, which is great, love to see it. You lose players. You lose one player in a fight. You lose another player in a fight. Then you're down to a duo. You're not going to be able to breach anymore. You're going to go for trash locations in circle. Your chances of a podium are really low, and going for chicken dinner is just almost impossible at that point. So fights are good. Delay them as much as possible, though. Just like Nonchalant Red Force, you mentioned, take your fights when they make sense.
Yep.
Okay, well, gentlemen, it's time to head into our final Erangel here of our first day of play at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So let's send it back to our commentators of John, Allen, and Blake once again.
Thank you very much, Jason, and the other guys as well. They're there. They're doing a lot of work. They're doing pretty good work as well, mind you.
Yeah,
They are
my
definitely
hair
doing
is it.
bits.
Look at this.
Have you had a nightmare?
Look, it just won't stay still today. I don't know what's going on. But yeah,
do our hair in the
they are
live on
doing
camera.
some good bits over there, over on the desk. You know, hitting some strong points. You know, where they can, of course.
For
you
sure.
know.
Oh yeah. You know,
They're not us.
they're very capable. I've been told.
By who?
You.
Host. Meast.
Used.
What about East from R&B?
Oh my goodness,
like
mate.
that? Yeah.
No, I didn't. Actually,
Haha.
I didn't. Let's take a look at the chicken dinner winners here right now. Alpha 7, Stalwart, Nonchalant Red Force. I feel like this is an excellent story. to
Major
start
Pride
telling.
fan.
Hey, look at
There's
that.
no
There's one.
way.
I've spotted him.
There's no way
He's
there's a Major
here.
Pride fan here.
He's
That's
here.
crazy.
He's on my side. I had them in my top
Are you
three.
going to cheer for them now?
Yeah.
With all the turkey fans
I'd given
up
up
front?
on them a little bit, but that banner has given me some major pride.
Has it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm major proud of that guy. The whole I wonder if he's the manager.
By the end of the day, probably going to be major cried though, because it's a pretty sad state of affairs. for them.
Yeah, major. Ah, you guys.
Gotcha.
You've been paparazzi. You could try. They're trying to take selfies.
Yeah.
We gave big selfie.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
Biggest
still complain.
I don't think that's how that works. But
Yeah, absolutely is. Anyway,
Fair enough.
10 seconds over towards our fourth angle, and then obviously our little dusty dessert on the
Oh.
desert of
Yes.
Miramar.
Desert dessert
Yeah.
of the day. After
I love that you were happy with that, even though you were the one who made
Yeah.
that joke earlier.
I know. That's why I was happy. I was
Oh,
like,
you were
yes,
like-
I did do that.
I didn't do
That was
that.
me.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what is also going to be me all over. It's this next game, Blank. Erangel, the last one of the day, as we go into our over the 1/6 of the matches mark for this match number 4
Yeah,
of 18.
We're going into the
Oh, 4 out of 18.
4 out of 18.
Doesn't divide, I'll give you a
It
spoiler.
doesn't divide, no.
No.
4
Oh, you're still trying to do it, okay.
4 and 1/9.
Look, 5 fours are 20.
Yeah.
4.5 fours are 18. There you go.
Damn. 119.
1-9. Is it? No, it can't be a 9.
No,
I think I've lied to you.
You have lied to me. Anyway, what I won't lie to you about is this plane path heading over from that western side over towards Lipovka. Much easier plane path to work with than a lot of other ones we've had today. Very much on the eastern edge of things. Alpha 7 on South George right now. FaZe over towards Zaki. An interesting spot, honestly, for FaZe. I would say up towards Zaki's side. We've seen them play it before, but I just think that it doesn't give you a lot of options. We saw that from the last game. We head all the way down towards the southern edge. Really difficult to play around there overall. But S2G, happily surprising me.
Yeah, they're staying up there. They're staying in amongst it towards the title spots for the time being. Certainly good news for the home crowd. This northern circle might give them a little bit more of a run. They've had to go south twice now. See if they can make their way north this time around, because we're going up and over the river. Morph, very central, near Siderni.
Very much an off little circle for us. Like you said, Morph in a strong spot towards Siderni. We have seen a fair few times. That, you know, we usually do get the teams that start in Siderni don't do all that great overall.
Difficult.
It's difficult.
I wonder if that's a self-selecting sample. I wonder if it's teams that don't do well go to Siderni, or if it's teams that go to Siderni don't do well. There's two options there, and I feel like Morph are going to have to prove us wrong.
Maybe. But I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of games.
I've seen, oh, so much.
I've seen a ton of games, mate. And they all go down in Siderni. You start up there. I would love to be proven wrong, and PMGC is a place to prove people wrong at the end of the day. So we will see exactly what happens. Realistically, only about, let's say, 4 teams currently in the circle, with Procedure Evos in Yasnaya. Strong rotates for them available. WBG down towards that south side, alongside with Rozok being claimed by Major Pride. It's been a while since Major Pride's been able to play Rozok comfortably. mainly because Mad Bulls have been taking up residence in that location. Very good as well are the Mad Bulls. Surprising we didn't see them here. We saw Major Pride instead. I think a lot of people expected it to be Mad Bulls coming in from EU to take up the mantle here in PMGC. But Major Pride will take this position in Rozhok if they can get it.
WBG close enough to maybe worry them somewhat, but over in school and apartments on that split, it's quite far away from the initial engagement. But with the circle as it sits, it's most likely that they're going to be moving north fairly soon. UDO Alliance over towards Mill to Power on the military island circle. We saw them move very, very quickly down towards that south side. This time, they're a little bit more lento on their approach to this one. They'll have to get past loops if they want to move on up to the north side. Moving fast, though, it's S2G on the southwest edge of this next circle. They've moved up from ruins, and they're very, very quickly into those shooting range hills, Blank.
Yeah, speedy. Obviously, third place right now. Doing great, I would say, in this tournament.
I think third place would count as great. I
agree.
agree.
I'm pretty pleased with what we're seeing. Generally, some strong fights coming through from them, John, which is nice to see. Overall, I think that we had some concerns. I think those concerns have currently been alleviated. I wanted DXavier to do well. I wanted them to continue on the streak, and they have done, currently in 4th. But Alpha 7 still holding on to that nice #1 spot. But I do think that it is the South Korean team in Nongshim Red Force which has come as a surprise there in 2nd place.
Just staying consistent. I mean, that's the value of getting those middle points games, right? I mean, to be fair, it was 8.5 points a match that they got in the first 2. They didn't really surprise us a lot in that last time around, in the first 2 matches, but they were still earning those points, Blank, which gives them that platform to get a 15-point chicken dinner, right? It's not the most elaborate, it's not the most showy of chicken dinners, sure, but because of the work that they've put in, because of that consistency, that's given them that platform to shine when the time comes. On the flip side, you've got teams like IHC and DXavier who go for these more aggressive, flashy styles, and they need to make them pay off in a way that Nongshim has a little bit more relaxed of an approach to that situation.
Yeah. The difference being is that for teams like Alpha 7, S2G, DXavier, their play style probably leads to more points overall, I would say, John. Nongshim Red Force is very much a consistent play style. So the question is whether one of these teams has an absolute blinder of a tournament, because they can certainly keep up with the consistent teams by having some pop-offs here and there. But to be #1 versus a consistent team, you have to really pump those numbers every single match and take fights with everybody. What I'm trying to say is you have to be consistently aggressive, which is the difficulty in between it. The difference being between Nongshim Red Force is that when you play this sort of quiet play style, which relies on taking compounds and making sure your rotations are fine, some games you don't get a lot of elimination points, and that can lead a team that's quite aggressive to overlap you later on the tournament, just because they're putting out higher numbers than you can keep up with in the overall. So that's the one thing I do worry about for Nongshim Red Force. But again, I think this lobby is so flip-floppy at the moment in terms of the teams that Nongshim Red Force could technically get away with a consistent playstyle like this and still get to a strong position within the rankings, similar to UDO Alliance, that Malaysian squad that does have some very, very good games time and time again.
You're right. I mean, they are absolutely ready to take the extended family to the beach with the amount of flip-flops they've got on this table. They are kitted out for it. At the moment, the teams that I'm looking at being those pop-off teams, I think I've got 4 in mind, Blank. I think DXavier, Hot Streak right now, IHC, similar sort of description, I think. Loops and 628. These are my 4 teams that I think I'm looking at to go for these pop-offs. That we haven't quite seen as much from 628 and Loops as we have from IHC and DXavier, but I'm still ready and waiting for it. I think they've got the fire in them. I'll be keeping an eye out to see if they can catch up and maybe overtake that Nongshim Red Force situation.
Yeah, potentially. There's definitely potential there for them. Again, I do really want to see Precision Evos do well in this tourney. Just because I think the legacy there is quite quite good, right? It's something that you want to keep up to date with. It's something that you want to happen again with Zuxi and Luxi. And more than that, I do wish success to Misery and Redface, who have had to jump into roles alongside some very famous players and still manage to stand out in that situation. It's very difficult, yet they still have. And here they are at PMGC alongside them. So for Procedure Evos and all the Indonesian fans at home, this is definitely a really big moment for them. And I don't really want to see Procedure Evos go down in sub-11th place, honestly. I'd like to see higher for them. And I know they can do it, but right now it's fending off some of these absolute behemoths of teams.
I think they fielded Luxi of the Twins this time around, and they get the circle shift up to the northeast side blank, into the Stalva foothills, to the east side of Severny, and into the shooting range hills. S2G went very early. They will be paid out for their troubles, and blank, you'll never guess who's just lost a player to them again. It's Stalwart. S2G seem to be their kryptonite.
Yeah, there's definitely some targeting going on. Let's put it that way. Because Stalwart just cannot make these rotations alongside them. And it's interesting because they're making a rotate at pretty much the exact same time, considering the fact that S2G is about, let's say, 2 kilometers, a kilometer and a half away from this position. And then you have the boys on Stalwart in Nova Rep Neuer. It's weird to me that that rotation is coming through at such similar times on a map where they differ in position so much. There's a question to be had there, but I don't think I'll ask it till tomorrow.
Ooh. Okay, I'll look forward to that one. Lamborghini, saw him roaring on the engine there last match. A strong performance, nearly taking down S2G in a 1v4, but pipped to the post by current, I think, damage leader, Silas, for S2G, who has had such a strong showing in the first 3 matches. Really sidling himself with the pressure from the rest of the team. FaZe turning Stalwart's forward position with the buggy a little bit off course there, but both teams divert, get away from one another. Still maybe some danger in the wings waiting for top for Stalwart as FaZe divert to the gas station.
First game in a while that FaZe has been able to play for the first few minutes of the game, at least get into this one. Stage 2 currently. FaZe head all the way towards that northern edge. It's one of the few times where, you know, a Zaki drop can work out. I know I've been proven wrong here, but I still stick with my guns. I don't think Zaki's the most competitive of drop spots. Let's put it that way.
It's true, it's fair. The Severny drop, though, for Morph, they've managed to get out of it.
It was cursed all along.
Well, they've got away, so it's Alpha 7 now in Severny.
Yeah.
Are Alpha 7 going to be able to break the code?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. Titan taking a little bit of a scrap back and forth with DX Xavier. Can the hot streak continue, or can Titan bring it to a close? Char with an A. Seems to be that it's just not going to happen. Lamborghini to the back lines, and Titan are just not having a good day today.
Honestly, the nades coming through from DX are probably the big things that stand out from this team. They are very good at getting that heavy ordnance over the side towards Titans. Been blasted back slightly. Ooh. Nice DBS shot there coming through from Lamborghini. The help is on the way, but not before Lamborghini does eventually hit the floor, hit the deck.
It's flushed out as well. Char on the top of the rock. Has to step forwards towards Suki. The nades are coming through for the back line, and now they can start to move forwards. Bamboo over on the higher ground, not going to do anything. And DX Xavier play on with 3, but losing Lamborghini, you're right, it's a major blow to them.
I mean, Levi's is technically their main man, right? But Lamborghini was fantastically good on that last match. Looked really quite potent. But I do think that it's still possible. Maybe wait for the guys over on DX Xavier. They'll be happy with how that one went down. You know, 3 players, more than enough. You get 4 eliminations off the back of it. Technically, you've already had a decent game. You're going out in essentially 5th place with 4 elims.
It depends where you want to end up, though, because at the moment, DX Xavier, well, at the start of the match, certainly there was that 13 points behind Alpha 7. That is still quite a gap to make up, especially in the first 3 matches. Alpha 7 having 2 strong games, they were able to rack up a lot of points in that last Erangel. I think it was 11 eliminations despite going down with only, what was it, 2 or 3 placement points?
Let's go as far as say this, right? I would say Alpha 7 technically right now has had 3 strong games back to back. With the elimination count they've had from each of them, like, none of them have been, well, I mean, the Sandhawk was great, let's be honest.
That's what I said, 2 of their 3 games, because they're Erangel on the south coast of the military island.
I would still say that's a good game.
Fair enough.
Yeah, the rotation they made and the ability to get up on towards the cliffside and then at least have a chance at getting a fight with 628, that's a good game. And the points they earn, fairly decent in terms of placement points. It wasn't like they just laid down and died from North George, right? Getting to that position is not easy from their original drop spot. So I do think that for currently Alpha 7 has only had what I would see as pretty strong matches and pretty good decision making within those matches. And that is a difficult thing to catch up to. Again, this is now a chance for Nongshim Red Force to carry that momentum forward.
Keep up that consistency. South side at a 2-2 split right now for Nongshim Red Force. They're not really being pressured by anyone. No one's sat outside the circle completely. So they can bide their time a little bit. Loops leading a train to the middle. Have to draw short at a shack. Try and survive the onslaught of bullets being laid down their way by Major Pride. The other team's probably going to be spotting them out too as well. Morph mounting the hilltop behind them. Into the warehouse they go. Central positions being taken up by Morph, by Loops. By Major Pride, they're a little bit more towards the edge, but WBG have a slice on the northeast side as well.
Yeah, honestly, this is it's been an interesting one in terms of, like, it feels like these teams are starting to get used to one another, let's say, in terms of the rotations they want to make. Maybe not Stalwart and S2G, those two hate each other right now. But I do think some of these teams have been able to slip through the gaps a little bit. Procedure Evos, in fact, just giving a bit more room towards Udo Alliance, understanding where Udo Alliance plays from a lot of their time they spent during the group stages to get here for Procedure Evos, having to play out the entirety of that league stage all the way to the last chance to get in. So I do believe that what we're looking at right now is just teams giving others room, and it's not likely until stage 5 we start to see so many big fights popping off. But some great shots though coming through from Loops.
Effect goes down, Loops that spray, nearly take down Nomi as well. Ayala wants to finish the job, but he's put back in the shack by Morph's high ground position behind them. They can't really peek out too far. However, a lot of damage done to Major Pride. Losing that player, losing effect. It's not great. They're trying to get into that central area with FaZe to their north. To their west as well. CG Evos have a crack at it as well, but Nomi still somehow weathering the storm. Another reload comes through from Luxy and not going to be able to get it off over to Nomi.
Playing with fire, that boy. It's Nomi. Felt like he should have gone down a few times in the process.
Nice formations. Alpha 7 and 628 on fight, ठीक है. On edges important रहेगा दोनों teams के लिए. 7 घर से निकलना भी मुश्किल होगा इसके बाद. बहुत बढ़िया Nate.
First nade and a second to follow it up. Look at this. Alpha 7.
Yes, 4MV. Where is Paraboy casting? Paraboy की casting bro अपने regionals में हो रही होगी. इसकी बात सुन के करोगे क्या? समझ तो आएगा नहीं कुछ.
Nades being put back by Sunan, but they just want to confirm this flush first. Staying us 4 here for Alpha 7.
अपनी टीम का भी गन गेम इतना वो नहीं है जितना तुम सोच रहे हो. गन गेम वाइज अपनी टीम भी बहुत बढ़िया है. जैसे अभी कुछ चीज़ें हैं जो कि ग्लोबल टीम्स की जो जैसे कोरिया वाली टीम्स आई थी जो उनकी खास है. उनके जो पीक्स है काफ़ी क्विक्स है. क्विक पीक्स रहते हैं उनके. बंदा मार के पीक्स जो छोटे पीक्स लेते हैं काफ़ी अच्छे उसमें क्विक है. बंदा मार के कवर के अंदर भी चल जाएगा. तुमको पता नहीं लगेगा कब मार दिया.
We do have S2G down towards that south side playing with some nasty high ground. Could spell a bit of doom there for Alpha 7.
छोटी-छोटी चीजें guys, छोटी-छोटी चीजें. उतर गया, उतरना चाहिए था. Nice one. उतारा कौन सी टीम ने? लूप्स ने. बहुत बढ़िया. लूप्स काफी स्प्लिट पे खेल रही है. ये हो रहा उनको. मैंने अभी ग्रुप स्टेज नहीं देखा. ग्रुप स्टेज में स्प्लिट पे खेल रही थी क्या? इतनी फॉर्मेशन अच्छी थी वो स्प्लिट की. बट आगे प्लेइंग देखो. मिजरी ऑन बैक. बढ़िया. मिजरी अच्छा स्काउटर है. आइजिल भी था एक टाइम पे. आई डोंट नो अभी कौन आइजिलिंग कर रहा है. वो ज्यादातर 5 फिंगर है. पॉइंट टू बी नोटेड शॉन भाई। ज़्यादातर क्या पीएमजीसी में मैक्सिमम उसका कोच बता रहा था टी प्लस का, पीएमजीसी में बहुत हायर परसेंटेज में जो टीम्स है वो 5 फिंगर्स ही खेलती है। हमारे बंदे भी मोटिवेट हो गए थे 5 फिंगर खेलने के लिए। तो एसटीई क्या बात है, जोन तो एसटी में मजे थे रहने वाला है ऑब्वियसली एज एक्सपेक्टेड। जो जोन मैटर चल रहा है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली काफी बड़े जोन्स होते हैं लास्ट के।
IHC in the meantime going to have a scrap with Morph as they roll in from the western side. Only the Vanguard demo is into the scrap right now, but seemingly more than enough
सिर्फ टोनी के 3
batter
फिंगर
down
है।
the doors of the back of the Morph warehouse, dropping the smokes, dropping the nades, and here's the backup now. Demo has done enough to open the way for the rest of the roster to roll on through. Spots an elbow, but steps back in. WBG across in the buildings that they have sat down there.
बढ़िया। आईएचसी का गन पे बहुत खेल रही है आज आईएचसी।
Straight on through, Demo clearing corners. The rest of the team on the crossfire. Loops are going to roll up to try and third party, but Morph have almost entirely been taken down here into the vehicle.
Nice one.
That is going to be a nade from Alex to keep Morph going, but Loops have taken up the mantle of the fight around the side. Mythic wants the challenge, but it might just be a little bit more than he could choose because WBG have sidelines here. IHC, did they just get swept aside? I'm not entirely sure on the south side.
ले लिया गया ये eliminated I guess.
Been a knock on the south.
Godless gets knocked as well. 4 Miracle Vibes. Taking a lot of damage. Seems that 4 Miracle Vibes gets about 5 limbs every game and then dies.
मुझे यहाँ पे एक और मैच हो रहा है पीएमजीसी का याद आ रहा है काफी अच्छा, तो काफी अच्छा नेड हो सकता है। This will be the good nade. Yes, I think splash बजा। नहीं आईएचसी अभी है, सरवाइव कर दी। Loops.
Did you? Yeah, it took me a while. IHC nades on through the doors, continuing their scrap with Loops. They didn't go down fully. Godless did get flushed, however, and
nice
Demo's
nade.
out of it. Another nade goes low,
yes,
and it's
exactly.
Mythic's feet. Now around the side, they're trying to reposition. Chief with a
चल,
chance here,
Loops
but
eliminated.
the deck wants to heal instead.
हाँ बच गया।
Players on the inside to handle. Alex close by.
नहीं, ऑफ एंगल से पड़ गई, घुस के मारेगा। नाइस वन। ज़ियोल को भी बचा। रिवाइव दे, इजी। बैग में क्या एक नीड, टू स्मोक। परसी आई ऑन टाइम, ठीक है। अबे नीड, यस।
Regain some HP. One essential nade.
I think नहीं होगा, आगे चली गई इससे, नहीं होगा कुछ फर्क। परसिया आ गई वैसे यहाँ पे। परसिया करने वाली है, परसिया निकाली गई यहाँ से एंट्री। नीड आ रहा है, आईएचसी वालों का। वो किया, बढ़िया। परसिया ट्राई करेगी आगे जाने का, जोन नहीं है क्योंकि। They know exactly. अबे यार इतनी बढ़िया फाइट चल रही थी।
FaZe are taking a scrap with Udo Alliance in the meantime on the north side. It looks like they're coming out on top by IHC now. Fading off as Lynx goes down, steps into the sightlines. Misery.
Aye, nice one यार.
And yet again, it's IHC. 12 eliminations on this.
Hi, IHC.
Incredible pop off yet again, as it is going to be Luke Cardozo.
Nice one.
This time around, it's 4MV to take the shot.
Mate, IHC's having a blinder in that warehouse. I do really enjoy Cardozo's gameplay.
IHC become blind.
A lot of things were heating
Ayugi कहाँ गया? अरे ही तो.
In the meantime, Alpha 7, they want to get back into the mix, where things are getting very fiery, but it's FaZe.
हंस गई। कारिलो का नेड कुछ करेगा? लग नहीं रहा मुझे कुछ होगा इससे। हुआ? हाँ। फिनिश आया। 2 फिनिश आ गए। बढ़िया नेड। एक नॉक निकाल सकता है कारिलो और मेला भी ले सकता है। आया नहीं, स्प्लैश पड़ेगा। लिया नॉक, विंटर इस नॉक होगा। वाओ भाई क्या प्यारा नॉक था। और मेला को चढ़ के नेड यूटिलिटीज क्या है? ठीक है, बहुत बढ़िया कॉल। रिवाइव दे रहा। स्मोक किया, नाइस वन। एंट्री ब्लॉक करी। डरना पाए।
The mastermind behind
मेला ऑलरेडी पिन्ड है सुख से।
or at least with a DBS.
वॉल्यूम थोड़ा अप। रुको, किसका वॉल्यूम? इसका कास्टिंग का।
And Alpha 7. Angling this nade is going to be very difficult. Gets it through the window. A lot of damage on Cardio, but not enough.
नेड उठाएगा। है नेड, बेटी से। WBG वेट कर रही है बस।
On the wall. Cooking another.
अच्छा
He
नेड है
has the one from the box though. And doesn't quite get the value he was looking for. Finds another from somewhere. He sends that
Nice
one in,
one.
and this time it's good. Curio down and on the outside as well. Mela strikes. Impeccably timed there, and now Senef has a 1 versus 1 for Alpha 7 to try and take down FaZe to keep
यहीं पे
them
रहना
in check.
चाहिए
8 eliminations for FaZe
हाँ
so far,
बढ़िया
and they want to put that number 9 up
पहला
on the
मेरी सुन
board.
रहा है क्या
Mela reloading the DBS, has the window under control, keeping those shells, those cartridges loaded up
WBG
and
पे आ
into
गया
the
घुस के मार
chamber,
दे
but there's a roll up from WBG.
Nice one.
Mela
Nice
weighs
one,
out
nice
the
one,
train.
nice one.
Alpha 7 go down, and now WBG close down proceedings. 4 eliminations for them, and they're looking to start climbing on the east side. Blank, this is a good chance for WBG to come back.
Yeah, it's a good time
Crucial
for
one.
WBG to bring things
भैया
back,
IHC को
but
नहीं है कोई रोकने
Mela,
वाला भाई
man,
जिस तरीके से चल रही है भैया
got that
IHC
DBS
बट यहाँ पे
special
काफी
going
क्योस
for
है
him. I've been pretty pleased with Mela, honestly. Max is also very pleased with Mela overall, and I think that it's essential that you do have a team.
भाई
a
12
player
की
like
7
WBG,
kills जोल
right,
भाई
that
सोलो
has that clutch power behind
डैम
him. And Mela
11 किल
certainly
का
has
रिकॉर्ड
that
था ना
for them. 9 elims though, good stuff.
उसका
IHC,
अपना
on the other hand, 12
UI का
eliminations. Looking
Let's
for
go,
some
Zol.
more. 2 players remaining here. Could pick up some more points
नहीं
for themselves. but Alex has
नहीं
already
बच गया
taken a mean beating.
Hole as well into a challenge that maybe is too much for him to bear. Alex going down
Ooh.
and IHC full, but they've already done a lot of work this match. A lot of elimination
Finally जाते जाते
focused
WBG
situations that they've been
Mongolia
able to
domination
capitalize on, and they've done beautifully to keep themselves up towards the top.
Baron
of
knock
those tables.
reset
They
गया
are in the
finish
challenge
I guess
spots.
last ही बचा है dog
They will
dot
be in and
HP
amongst it. Stalwart as well.
Knock
Looking to
हुआ
try and keep their record up. They've seen
Apex
Alpha
बचा है
7 be
last
so strong. They've seen an opening window now with Alpha 7 going down a little bit earlier. Can they keep this one and convert it? But WBG
तीन teams बचे
extending
ना Apex
influence.
ST
They want to try and shut this down as well.
For Stalwart, realistically, would like to pick up a lot of these last eliminations, right? It's what's important to them. WBG,
Oh.
the links they
Ooh.
are, damn, in the head as well.
Nice,
Nurse
Ray.
head.
Puts him to sleep there for Sue.
For a
WBG.
while. at
Oh,
least.
He is
after a
gonna
long
get
time
back up there.
भाई
The Rez does have the cover from the Lynx AMR.
ऐसे shots देखने को मिल रहे हैं
Third place. I think they know that Apex is there. He's going to have to move. The zone will push him in soon enough. A roll around the side from Sue. For WBG, 4 players alive. They have got all the advantage that they could ask for in this situation. But you're facing off against Stalwart, and that is frightening in itself.
Mao off in the distance. WBG taking a pretty big split at the moment. Apex. And keep things going for 4 Miracle vibes. Last player alive for them.
Yo bro WBG ने रखा है map controller भी and guys जो भी नए लोगों को make sure to either like and subscribe to the channel
Or at least spot him out. Information passed
they
back now, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they know. Nurse ready. He's got the angle. And Top's there as well. Oh, he's jumping. This is dangerous. Apex is baiting. Playing with fire right now. Wants to try and turn this one around, but Stalwart.
Hello games भाई क्या हाल चाल after a long
They just have to
time
hope for a pick.
Apex गया
Apex drops the smokes. This high ground on the shack is
Games
actually
भाई
proving
क्या
to
हाल
be
चाल after a long
extremely
time
useful for him. Circles enclosing in this lineup that WBG been able to set up
team
along
out by
the
मेरे
middle.
outfit है मेरे पास भी okay
Massively
बढ़िया
reminds
clear
me of
2
gameplay
teams
over
बची
towards PEL. A lot of control exerted.
ओ भाई एक और knock है
Soon
क्या
now.
I
Still
think
got it.
एक knock और आने
Still got
वाला
the
है
legs. One tap is all it takes. Nerzed crests the ridge line. Oh, he sees the
Ooh.
rifle. Catches the hand. It doesn't get the knock.
Jesus.
And
But
action
वो
goes down
action
in his
को
place.
वाइमा
Nerzed
होने दिया
has to
था
go for the heal, but this is the time for them to roll forwards. They get the flush onto
Caesar
action.
को लगी गोली
Taken a little bit lower.
Dot
Nerzed
HP हुआ
operates the heal there, but Mao can move
WBG
forwards.
chicken let's go
Mao with the M4 in hand.
All good है कि
playing
आप सुनो
that
बस थोड़ा
point
सा यार
position.
बीमार हो
Nerzed
गए
has to get back up on top. But as soon as you do, you know that it's going to encroach. A nade sent over to the backlines. They've got an answer, sure. But Su, Ming, Waimao, all of them ready. Waiting to take on top. Nerzed, a casualty. The first of 2 potentially. But Ming steps out wide. A 2v2 now. Top goes low.
Top.
It's the deck. Can he get the
Top.
heal? Could be crucial, but Nerzed's
बहुत
down and
बढ़िया
there's the nade.
Oh, nice match. But ST आज consistent खेली day 1 पे भाई. And also guys जो भी नए लोगों make sure to either like and subscribe to the channel. फट से कर दो.
Goodness me. Some good plays there from WBG. Obviously Stalwart feeling a little bit less strong towards the end there.
भाई लास्ट में क्या प्रेशर बनाया ST पे भाई.
But although it's Su to open up a hole in Nerzet's head, he opens up his inner eye towards the end of that game, locates and spots out where exactly these final players are, takes them down with the nades. It's good stuff overall, and you can see that Stalwart's disappointed with this one. Could have been an easy win. Could have picked up some more points. Top was looking a little bit nasty towards the end.
Had some
Pistol set बोलते हैं इसको.
but it was just pressure. It was that Nongshim Red Bull style.
अभी 2 मैचेस बचे हुए हैं. इसका ही मत जाना.
I mean, I'm sure it's the
बीच में मैं चले जाऊंगा, but आप लोग मत जाना.
But they are looking good in that match. A lot of control. They swept through from that northeast side and they moved in when they needed to. Looking for those third-party, not engagements, but gains of ground.
Yeah, and I think that is sort of an important thing to be looking at the end of the day for them. A lot of cheering going on, which is nice to see in the crowd for these players and teams. S2G, again, still not doing too badly so far, which is nice. I think that although this wasn't a game where they took it all the way to the end, still decent point scoring, decent numbers from him.
4 eliminations from the MVP Wideout for WBG. Again, not super flashy, not super hardcore, but very calculated, calm and collected.
Made the damage.
And look at that damage.
Kinda good.
Very even. 4 eliminations for Gaff as well.
Yeah, I mean, Wideout, 871 damage, 704 for Suk. But again, 704, probably that's half between the 2 shots from the links, right?
That's 500 damage just from the hair color alone.
Yeah, that's fire, man. That is fire. But again, it's really nice to see. At WBG, they needed a game now. They like literally right now.
Yes.
So at least being slightly dominant here on our angle, on our final angle before we head over towards Miramar is a really important aspect for them.
I'm looking at what IHC were going to be able to do with the eliminations. They got that match to jump up. Stalwart, how far did they climb against Alpha 7, who didn't get as many points maybe they would have liked this time around? We'll have to wait and see. Yet again, FaZe also starting to step up in that match. I think they managed to get 8 or 9 eliminations, maybe a placement point or 2, so good news for them. They really wanted to try and start to keep that pace together, and as you said, for WBG, it does need to be now. It is such a short form for what these teams are used to, only those 18-match sets.
Yeah, IHC as well, on top of that, massive amount of eliminations. They're really, really resilient. Feels like not only Stalwart's a Mongolian team, but all Mongolians.
How about that?
All right, so Weibo Gaming taking a victory not only in-game, but in the hearts of one of our dear analysts, Maxman.
Oh yeah.
Your favorite player.
It's Suk.
No.
With the Lynx AMR too at the end. I mean,
Shansu.
you got the pronunciation on point, 7. I cannot pronounce it properly. But WBG this entire match, 7, what I loved is that they were not overly aggressive. They saw situations and they just waited. Not maybe getting as many eliminations as they could have got, but they just were playing from the win from the very, very early stage. And that was one of the smoothest transitions to get a chicken dinner we've seen so far. They had in the bag like 2-3 circles ago, in my opinion.
Yeah, and for some of the other teams that we've been looking for them to be able to adjust, FaZe Clan, we saw a little bit of an adjustment there out of them, especially after the the fight that happened in the second Erigo, right? They actually decided to land in Sarki and then rotate very quickly towards the Verning, which I thought ended up working out for them in a very, very big way. And then ISC, once again, being super dominant when it comes to those eliminations and getting those placement points too, which we've been wondering with them. Are we going to start seeing more of those placement points? I still want to see them be in a top 3 situation with all the players alive, and for them to showcase that aggressiveness, for them to showcase that gun skill that we're seeing out of them.
Yeah, if we ever get a world where IHC get more placement points than eliminations, it's the end of the world. We're done. We're doomed. This is not going to happen here.
I'm kind of worried next match.
Oh no.
It's going to happen.
Oh no.
But yeah, IHC, obviously, we have to give them credit. We've been really criticizing about their placement points, FaZe Clan as well. Looking on the list, though, I got to bring up Alpha 7. I got to bring up Carrillo again. Like, obviously, they ended up losing out the battle against Mela as he clutched things out against them. But to see Carrillo just being able to pop off like this has been a fantastic sight. And it really gives me a lot of hope to see Alpha 7 and take home the trophy for the first time.
Yeah, and the thing with Alpha 7 too, it's even if they're not getting the eliminations, they were getting the placement points that we saw earlier. And then on this match, even if they're not getting the placement points, they are putting up those good elimination points. Which from Nonshim, this is the first time that we see on Nonshim not having a good match, right? They end up with those 0 points overall. Yeah. And for this team, something that actually happened with them is they decided to rotate a little bit too late for Nonshim Red Force, and they were forced to play that outer edge. And now they were forced to push into compounds where they didn't have any scouting done, and IHC was able to just completely destroy them.
And I even prefer the period of time before that, 7, where they just left Severny against 628. They're like, okay, that fight isn't going to be super rewarding in the later stage. Let's just skip that fight entirely. And then they start playing, of course, playing that fight into phase instead. But 1,000 plus damage here coming out from Ziol of IHC, which Demo was popping off. Now you have Ziol. Like, when it comes to taking individual fights, every single one of IHC's players have those standout moments. So the warehouse was strong. If the circle ended up on there, maybe it could have been an IHC win, but
what the hell was Luke's doing there either? Like, the way, go ahead. I mean, Cardo's last alive again. Chief pushing in when he gets a knock, thinking he can get the confirm, but there was obviously other players watching the angle. Really, I think a bit of a misplay, but 7, you gave us a face. And it's not your normal ugly face.
It's
I went really too hard there, actually. I'm sorry.
Weibo being able to jump from 16th place all the way up to 8th place with just that chicken dinner. That's very impressive. And then for FaZe Clan as well, currently with those 16 points. But overall, I mean, I feel like Alpha 7 could have even extended the lead a lot more, considering that 2nd place and 3rd place got eliminated super early on. Yeah. But still, they still made a gap there with those 8 points at the end that were getting in the last match.
Yeah, every time you see the audience here for S2G, every time the team above S2G gets eliminated, it's like, yes, here's even more an opportunity for S2G to jump up in first place, which, hey, that's fair, that's how it goes.
I mean, thoughts about tomorrow if they're at the bottom of the table. They're going to be doing a lot of cheering when teams got above them.
15th place team died, yes, yes, we got him.
Obviously, you have to give a lot of credit to IHC again, 2nd place. This has been huge for them. It's for a team who's gotten so little placement points. They've been just really fragging out 2nd highest eliminating team so far. Dark Horse, in my opinion, I don't know if you guys agree. I said that last match. I think they had a lot of potential, but I think they were on no one's list to be in a top 3 team.
I'm starting to get on your train in regards to the Dark Horse. I mean, they're being able to be super aggressive. They're winning those fights. They're putting up a lot of eliminations, and that's something that we're always looking to a team, right? Are they going to be able to put up those eliminations? They currently are. I want to see more in regards to those placement points. It's good that we're seeing those eliminations, right? But we've been talking about it. I want to start seeing more of that late gameplay where maybe that gunplay that they're currently showcasing will shine a little bit more.
I would like to see a mix of them with WBG in the sense of like not taking fights, trying to take full control of these circles, and if they can do so with the individual gunplay, they're going to confirm 100% of those wins that they find themselves in that kind of scenario. It's like the Brazilian teams. When you see an Alpha 7, when you see a Loops or even a Stalwart back in the league stage, when they were in a phase 6-7, they had 3-4 players, chances are they're going to take the win. And we need to see something similar to them, that they need to survive way longer in these matches.
Yeah, and another team I kind of wanted to give some props, Star Wars Esports. They decided to not land where they usually end up landing. They decided to land a little bit west of Gaikai, and they were able to rotate very fast as well, considering that the plane pass was toward the middle north as well. So good adjustment out of them, considering what we saw earlier. Remember, they were rotating a little bit too late. I don't know when they were getting caught off guard.
I think if you rotate late on the circle like this, you're just going to get completely caught off guard. Like you have such a small amount of positions that are strong east of Severny. You got to rotate first. If you don't, you're going to have to crash, just like IHC, just like Loops, just like WBG, and you're going to struggle if some teams are in that position. Luckily enough for WBG, that ended up not being the case, but circles northeast of Severny, you got to go early on that move.
I'm going to have to hit home on this yet again. Titan Esports Club, out first, 16 plays. It's unfortunately being like that, and the weird thing is, right, is that it's so weird to see a team who won PEL Summer come through first place, get themselves into the grand finals directly, and they're not really hitting that stride. And obviously there's a lot to really go into when it comes to that. Obviously rotations, whatever. But I think something we all agree on is going through that group stage in PMGC is so valuable for teams because you get so much training, so much practice in. Yes, it's a lot more difficult to do, but we're seeing a clear difference between them and the other Chinese teams.
It could have been useful for S2G. It would have been even more impactful for the side of Titan because they don't play outside of their region that often. This is actually for some of the players their first time playing outside the region. That transition to playing against the DPS, which is still weird they're playing the S12K against that, but you need to have that training. And unfortunately, 3-4 days off scrims that can be taken more or less seriously, it is going to be a tough transition. So that first day is going to be very important for them. That transition in day 2, that's when we need to see Titan really bringing those points on board.
I'm getting Tiamba vibes.
Oh, I mean, they both start the letter T. We got to head and transition over to a break here while we get things ready to go for our first of 2 Miramars. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
Popularity Annual Gala event tutorial. Hey there, welcome to the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala. We've introduced a brand new competition and upgraded rewards. You will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches and compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. So let's get right to it. New competition, ladder competition. The Popularity Annual Gala event will be utilizing a new ladder promotion system. Players' initial ladder grade will be determined by their battle points at the end of the first round. Ladders are divided into 6 grades: Triple S, Double S, S, A, B, and C, with Triple S being the highest. Ladder promotion rules. Players are ranked based on the popularity they gain during the battle period. For rounds 1 to 9, the ladder results are settled at the end of every round's battle. Apart from ladder grade C, each ladder has 100 spots, with the top 20 promoted, the middle 60 retained, and the bottom 20 demoted. If you're trying to move up the ranks, be sure to stay within your ladder's retained threshold or higher before each round is settled. Additionally, ladder grades can only be promoted or demoted by 1 grade at a time, so your performance in the assignment round is crucial. Be sure not to miss it. Final showdown. Based on the rankings from the previous 9 rounds, round 10 will be the decisive showdown to determine the final rank and ladder grade placement, including the champion of the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala, who will emerge as the ultimate winner. New exclusive rewards. At the end of round 10, rewards will be issued based on the player's ladder grade and final rank. For outstanding players, they will receive exclusive rewards that can showcase their supreme honor both in and outside the game. In-game rewards include the honor title, honor name tag, and honor avatar frame, which are sure to make you stand out. Moreover, there are also physical trophies, interviews, custom-made popularity gifts, official social media promotion, game exposure, and other exclusive honorable rewards. Gain global renown both in and outside the game. What are you waiting for? Participate in the 2023 Popularity Annual Gala now.
And we're back for our penultimate match of day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Grand Finals. I can't believe we're actually here. It feels like we just started off the competitive year, thinking back to spring, and I had to go back to NA with this guy on the end.
You look.
It's a very sad time.
You okay?
Very depressing.
Yeah. He's lying.
But no, now we're here, man, and we are seeing the teams, the teams that put in the work throughout the year are the teams that are reaping those rewards. We see towards the top of the table looking pretty good. Alpha 7, the team that we've always criticized every year, it feels like, has been able to step up and claim that first place position at the moment. For me, I think actually, oddly enough, S2G is kind of the surprise of doing so well in the beginning because they didn't play in the qualifiers or the group stage, right? They looked horrible in the European regionals, but it seems like they've been putting the work and they've definitely been keeping that focus. And I think this crowd here is really giving them that 5th man buff for sure.
I really think so. I feel like also ever since the spring season, they've been working to try and train for these bigger events. Like spring season, we remember they didn't even qualify to the European Championship, right? And I feel like ever since that time, they've been trying things out, trying to change how they play as a whole because the meta has shifted so significantly. Teams center it up so much faster. Teams are so much better when it comes to taking those fights head to head. So because of that, they had to adapt. And I feel like ever since spring, and they've really struggled to make that adaptation. They're like, okay, bigger events like PMWI, and the full season was a big changing factor for the entirety of S2G.
The only thing for me right now is I feel like S2G is starting to slow down a little bit more and more.
These guys are screaming.
They just scream at S2G as well.
I didn't see that.
No, but STG, I feel like they're starting to slow down. I feel like that high that we were having there at the start is starting to slow down more and more, and I'm hoping that they kind of snap out of it here going into Miramar.
When you're at this point, also, you might start strong, but other teams are going to change and evolve and catch up. So I feel like STG might have been looking good. It's going to be a lot tougher to get those points as we move forward in this tournament.
Well, quickly talk me through what we have about a minute left here. Miramar, what's your expectations? What teams do you think are going to excel? Any conflicts we're going to have in terms of drop locations?
Drop locations, not really anything comes to mind.
I know that in 6-8 maybe. I
expect them to give it up. I think in scrims it didn't happen. I know the Brazilian teams, especially. I'm going to jump on Loops. Loops are really good on Miramar, so I feel like they could be a standout here.
Well, Cardozo's been the standout so far today. Let's see if the rest of the team can join him. It's going to head over to our commentators for the first Miramar of the day, once again, with Blake and John Allen.
He's changed up the order on us. What's happened there?
Won.
That is true. Sometimes you do go first. You always come first to me. We are going to be going into our first Miramar, our leading course of the Desert Dessert.
Yeah, indeed. So I'm ready for this one. I'm ready to come through. Obviously, overall, Miramars are quite enjoyable to watch. You know, terrain-wise, it's always really interesting. I think specifically, looking at some of the teams here, you know, Brazilian squads are generally quite strong on Miramar. But I would say Loops definitely takes the cake there, as Mr. Maxman did say. FaZe also very good at Miramar, as are the guys over on DX Xavier. So I respect that, man. I respect that. He was quick with it.
He's ready. He's watching. He's on the ball, just like these players, you know, from plenty of these teams, certainly from Alpha 7. A little bit less so this last time around, but they were still able to keep the totals high, keep it on pace, and keep things going. It's the fans of S2G certainly packing out multiple sections of the audience. You can see, oh, a particular Kelsey fan there.
Yeah. Question is, where are all the male fans?
What do you mean? They're literally everywhere.
We've not seen any, have we, on the cameras?
Well, maybe. Maybe we'll get some sometime. IHC, they've been getting plenty in these games. They've got plenty of eliminations. They have been on the warpath, and it has earned them a second place moving into the Miramars.
Yeah, honestly, I think for IHC, there's been some incredible action when it comes to the elimination counts, which I've been really honestly quite excited to look at, because I think this is something we saw from IHC over in Survival Stage, which is something what we were like, are they not going to make it because of this reason? And that reasoning was they had no placement points. They only had eliminations. It's what they focus on. It's what they're good at the end of the day. But let's not forget the fact that in their final game, in their final moments, they were able to get that chicken dinner to really send them over towards that top side to get them that PMGC qualification. So they'll get placements when it counts.
We'll see how these points start to stack up towards the end of the day as we approach that 1/3 mark of the matches to play. It is such a short sprint. We keep saying it because it is so important that you get these good performances in whenever you're given the opportunity to. Whenever you can try and convert, that's when it needs to happen. That's why it's the grand finals. That's why these teams are here, because they can do just that. We saw it even, I say even, with FaZe, right? A really, really strong team coming from Thailand. They have managed to put that last match up on the board, but they need to keep that pace up here in Miramar.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And I think for guys like Titans, this is likely going to be over very soon if they don't pick up the pace. And Loops also dropping on top of me over in Hacienda. Again for Loops. Can't just be all down to Cardozing over and over again. But what a shot around the corner from Suki.
Oh,
that's bad news. All of them are going down.
Oh dear, Loops just getting felled one by one, but there's still a chance for a little bit of a comeback. These weapons not the best that we've seen. Mythic has to lose that trade there. Bamboo shoots on through. Cardozing with the M249. Keeps it together for now. It's always this guy. I don't know what it is, man. It's something in the water. He has been the Lone Ranger for Loops plenty of times today.
Yeah, things were heating up. So I got out of there.
Oh no, you guys are in a fight? Oh, I better leave, as he is going to be exited from the match as well. Looks like Titan aren't too happy, but they don't lose anyone. They get 4 points, and that is great news for the Chinese team. Jason was giving them flack over on the desk, but maybe he'll cheer up a little bit.
I mean, they
now.
deserved it, though. Let's be honest.
They absolutely did deserve it, you're right.
Yeah.
They've been playing
They've
badly.
got the golden Mirado. The El Dorado.
You love it.
Sorry.
I love it as well.
I had to call it. Call it by its true name.
It's what it's known as.
Yeah, but I think for them, good couple of first points for them.
Opening up the bidding well.
Yeah,
Procedure
Procedure
in Impala, split between the East Point of Los Leones as well. Procedure in Impala, split between the East Point of Los Leones as well. Procedure in Impala, split between the East Point of Los Leones as well. Procedure in Impala, split between the East Point of Los Leones as well.
Line up utama dari tim ini Zuxi. Yang kali ini gantian main. Luxi pun main, berarti siapa yang nggak main?
كاملا يعني شوفوا أن فريق لوبس انطلق بقوة ولكن تراجع كبير. وهنا معكم إعادة اللقطة كيف اللومبو يستقبل لاعبين وكيف شادو ساعد هذا اللاعب وكيف شادو كان هو آخر إقصاء يسجل بالنسبة لفريق التايتن هنا على حساب باللبس على حساب الفرقة البرازيلية المتواجدة والتي تبحث أيضا عن نفس أداء الألفا 7 ولكن الألفا 7 داخل بروح مختلفة داخل بقوة معنا في هذا اليوم الأول. ألفا 7 قريب من 50 نقطة. ألفا 7 يريد أن يسجل على الأقل 10 نقاط بكل مباراة ويريد أن يتقدم ولا يريد أن يترك أي فرصة بالنسبة للفرق الثانية. يعني يدرك أنه هذا اليوم الأول إذا تقدمت فيه وصنعت فارق وقدمت كل ما عندك وتقدمت أيضا بالترتيب العام فستصعب مهمة جميع الفرق المتواجدة.
والمهمة لن تكن سهلة إذا ما عبر الحاجز لل20 لل30 لل40 نقطة. ستكون المهمة معقدة بكل تأكيد. مباراة ما بعدها مباراة مافيوسو الذي بداياته على الصعيد العالمي وبداياته كلاعب محترف كان يرتدي البرتقالي والأسود الأجمل هنالك في أمريكا الجنوبية الأمريكيتين الفا 7 إلى الآن ومع الفا 7 ولا يزال يعني لا زال لديه الكثير والكثير ما يقدمه. مال STE الذي يريد أن يقدم كل شيء لهذه الجماهير الحاضرة والمتواجدة بريز بسايلس وكالسي. وعلى الرغم من المشاكل الكثير اللي كان يعاني منها STE لا تخفى على أحد المشاكل اللي كان يعاني منها STE في منتصف هذا العام خصوصا بعد المركز التاسع في PMWI واعلان الخروج من قبل اللاعب ريز ومن ثم العوده مجددا الى تشكيله STE. هذه الامور التي حدثت مع STE لم تضعهم الصحيحه ولكن لكن اليوم يتناسون كل هذه المشاكل، يتركونها خلفهم، ولا بد أن يتقدمون من أجل جماهيرهم، وها هم يفعلون، يتحصلون على 29 نقطة ويتواجدون بالمركز الخامس إلى الآن. إيبكس والفور ام في هؤلاء الصغار المبدعين المميزين، هذول اللي جايين يوسف، وحقيقة تشعر بهم بملامحهم ولا ذرة خوف.
ما فيش ذرة خوف، يعني أنت تتكلم على التشكيلة اللي تلعب بأريحية تامة، وخاصة أنه يوم أول حتى ممكن مش اللاعب المدرب يكون مرتبك وليس، فما بالك اللاعب اللي داخل في الميدان والذي ينافس والذي يحاول، والآن توب يحاول أن ينفذ من هذه المشكلة ومن هذا المأزق الحقيقي. سيلاس مستمر، وفريق الاس2جي يريد أن يكسب نقطة من خلال هذا التحرك، ولكن الاس2جي يضيع هذه النقطة، وفريق الستار وورد سبورتس في أمان الآن. اللاعب توب يوصل إلى المكان المحدد ويوصل عند زملائه، ويوصل أيضا إلى منطقته ليسجل من خلالها فوز، ومن خلالها مركز أول، ومن خلالها مركز اللي يبقى ينافس به بالأيام المتبقية. يعني ندرك أن هذه البطولة بطولة 3 أيام، فالوقت يداهم جميع هذه الفرق. إن ضيعت مباراة واحدة فتندم عليها بنهاية هذا المشوار. هنا اللاعب تشامبون يحاول من فريق التايتن على الريفو مكشوف من هذه الزاوية، أحد لاعبي فريق الألفا 7 ساقط أرضا، ولكن تشامبون يبحث عن زاوية أخرى من خلالها يحاول أن يكشف باقي لاعبي فريق الألفا 7. كاريلو موجود هنا لعملية التغطية، وفي نفس الوقت أيضا الريفايف يتم واللاعب يسترجع. ألفا 7 يعود معنا ب4 لاعبين. مشاهدينا الكرام، متعة متعة متعة متعة متعة. كاريلو يحاول، كاريلو انطلق، كاريلو جاكوب، هنا كاريلو من فريق التايتن يحاول كاريلو، ولكن يدرك أنه وحده مستحيل أن يستمر مع هذا الفريق، خاصة بعدما تم الريفايف على اللاعب مافيوزو. فعلى مافيوزو أن يغادر، وعلى اللاعب الريفو أن يغادر، وعلى الألفا 7 أن يطلع من هذه المنطقة من خارج الزون. صعب جدا أنك تعمل فايت من خارج الزون، صعب جدا أنك تشتبك من خارج الزون، الأمور كلها معقدة. والآن فريق التايتن سوكي، يا سوكي، مافيوزو على الأول، مافيوزو حاول على الثاني، ولكن سوكي هنا مباشرة يوقف اللاعب مافيوزو، يقصي مافيوزو، يتقدم على مافيوزو، ومافيوزو قلت لك يا مافيوزو غادر، قلت لك يا مافيوزو غادر هذه المنطقة فأنت لست في أمان. ولكن الظاهر أنه مافيوزو ما كانش عنده سيارة
ولا عنده الفرصة انه يغادر. كاريلو حاول بتعطيل تقدم فريق تايتن، حاول ان يتواجد بالقمة لمنع الهجوم على لاعبي فريق الالفا 7، ولكن في النهاية ضحى بمافيوسو في سبيل الالفا 7، ضحى بمافيوسو في سبيل 3 لاعبين ان يستكملوا مهمة المباراة، لان سوكي ولاعبي فريق التايتن هنا يتواجدون ب5 اقساط كنجوم المباراة. تايتن نتحدث عن بطل البيس كيبر إليت ليج بمرحلته الصيفية، وسوكي هذا اللاعب الصيني ذو ال20 عام الذي كان يتواجد بالعام السابق مع LGD مع فريق صيني آخر. هذه ثاني مشاركة لسوكي بنطاق PMGC، مرة لم يتأهل مع LGD ومرة تأهل مباشرة إلى النهائي من دون خوض غمار الطريق والمعركة مع لاعبين فريق تايتن. هنا سبحان مغير الأحوال، يعني مرة أنت تلعب كل شيء وما تتأهل، ومرة تتأهل مباشرة وتتواجد في المحطة الأهم، لأن الأهم الآن هو فورمال فايبس أمام الاندونوس العمالقة بميرامار مورف GBX.
نتابع الان مورف، محاولة فريق الفور ام في، إصابة أولى تأتي الآن من لاعبي فريق الفور ام في. هنا مورف يعاني، يتأكد الإقصاء والريفايف يعتبر مهم جدا في هذه اللحظات. نعم، والضغط يستمر، الضغوطات تستمر يا بوبوهو. كليون هنا بمحاولة عن طريق النيد. كليون عن طريق النيد. الله عليك يا كليون. إصابة على أبيكس. أبيكس هنا يعاني. 4MV يجب أن يدافع. 4MV يجب أن يستمر. 4MV يجب أن يدافع ويستمر ويتقدم الآن. نتابع نيدك يا كليون يا كليون، لكن النيد بعيد جدا. النيد بعيد جدا هنا على لاعب فريق الفور ام في، لكن الريفايف يعتبر اهم. وهنا محاولة تعطيل هذا الفايت. محاولة عن طريق نيد ايضا من الجهة اليمنى. فريق الفور ام في يعاني، يعني الحصار اللي تم من مورف هذا مرعب جدا. والحصار الذي يتم من مختلف الزوايا ارعب بكثير وكثير من كل مكان يتوقعوا فريق مورف، وكل مكان يتوقعوا بوبوهو، وكل مكان يتوقعوا ايضا اللاعب ايست. هنا محاولة جديدة. ابيكس يحاول. كليون موجود قريب جدا من لاعبي فريق الفور ام في، لكن كليون يتمركز بطريقة رائعة. والان الزون يداهم هذه الفرق، والزون يبعد على مسافة 300 متر. هنا نتابع فور ام في اللاعب فيدوك يحاول ان يتقدم من الجهة اليمنى. الزون يزيد ضغوطات. اصابة اولى على اللاعب بوبوهو. كليون تحت الخطر. كليون تحت الخطر. ابيكس يأتي وبارون يستمر وبارون يضغط. الله، أبيكس يقصي مورف ويسجل 4 إقصاءات ويتواجد ب4 لاعبين. مورف متقدم، أو عفوا 4MV متقدم ومورف مغادر. ومورف تعمق جراحاتهم بالمركز الأخير وب4 نقاط فقط.
Putting him under pressure, right up and into the fray. 3 players now active for 4MV. They were able to win the scrap. Can they get that 5th elimination on the cards, Blank? They're going to be looking to take it here and now, because Baron right around the corner. Flax close with the nades. Neither team losing another, but Baron does go down. Cluck on the off angle does get that heal off, so now U2 Alliance have all 4 nice and healthy. Flax is backed off in the meantime, and Baron isolated. A nade in through the window. Doesn't quite do the damage they were looking for. This one might, though, as Olio steps out, and there's the flush.
Apex has to deal with the nades that are flying through the windows now. Flax, as well as Olio, trying to hit some more on towards him. Warehouse storing the nades quite nicely right now, but no tags over towards 4MV. One knock down. Is this the 5th elimination we're looking at, potentially? Looks for another. It's a great shot. There's a chance here. The drop shot's not in play. 1v3 so far achieved. One more on the outside. Closes the door on them. But is this closing the door on the chance of U2 Alliance getting further into this game? Finally dealt with.
That south side just cleaned up something awful. DXavier can look to take a lot more control than maybe they were going to be able to before. That south move, that push comes through, and what a time to do it. To be able to take control of the aftermath of this fight between 4MV and U2 Alliance. It's only Iftar to try and get out of there. He's on half HP. He's going to go straight into the waiting arms of Major Pride if he isn't careful. It's a really tough spot, but now DXavier have to regroup further north after that control that they've been able to take.
You know what? 4MV are nothing but consistent. I'll give them that.
6 eliminations. They broke the barrier.
Yeah. Honestly, fair play. Every single game. It's almost impressive. Not going to lie. Major Pride, currently on the outstretch. But you're right, John. The wrap coming through from DXavier, trying to control as much of this south side as possible. It's a smart decision. It will give them a lot of chance going into the future. Unfortunately, they do still need to sort of clear out WBG and Alpha 7 up towards their northern side. Alpha 7's currently camping the road. Cruel, I would say, over on that side. WBG holding the warehouses. Bit harder to assault. And Alpha 7's looking to do it. This is more than likely going to be one of those positions where you just hold, watch, observe. Do not do anything else.
Don't move a muscle. It's a T-Rex lobby. Trying to keep the attention sent elsewhere. Try and divert that pressure if you can, but it's a tough time. Nongshim, right in the middle. Holding on the area. Looking over on the north side, you've got FaZe and IHC, both looking to cross. IHC been blinding today on a hot streak. And it's what we wanted to see from them. Able to clutch so much out with their streaky performances from that last chance, from their group as well, with the final day, the final few games, in fact, for IHC being crucial from their group and coming through, as you highlighted earlier, from that last chance stage. It seems like every time IHC are about to be denied, they just find something, they dig a little deeper. And this Mongolian squad is certainly never to be counted out.
Udo Alliance, Iftar,
Okay.
no HP, still getting it done though. Over towards DXavier, they'll be pretty annoyed about that one.
Gets that first aid, gets that resupply on the crate as well. Paragin moving away, and Major Pride maybe actually looking to be the other side of this stopper. Tries to move one over, and Paragin in danger. In the meantime, Alpha 7 in a scrap with 628, and it's 1-for-1 on the trade. Alpha 7 have the better position for the res, but Senab is low. Sunan taken care of, though. A nice roll-in coming through from Carrillo. 2 players down, and an aid to the back sees Revo very low on the knock, and now it's 2 players active for 628, sorry.
is this?
And there is another team rolling on in. It's Titan to try and back up their Chinese teammates, and Alpha 7 are just swept aside. An excellent opportunity for IHC, for Stalwart, for Nongshim Red Force to try and ladder up, as well as S2G.
Damn, Alpha 7 hit with the Chinese pincer. That's kind of unfortunate for them. Your Titans on the side. But 628 certainly held their own. I'll give them that. That was very, very well done. This is one of the most cruel positions to find yourself in, though, because nades are absolutely deadly. Good attempt there from Xing.
Into the trenches they go, and it seems like nobody's coming out from this one. Titan trying to keep their position here, but S2G have started to push in on the north side of this scrap. They want to try and chase for the top spots, but Shadow's picking up the points where he can. 1 player now remaining for 628. 1 player for Udo Alliance. Both of them looking to stake as far as they can, but one of them is in so much more trouble than the other. Can he find anything here? Hero wants to stand tall, has to hit the deck though for the time being and pop that first aid. Suki in the back lines for Titan to try and get that heal on, try and get that res onto Bamboo and keep them going. 6 eliminations for Titan. And keep them going. 6 eliminations for Titan so far, but they're being lit up and Hero is still going. Suki down, Suki flushed, and Shadow now with the challenge, has the chance, and Hero falls finally. Bamboo, the one to be able to take him down.
Did not think the Hero would be felled by Bamboo. Not in a million years. Strong stuff is Bamboo.
It's true. Certainly is. Stalwart though, looking a little bit weaker than Bamboo this time around, unfortunately, as it is going to be IHC they've come into conflict with. Alex has been knocked in the meantime. Pasija E-Force, who, by the way, they've subbed out Redface, so both the twins are playing this time around, Zuxi and Luxi on Miramar. You'd love to see it. IHC continue their frag fest, though, picking Alex back up, but trading him down for Demo, who is on a forward position, so a tricky spot for them to be able to pick this one up. Nurzed close by for Stalwart, and is able to get that flush onto Demo. IHC playing as 3, but Stalwart on 2. Pasija Evos on the north face of it, trying to keep things together themselves. 4 players alive for their squad to try and stay in the running. Ziol low, but he wins the trade, and Nurzed falls.
Stalwart, not many players left for them. Nurzed in a really tricky position now, unknocked and top down towards the south side. Likely not going to be able to get him back up again. What a circle though. Heads over towards the crags here. S2G on that northern side. Really feeling the look been here in Istanbul.
Gonna have a little slice of it. Nongshim Red Force, they've been in this position for a while. On the south side, they've got a bit of open ground to their west, a bit of open ground to their south, which will help fend off Major Pride. But you can see how undulating this terrain is, Blank. It is not the easiest to cross, but you do have those ladders, those pepper pots, those solo steps forwards that you can start to encroach. But you have to take care of business closer to home if you want to be able to be given that opportunity. Lamborghini with the challenge from Naomi. That does take a lot of damage, and in the end it is that knock coming through from Nomi. Parajin up and into the monster truck, does go down, and it's a nade from Effect.
Wow.
A lot of team play coming through from Major Pride to try and open up on Miramar.
Damn, rinsed by the nade. What a shot there coming through from Naomi. What a throw on it, in fact.
The Major Pride corner's pretty happy about that one. I've spotted
They're
them.
one fan.
They're all, but there's more of them. They've gathered.
Oh my lord.
They've gathered under the banner.
It's crazy.
Goodness me. FaZe, plenty of support as well. One of their players is knocked though with Mela, the man who makes mincemeat of anyone who steps towards him. Sometimes. This time, maybe not so lucky. Does go down. And they'll have to move further forwards because this roadside not going to be their friend, certainly as the blue zone crunches them towards it.
Yeah, S2G in front. Pretty sure that was the tag there that came through. Nasty connection from Kelsey. Keeping everyone at bay towards that south side. Looking over towards the west here at FaZe at the moment. Vintoris keeps popping over, but they've got a really nice setup here to S2G, honestly. The only difficulty with the setup is the setup's outside the blue.
That can be a problem.
Yeah.
I hate that that's how this game works, you know? You get a great spot. Oh, the circle's all the way over the other side. Gotta go, guys. Let's try again next time.
Yeah. I do forget that I'm not playing TDM anymore.
Yeah. Sometimes circles just don't go your way, but that is when you prove your worth in the lobby, in the grand finals. The world's best teams stepping up to the plate here. And you won't always get the circle. It's a life lesson, Blink. You won't always get the circle, but you've got to make the most of it.
Yeah, and then be the one.
Got to be the hunter or the hunted.
Let's just not do all our catchphrases all at once.
Let's not.
Major Pride, though, like I said, on that northwest side, start to make their way over. But now that we're out from that area up towards that northwest, we're coming over into open ground. Realistically, a lot of teams would like to bank their way down towards where WBG is currently playing. There's a nice bit of cover in that area of the map. Procedure Evo still running this one, like you said. The twins together once again. Nice nade comes over towards S2G. That's from Titans.
It's on the other side of this scrap phase. Kind of spread a little bit thin right now, but Ventora's holding close towards Procedure Evos, who really do need to turn this game around for them. They're way down on the tables compared to maybe what a lot of people would have expected from them, and they've just taken a knock to Luxy. 4 players are still alive, but with that one knock, they're playing as 3. IHC not going to be afforded that opportunity. However, they were down to 3 a little bit earlier on. And FaZe are playing on 2 fronts now. Mela playing as that backstop. It seems to be the 3-1 split is the style as Titan go down. Welcomed into the position for S2G. And that's a couple of points earned there. 2 knocks sent to S2G, though, and they need to be careful because FaZe have smelt this, and they are going to reposition against it.
Mela, the mischief maker, over towards eastern side, keeping S2G in check. Zhou goes down. Now Lynx is going to move out with the rest of the squad from Procedure Evos. Major Pride attempts to make it up towards the ridge side. Gets quite a few of their players there, though. I would say that's fairly successful on their front. They've got to be worried because there's still a lot of players in this area. Can't just be making maneuvers like that and expecting to get away with it. WBG, like we said before, in a good position over towards that eastern side. A lot of cover to work with. Misery tracks the target and will take down Ventoris.
Onzens is down as well on the offside, and it looks like S2G are going to try and slow down the reapproach from FaZe towards this position. IHC still have Godless going, but I have to eat my words there as they do finally fall. FaZe have taken another knock their way as well. And the players in the middle of this scrap really starting to suffer. Just the man himself, Mela, to stay alive for the squad. And now he's got S2G just in front of him. He's got the remnants of Besieger Evos as well. 3 players alive, but with 1 knock on the backline. Zuxi unlikely to get back into the fold here. Would take quite the mission to be able to get him back and into the thick of it. In the meantime, WBG rolling up to Major Pride's position. Nomi has a crack at it, but Wymal stays alive in the party bus on the south edge.
I mean, this could be a fantastic back-to-back here coming through from WBG. They can maintain control, but again, S2G looking for strong positions. Nongshim Red Force fly on in, and it's an easy cleanup. And WBG's dreams are scattered amongst the flames.
They've still got Su, still in the fight. Over on the east side, and with a nade and a knock over towards Nongshim Red Force, it could prove to be a little bit more troublesome than maybe we expected. Starts to roll forwards, gets the knock, a 1v1, but the res came through, and Tizzy now back into the fight as well. XZY playing close, they're both on the vehicle, has got the MG3 in hand, finds the first, and Su is here, and it is gonna be the back-to-back for WBG. They have that chance reinstated, but with a solo player, with S2G on the north, what are you gonna do?
What was that from Su? Incredible return bounce from him. The nade over the top as well. Honestly, awesome stuff coming through from Su in those final moments. Luxi trying to keep it up there alongside with Lynx. It's FaZe desperately needs some more points here. Will pick up Lynx on the first, but it's Calci from S2G. Instantly drops back down to his belly.
And the earth starts to move as the crowd comes alive here in Istanbul. The home team with a shot at it now, and it looks pretty good. They are maybe not in the best of elimination counts right now, but they're certainly going to be happy with this one. Su, however, proving to be devilish in his pursuits. Has that MG3, the Southside Ridge, a 1v4. S2G have it all in their hand, have it all to play for, and Hamzy wants the scrap. First and close, he finds the first. The backlines are starting to falter a little bit. Ducks back into the blue to give a chance at Hamzy. If he can find this nade, he has it, but no. He steps back, and it's S2G with a chicken dinner. Turkey getting on the board.
Well, what a game from S2G. It's been quietly confident on that northern side. Obviously had to hold out for quite some time here, but still make it happen. Great stuff for this squad. I think that when you look at Su there though, he has to be the lad that you were looking at that whole time. Almost made the 1v4 happen. I really like the idea of it as well, to step back into the blue to try and get the arc on the nade right, so it explode early enough. I think as soon as he sees that nade not go off and take down the player in front, he's just like, I'm just going to go down to the zone here, no problem. So, happy days for Turkey, as S2G on their very first day pick up their very first chicken.
And converting on a good day so far as well. A really strong result. As I said before, not the most eliminations there. I think they only got 3, 4, 5, something like that. But that's what Nongshim Red Force did. That's exactly what they're going to be looking for to keep that one going. MVP Razy, 2 eliminations. Shushing the crowd, keeping them calm. They know they've still got one more to play. They're trying to keep their cool here, but I don't think the crowd can be convinced.
Absolutely not. Very pleased with this one overall. You probably see it there, actually. We've got T-shirt man behind us. He's just launching them.
There he goes.
With ferocity.
What an arm. He's not even using the cannon. He's got an arm on it. Well, he is using the cannon. That left arm looks pretty good.
The cannon.
It is the cannon in itself. WBG.
The actual cannon he's got, that's just a pea shooter.
Doing so much. But Nongshim Red Force, on that south side, I mean, you thought that they could have a strong spot, but then Su turned up.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim Red Force, that was definitely a position where they could have played the back of it. And if you think about it, if Nongshim Red Force are able to hold on to 3 of their players, they play the ridge side, they actually have a good chance versus S2G on the other side of that valley. If they're able to get the vehicles around as well, create some impromptu little bit of cover, there's a good chance there for Nongshim Red Force.
Unfortunately, they were denied. Su shut that door, and S2G in turn took him out of the running. Let's head back over to the...
Well, if you guys out there couldn't tell and you're just joining us, I think S2G won.
Maybe. I think that's a fair assessment to make. I think with the audience and the sound they were making, I think they might have just won.
What you say? What you say? I can't hear you because all the STG fans are going crazy right now.
Oh man, a great game for them. Obviously closing things out, getting a big win under the belt to keep them in contention here towards the top of the table. My question will obviously be, where does this actually put them on the list? But honestly, a lot of great play from quite a few teams out there, actually. To be fair, WBG, we've seen Swoop there with the MG3. What was the sound his gun made? What?
Oh, what?
What's the sound his gun made?
Oh.
There you go.
There you go. Both work. No, it does now make the same sound as Su. It's been rebranded, okay? That's the MG3. We had Noxious Red Force, had a really good early game right, but when you have an MG3 in close range, I can hear it right now in the highlights. Chances are 7 you're not going to survive. So good game from Noxious Red Force, but the MG3 in the hands of Su is just, it's too much to deal with.
Yeah, Su was too much right there for him. By the way, for Weibo to even be able to survive, for Su to be able to even be put in that position, remember they were holding off the right compound, which is very hard to get out of.
True.
And they were still able to do it. They were able to time it perfectly, and Su being able to clutch it up there at the end.
Yeah, and you can see here getting himself 14 points on the board with the 8 eliminations. What I'm really happy, especially with what they've done, is in that warehouse you mentioned, which is very hard for them to leave. They have very minimal information. They hear Major Pride taking the fight against Xavier. They see this as a great opportunity to leave that position that's secluded from the rest of the circle. And off the back of that, have a little bit of elevation, can get more intel, and can start taking the fights and get a second place.
Very
so
patient.
that timing, to know that was the one opportunity to leave the warehouse was on point.
Who's 16th place?
What?
Loops?
What? I don't at all have like a little card in front of my PC right now. Is Loops a team? I don't know.
Also, last little note here for Weibo though. Very smart by Swoop to just die to blue.
Yes.
Don't give the extra point. You never know how close it's going to come down to. I mean, look at PL. It literally came down to a tiebreaker. It's definitely possible that 1 point can be the deciding factor as we take a look. He's going to be leading the charge here with his 5 eliminations. And also for Titan, hey, you know, I've been talking not so positively about them throughout the day so far. Nice to see them finally get a little bit ahead of the curve of the rotation, take it on early fights as well. They took down the team that shall not be named, Loops. I just kind of named them. They took out Loops. Good to see some life out of them, but we need to see more of this team from PEO.
Took down also players of Alpha 7, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
They've been going after Brazil really hard this match, it seems. But when you look at Alpha 7, they were playing in a dip. If you are Titan Esports Club, your main thought process is then a dip, super nadable, chuck it over their direction, you're going to get 3 eliminations in that fight.
Yeah, there we go. Even though Alpha 7 didn't perform that well in this Miramar, they're still able to maintain that first place because of that lead point that they were able to create earlier. And now STG going up to that second place. And then Nongshim, even though they haven't been able to get a chicken dinner, actually they haven't been able to continue to be a little bit more consistent than what I expected them to be. They're currently being there within that top 3. And if this team, honestly, halfway through the day tomorrow, if they continue to be within that top 3, I think they can definitely be a first place team. I think they can be the champions.
Yeah. It's a bold claim, but I think you're right. I think they could take themselves that win.
Just the way they're being able to adapt, the way they're being able to make those decisions really, really fast, it's really impressive, and it's something that I feel like we're getting to a hype train, and maybe I thought it was a little bit too much, but we keep going back, and they're doing everything right.
You converted me. You got me, 7. I'm on. Okay.
I'm not.
Oh.
Keep going. Keep trying.
Oh. Not yet.
Keep going.
No, not yet. Let him cook.
He's cooking.
IHC, by the way, only team I believe that was in top 6 without a chicken dinner under their belt. Typical IHC style from what we've seen so far. At least they're continuing the pace. They're still keeping up there. I still want to see a little bit more out of them. Going back, though, to that fight with 628 up against Alpha 7, it's good to see, as we talked about, Titan being so prevalent in their macro play.
Yes.
Kind of realizing the fight was happening, realizing that some points they could take away from them, and obviously punish 628 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned tiebreakers, right? It could be down to a tiebreaker, 1-2 point difference. So gathering as many points as you can when those opportunities come your way is so important. So you've seen it from a lot of those squads, Alpha 7 in particular. It's really good to see that. And they know, okay, we're not going to win this game. Let's just try and gather a few extra points on board before we go out, because that can really go a long way in an only 3-day tournament.
Yeah, and I'm glad with what you were talking about, Titan. For them to be able to kind of go for that third party at the right timing, that was good too. And for 628, for them to actually be able to defend that push there from Alpha 7 and at least be able to get some of those elimination points from Alpha 7, that was impressive to see as well, considering that even going back to the beginning of the match when Alpha 7 decided to just bail on Mafioso.
Yes.
That was interesting too. That's something that we usually don't see out of Alpha 7, especially out of the Brazilian teams, right? They're usually willing to take the fight. They're usually willing to stay there the fight and also gatekeep, which is something we've been seeing some teams here do outside of the circle. they're kind of focusing more on the circle. And I feel like this is the new Alpha 7 that we're starting to see. Even though that wasn't a good match out of them, the changes that I'm seeing out of this team definitely champion caliber.
I mean, I think it was Mafioso. He had no mini ammo left.
Yep.
He had no 5.56. He was left with the DBS, which he did get a knock onto him. But I think maybe it was because the circle, the zone was so far away from where they actually had to transition that gatekeeping was just not a possibility there.
Yeah, just want to try and get as many points again as possible before that transition afterwards, because the circle, as you said, went so far south. You have to go uphill. Very similar to WBG, you have no information, so even if you win that fight, that transition is not going to work out. So just get as many points as possible, go out and just try and make it up for that in the next match.
The thing is, before Alpha 7 would have just stayed there and be like, all right, we can take this fight. It's a completely different Alpha 7 this year.
Playing chicken.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It was an ego thing for them before.
Yeah, well, moving on ahead to another team, which you heard John mention, Prestigious actually taking out Redface, bringing in Zuxi back when Zuxi started off the day and Luxy wasn't in. So we have the twins back into the equation here. I'm actually really curious, what's the reasoning for them to constantly do these swaps? Because you look at all the other squads here and they're not really making the substitutions because you kind of need to get those reps in. You need to get that experience in if you want to continue to grow and perform as a team.
I think it's kind of map specific. I feel like we saw it on the first Wrangle, they did a change. We saw it on the first Miramar, they did a change. I feel like they have some players that have their skill set just adapted to a specific battleground. So if it's Sanov, Miramar,
well, that even dates back to BTR days, right? Where so like Microboy was one of the players would come out. I want to say like on Sandhawks they wouldn't play him, if I'm not mistaken. And then obviously we'd see Ryzen play heavily when it came to Miramar. Thinking of the Ryzen Bush back to PMGC in 2000.
The Bush.
20 or 2000, I think it was 2020, 2019?
2021.
Was it? It was a long time ago. Yeah. It was long. The Terminator. But obviously something for them is still not kind of clicking. And might have players who are map specific, but for me, if you're going to put me in all of a sudden out of nowhere like that on a map, and I haven't been able to see how these teams have been playing and really experience it firsthand, I feel like for me at least, it's not going to work out too well.
I feel like they need to figure out that team. And they need to stop switching out so much.
Yeah, you can use your subs, of course. That is what they're there for at the end of the day. But I feel like changing them every 3 map to a maximum is just a bit too much. I want to see like a team stick together for like 4 or 5 matches if possible, because having players that are really hot, looking good, especially after the back of a good game, and then players that I've never played like the start of the day is a really rough transition. So maybe just a 4-man core player would be the best approach for Procedure in the future.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I want to actually bring up something, Max, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but we're going to have to hit back to this. We had an interview with one of the Brazilian casters. Actually, was here just talking to some people. And you said to him that Loops to you is like the team to take it home for Brazil. Now, I'm not trying to call you out in particular. It's more of, in your opinion, from what we have seen, what is going wrong for Loops? Why is Cardozen? I mean, we know why Cardozen is the last one alive, but they're not really able to contend against these teams at the moment.
I feel like when they're taking fire, I mean, Cardozen, as mentioned, like he is on those off-angle positions, which is why he keeps surviving a lot of the time. They are just rotating very late, and off the back of that, they don't have really maximal information for the breaches, I feels like. So Cardozen is just looking at the team doing their own thing and not really assisting. Like, you even see when the team is dying, Cardozen is not even taking shots. It seems like he's just in his position and just serving as an anchor point, but not really serving an off-angle. Whereas when you look, for example, I would look at Stalwart. I think Stalwart is a good example. That when they have those 2-2 splits, which I think is the better way to split compared to a 3-1, you are going to be having shots from the 2-2 split assisting the other 2-man split to try and take those their own fights. And I feel like we're not seeing that. That Cardozen is just trying to survive, not actually trying to give more information or position advantage to his team. So I would like to see him actually having an impact than just lingering in the shadows.
Well, think of the 2 teams right now, Seven, that are playing that style. Major Pride and Loops. Both teams not having great success so far.
Yeah, they're not having it, and I feel like they're not going to continue to have any success, even on this last match. I feel like for a lot of these teams, even like when we're talking about Precision,
it just keeps appearing out of nowhere.
Let it go.
It's going to be too late.
But even for Precision, I feel like we're not going to be seeing any changes from Loops, from
Major Pride.
Precision, from Major Pride as well, until tomorrow, when they get a little bit more time to figure out, especially with Precision, when they try to figure out, okay, what team are we going to sit? Are we going to continue to make those changes at what it seems like to be every other map, or we're actually going to have a set team? And then when you have Loops, especially first day tomorrow, I want to see if they're even going to be trying to hot drop with considering where they currently are within this team. And that's kind of what we're talking about with Alpha 7. Are they going to continue to be an ego thing? Because it's PMGC. Don't get me wrong. I usually tend to love hot drops, but a PMGC,
that's an expensive hot drop, yeah?
Don't do it. Don't do it unless you really have to, right?
On the note of substitutions, right, of like swapping people, think back to Vampire during league stage. They would put Newsy in over Stoned and they still couldn't really find their stride. But you know what? We are heading to the last match of the day. It's going to be back on Miramar once again. And it's going to be with your boys, Johnny A and Blanky B.
I'm not sure that's your name, is it? You can have that back, by the way, Seven. I had to pull that off for you. We're going into the final match of today, the end course of our Desert Dessert.
Oh yeah, you know, the final one, moving it through. I'm excited for it, honestly. Miramar always is a good time. I'm excited to watch some of these teams actually be able to hold on to some of these spots. Because at the moment, they're all over the place. It's crazy.
It is a little bit wild, a little bit windy in Istanbul. We are certainly looking at a lot of high-performing teams who have, as you say, had that volatility. We saw IHC take a little bit of a dip in that last match.
Yeah, I think for IHC, like you were talking about, the variance couldn't stay there forever, right? And you're not wrong, it can't, personally. So we'll have to see if IHC can bring things back a little bit and get a massive chicken dinner game with some big eliminations at the end of the day to keep things rolling. For S2G, though, they sort of look like they can win the championship. Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected that coming into this thing, other than half of the stadium.
Yeah, the stadium's pretty happy about them. But they were here to support them regardless. I'm here to now support them because they've proven it, that they should be supported.
But it is kind of crazy that they have not performed, I think it's fair to say, I don't think they performed well over this season at all, in a way that really called into question their right to be here. Obviously, as the host nation, that's how they got their invite, but certainly with today's matches, they have proven that, as you say, they are one of the best in the world.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it's nice to see, honestly, that they are this good. And I think that overall, going forward for S2G, this is very, very promising for next year. There is... FaZe is just shouting, more or less screaming at this point. And it's Mella as well, of all people.
He's giving it.
But he's good. He's good at the game, so I can't say anything.
That's true.
Right? Yeah.
That is true.
So how can I complain? But he is. I do call him Mella the mischief maker as well. So it's on point.
He is making plenty of mischief there over in the FaZe bunker. Right on the corner, right behind us as well. We've got the front row seat to it. We're going to have a front row seat to the final match of today as well. 6 out of 18 matches will have been completed by the end of it, and Jason knows that that's a third of them. And we are going to be going into the final one of today. Plane path from Puerto Paraíso all the way to La Cobreria.
Very easy plane path to work with here, going straight through the map, you know. You're going to have yourself a nice cutoff for a lot of teams to get exactly where they want if it's over towards El Pozo, Monte Nuevo. El Azahar is very accessible. Don't know how many teams actually head up towards Tierra Bronca overall, but we will see overall. I think down towards Valle de Mar, potentially some teams head out down that way. But it was very stacked over towards Impala.
Obviously that Hacienda hot drop. See if that has a repeat performance. That was Titan taking on Loops, I believe, in that previous match. So we'll see if we get a repeat performance. Looks like Loops are going to be going there. Titan, I see a light blue nameplate in the mix of all of that central map chaos. So maybe we'll see something similar, but Loops maybe spreading out a little bit further. So going for a different spot now. You can see, yeah, plenty of the Loop players moving further north than Hacienda. Obviously losing that scrap, it's a little bit of a bitter taste in their mouths, and they will not want to be trying that one again. However, the circle does go up their way, all the way up to the north. It feels like we've been on a bit of a world tour here so far, Blank, in these maps. We've had Erangel north, south, middle. We've had now Miramar on the south side, down by Puerto Paraíso, and now up to the north.
Yeah, man, it really has felt like we've been all over the place on every single map today, which is exactly what you want to see for PMGC, right? You want to be able to take the tour around the world, around at least our 3 maps, at least, and really explore them to their fullest. We're now looking at WBG, coming up against 4 Miracle Vibes. God, 4MV certainly found themselves in engagements very early on a lot of times, though. I wouldn't want to be in the longhouse with Sue myself.
Baron might have an angle onto the crossing, but he's being suppressed off it. Look at this flank coming through. Wymouse there, and from the roof immediately, another player drops out of the wings, and it is first blood for Sue.
I think that main thing that I'm thinking about right now is Titans versus Loops. Cardozin goes down first.
He got Cardozed.
What is happening here? It's the reversal. I don't like the fact that Cardozin's gone down first here. It's making me feel all kinds of funny.
That is illegal, actually. Someone check the law. Because I'm pretty sure it's just been broken. It's very serious.
I thought you meant like the backstory.
Oh, no, like LAW.
The backstory of Cardozin.
Well, they've broken that too. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, unacceptable behavior.
That's not canon.
To be honest with you, Loops is an interesting one to talk about so far, though, because I do feel like this is a team that should be doing much better than they currently are. And I know that right now, this does very much feel like a PMGC because the majority of teams are in that 20-point bracket, excluding Morph, right, at the end of the day. But I think that everyone's in line to jump up towards that first place, to jump up and take the throne. So it's nice to see, but I don't think that Loop should be in a 10th place at the moment. I think there should have been probably more coming through from this team so far. Ayala really hasn't stepped up the way that we saw him step up during a lot of our matches over in the league stage.
Seems like IHC have stolen their variants, you know? That's what's happened.
Yeah, for sure. 39 points is awesome, though, for IHC.
For their play style.
For their play style. And again, it's really cool to see a team like that is just so focused on eliminations, just show everyone that you don't necessarily have to pump the placement points all the time. You can do it a different way. And more than anything, if you are a heavy elimination-based team, technically you're just removing points from other teams that they can gather and making it a lot easier for yourself to stay towards that top side of the bracket.
That is, I mean, a major earner, obviously. I mean, a lot of teams will sort of go somewhere near even, probably within about 20% total of their elimination points to placement points distribution. But you do have these outliers, and IHC certainly proving that that is up to the task. Alpha 7 took a little bit of an early exit from that last match, earlier than they would have liked, and had that gap closed between them and obviously S2G making a lot of headway up the tables. They are still very, very closely pursued, though, by pretty much everyone still, as we only 5 matches of points worth deep into this tournament. Plenty of ground left to cover. WBG, they're making their way up past Cruz del Valle, a little bit further north for them.
Yeah, WBG looking for another good game here. Obviously, Sue really did bring them back up to speed. And I mean, for WBG, who was basically hanging out at the bottom of the tables earlier on today, looking very glum, a bit more smug with themselves, I'd say, right now. Especially with Sue really clutching things out, getting themselves a chicken dinner, 2 off the back of it. 37 points, 5th place. It's a fantastic jump up from them.
They were right down at the bottom before the start of the last few games. This second half of the day has done wonders for their points total.
They had me in the second half, I'm not going to lie.
They certainly did. They've had plenty of teams on the ropes this time around, not least of which sit 2 places ahead of them and only 3 points. Nongshim Red Force at 1v3. The stuff a legend, Blank.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. I think that, again, there's a lot of legacy right now in PMGC as well, with returning players that have made a name for themselves in the past, and Sue is certainly one of them. The 1v3 versus Nongshim Red Force, that kind of felt meant to be at the end of the day. Xavier, though, a team that's fallen down towards 8th place. And I think that, yes, they're doing well for themselves, but there's very much a switch up in terms of speed, in terms of prowess between that. Our angle where Lamborghini helped his team get 12 eliminations total. So I do think that for Xavier, there's much more to be done here in this tournament that they haven't reached yet.
Still something to stretch for, still something to see off on that horizon. See if they can sail their way on through. And you know S2G's just come on the screen because the crowd goes wild.
Instantaneously, of course.
And fair enough. They have been outperforming themselves of this last season. All of these players really starting to look a lot more cohesive than we've seen from them in a long, long time. Pretty much, I would say, since last PMGC.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've sort of reserved themselves for this event in
Spring
particular.
season was very good for them, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there was some issues within the team. I don't think they were like drama issues. I think they were more like actual
Gameplay
broken
issues.
bones.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe I think it was Silas, hurt his finger. Couldn't
Something
play.
like that.
Yeah.
Was that might have been PMWI? I think that might have been.
Maybe.
I have to go back through my history books.
But obviously it's very difficult to play with, right, at the end of the day. So I think respect to them for them trying to push through. And you can see here, now that he is up to full speed, like Silas is such an important member of the team, like such a integral squad mate that it would be very bad to lose him at full strength. And I think that the rest of the team sort of rallies around him. Up towards that northwest side at the moment. We've not really talked too much about a lot of the teams in position. There's just so much to talk about in general right now.
Not too sure who's just walked in, but the whole crowd's turning his attention his way. I think he's an S2G fan as well. They're pretty happy with that one as they roll on down the hill.
You are mesmerized.
I love it.
You're meant to be commentating.
I'm supposed to be saying what I'm seeing. I'm seeing.
You didn't say
the crowd
anything.
rallying
You
behind
looked deep
him.
into his eyes.
I was letting
That's
the
what
crowd
I
have
saw.
that. I was letting it breathe, Blank.
I don't know how much they can hear of
The drums agree with me.
What, about the two random men?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Anyway,
That's
let's take
fine.
a look back
It's
at the
okay. Don't need to know that.
What have you done to me? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
FaZe back and into the mix of it as they try and cross the open ground near Nongshim and near Titan as well, who have come off the back and taken down one of the Loops players. Tizzy, first to receive, and does so fairly strong. Does take a lot of damage, takes that lick back, gets the heal started. Sporter there to try and cover his flank and has to face off against Ventoras as Mela looks to res Mormon here. Ventoras opens the door to the longhouse, in through, looking for the trade. A nade to bank it off, and Sporter has the pump action. Ventora's taken low as XZY has moved in for the flank. Tizzy into the longhouse as well, and Wings takes up the mantle. Ventora is caught in the cross. Tizzy steps out as Wings goes down. A trade-off onto XZY, and FaZe are not going down without a fight, but Mela's now out of it. Mormon's the last to stand, has the backup of Onzins around the corner to try and play 2 versus 2 against the hold from Nongshim. And neither team looking too good in this one.
Very much back and forth here between both these squads. Either side's taking punches and the bruises start to form. Sporter, though, was a little bit stronger in this one. Onzins attempts to get in there, unfortunately gets sent back. Very sliver of HP.
Sporter last to stand now. Onzins gets that heal off, gets that first aid. Now 2 players for FaZe to keep things together, right in the middle as well, close to Stalwart, who have obviously heard everything that's gone on here. Going for a third party, I don't think it would have been the right choice. I think they're right to hold their ground, but Titan right in the middle on their split. Can they have another stronger performance that they were able to get a little bit of earlier today? They had that taste, but it was snatched away from them. This time around, they want the whole meal. In this central location, they've got that opportunity.
Yeah, I think for both sides, though, it's almost over for them. FaZe down to 2 players, Nongshim Red Force down to 1. It's kind of a horrible situation to be in. Mutually assured destruction. S2G off towards that western side.
They get the shift.
It's a really good shift for them, actually, because it's going to be difficult for them to cross that road, but they need to cross it soon rather than later, honestly, because that little valley is something that's very deadly later on. But they can get up towards that ridge side on the east. Try and stop 628 from pushing up towards them as well.
See, here's the
Crazy
thing.
and Calci inside the compound.
Here's the thing about this position, though. With the circle being such a hard shift, a lot more teams are going to be looking for these wide rotations that you can see 4MV and WBG going for at this stage. So if S2G move too far forwards, there is always that chance that they get backfilled on their position with the circle being such a hard shift. So they'll have to try and figure out what else they can go for. Sporter, in the meantime, with a pump action through the longhouse, trying to hold it down for Nongshim to try and keep consistency, stay in the top 3 at the end of the day, because IHC will give no quarter. Sporter for 1. Shouts pull, gets the second to peek on out, but Onzins only gets half his HP bar. 3 shots in the chamber, and it's Nongshim to keep it together. FaZe are gonna go down right in the middle of the tables. It looked like maybe they had something, but it was snuffed out quickly.
Out screaming less in mischief and more in pain there towards the end of the phase. Sadly for them, they'll go out. 9th place. Again, I would say for FaZe that they were able to turn things round, right? Even in this 6th match. They get themselves 3 eliminations, takes them with the 30 points total, right? It's not bad. They were really down in the dumps at the start of the day. And I think this is not a bad position to finish things off, giving themselves a chance into tomorrow. For Miracle Vibes, take a massive beating from Alpha 7. Lose 1 player out the back of the vehicle, easily finished off as well. And Stalwart over on some of the highest ground around.
Certainly has plenty of sightlines available to overlook onto that water treatment position. It's so dangerous to move into water treatment when there's a team up on this high ground hill. It's so difficult to make anything work from there, because now you've got 2 teams looking to play either end of it. You've got 4MV, Alpha 7. 4MV a lot more exposed, Alpha 7 a little bit further up the hill in the warehouse that sits on those stilts right at the north side of water treatment, but still dangerous, to say the least. U2 Alliance really are waiting for Zuxi. They knew what was up. They pull him straight at the back of the buggy, and that's all that's going to happen for him.
Some crazy tracking during this tournament at PMGC. It's really cool to witness firsthand the best aimers in the world at their best. And I think that some of these plays just wouldn't happen in usual PMPLs. And I think that's what's making a few of these teams struggle, that they would expect to be able to make that similar kind of play maybe in their region or in their league. It's not possible here. Those types of things of a quick rotate over open ground, hoping you don't get spotted, player's going to razz you down in 1 to 2 seconds.
Hamzy and Silas on the northern front right now, trying to hold off against WBG. And it looks like WBG more preoccupied with getting the compound out to their east. And I think rightly so. DX Xavier might want to challenge, but they have got Stalwart looking their way in the meantime across of it. And Major Pride have managed to sneak on through as well to be in these foothills. Dino looking to move on up. Chua is already down here. Might just be an easy flush, an easy pickup for Major Pride to add a point to their totals. Much needed, certainly. Towards the bottom of the end of today. IHC have taken a knock, and Godless is the second to fall. Ziol looking to move into position because Demo's already down. They want to try and keep all 3 players alive, but Godless just gets flushed away, and that's only 2 now for IHC. This is great news for S2G, who are looking to fend off against the teams chasing behind them on the points totals.
Yeah, and I mean for S2G overall, leave themselves with that gap of Alpha 7 having 3 players. There's an entrance now been made for him. Push on forward, push on through. The hard times of this year to conclude with trophy in hand. It's only the first day, but they're making a good case for it. Have to finish on first place though. Nongshim Red Force, 3 eliminations are going out now. There was such a good chance for South Korea to get a strong finish at the end of the day here, and does feel like Miramar is just not their map.
Maybe we'll have to expect a little bit more from them on the other maps tomorrow, as we're going to have to wait to see them again. 2 teams now have their day brought to an end. 4MV seem to be pretty close to that mark, and IHC similarly suffering now, as Miramar not being kind to them either. U2 Alliance, they were able to get some pretty sick tracking shots, and it looks like Olio just dips back, playing whack-a-mole with him. He is the mole, but he's digging straight on through the totals. Excellent stuff to come on through. IHC have fallen. U2 Alliance try and sweep through this eastern side.
Yeah, U2 Alliance not looking to form an alliance with anyone at this point in time. They have really stayed off the radar of a lot of these teams, I guess, other than Titans so far. Morph taking a big amount of damage there. 4 points, again, down to 2 players. It's a real unfortunate day for Morph. And Prestige Evos, to be honest with you as well, both Indonesian squads really not find the success that they wanted. And it's almost, I don't want to say amusing, but you got your 2 Chinese teams down at the bottom there in 12th and 13th place, and then Indonesian squads in 14th and 16th. Is this where Turkey's going to be next year?
Oh. Bro.
You got your legacy winners.
Not if we can help it. Our home ground, our home turf in the UK. You know, we'll show them that support, I'm sure. If they make it, though.
No.
Maybe not. I guess not.
Horrid folks in the UK.
That is true. Yeah, we're awful people. Don't know why we're going there. It's rubbish. Of course,
we've got some good folks.
I've got at least 2.
At least 2.
Got you. Got Kale.
Kale's nice.
Yeah, he's pretty nice. Max is half English.
Max is saying no.
Sort of. Max is a little bit British. He's saying no. He's refusing his heritage. That's fair enough.
Get his passport.
Oh dear. No, he's repping the French, of course.
Either way, the leaderboards can change, and regardless of everything, like they have put points up so far. Of Besieger, 628, Titans. Ooh. It's a nice nade from Udo Alliance.
Oh, and a second.
It's a nice nade, Udo Alliance.
They take 2. Not quite the price of 1, but still, it's a deal and a half to take the start against Titan, who were already down Shadow. Now, it's just 97. And that is not going to last long. Udo Alliance handily take care of Titan over on the east flank. They've been sweeping this area for a long, long time, with Morph playing on as 2, and honestly, a very unthreatening presence in this current lobby. From the east side, Udo Alliance have a pretty decent line end to this one.
I will say one thing to you, John, is that
what are you going to say?
There is a big difference between these matches and League Stage and PMPLs in the fact that a lot of these teams are willing to take fights. And it's the change that Max keeps mentioning is that teams are willing to take center, which means they're willing to take fights to fight over that central position, which is why a lot of times we're seeing, come Stage 5, we're already down to like 35 players. Apex though, making that less players.
Apex was a 1v3 opportunity there, got the flush as well. Sunan low, trying to crawl back behind, bleeding out pretty quickly there. 33Z trying to put the nades behind, and a long crawl for Sunan results in a potential pickup here. But if Apex can land the nade, it's right on top of 2 of them. Has the DBS, plays up to the corner, but it's Nurzed to look for the shot, and Sunan gets flushed away. Now 33Z in a 1v1 opportunity around the dump truck as Apex steps up to behind it, but Nurzed from Stalwart still a factor in this scrap. 4MV may have just been thrown a lifeline here to keep things together, and there it is. Apex holds his nerve in water treatment. They've been scrapping for so long around this south area, and Stalwart from the high ground able to prompt it into a finale.
Let's be honest, man, they've not hit their quota in this game, so, you know, back to work for you, 4MV.
That's true.
5 limbs, please. Loops, start things off well versus Major Pride. Effect, who has honestly been very good during this PMGC, attempts to get some shots off, but they are embroiled in combat versus DX Xavier.
They're busy.
So, a difficult scenario for them to be in.
Certainly the team from Vietnam giving them a run for their points towards the bottom of the table. Each one is precious. Major Pride on the north side. Next circle just about to come through. S2G still holding out WBG on the north side of their area. We'll see where the shift goes. Stalwart have been maintaining a lot of control on the south side. We spoke about the high ground before. They've extended action up towards the north. And Loop's got a decent chunk of this one. If the fight to the north concludes in a lot of casualties, there's a lot less threat from that area. I'm looking at the approach from the west, though, and thinking, whichever team comes out on top of that, it's going to be a danger to them.
Yeah, I think if you're Stalwart, I think they did the right thing, right? Is they took the high ground, they used that high ground to position players further forward whilst having the cover available for them. So that's smart, gives them the ridge. Realistically, they should have heard Udo Alliance. I imagine that Udo Alliance has taken shots towards Stalwart this entire game, so likely they're just looking to finish off those teams on the eastern side and deal with the rest later. Effect goes down to Ayala, now just Dino, alongside with Naomi underneath.
It's not really the best of spots for Dino. Lamborghini can't quite peek out because of Naomi's position, but he's going to be pushed in. DX Xavier going to have to leave. Parachin steps out, gets a little bit too bold there. Not going to be able to find the shots he's looking for, but knows the siding now on the door frame. Falls away from it, though. Gives Dino the chance to cross back over to hold more face. Dino may be able to get a shoulder in through the door, but not much more than that. Certainly doesn't want to take that chance. Not just yet. With only 2 players alive for Major Pride, they want to close their day out a little bit better than this. As U2 Alliance fall, they look pretty solid on the east side, but they are denied entry. The access cut off by Top.
Yeah, assume that would happen from Stalwart. It's very, very decent of them, and I'm glad that it panned out that way. Alpha 7 losing more and more players down on their side. One gets knocked. That's the fight in between Major Pride and DXavier of S2G. And a little bit of spice to the mix over on that side of things.
Looking to keep their chase up, with Stalwart picking up quite a few eliminations so far. Blank, though, they are looking good to try and resurge towards the top of the tables. This is a replay of that 1 versus 3 situation, aided by Nerzed from Stalwart himself, up on the high ground as well. The final nade coming on through. A really solid result for Apex to be able to pick that one up. They'll be certainly happy to see that one come through. And Apex is still going. He's still trucking on the south.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, he's not reached his quota yet. And we had a contract. We had a contract, you know? They matchly 5 eliminations. I'm not happy until we reached it. So we'll see what 4 Miracle Vibes can get done here. Morph, though, on the other hand, over towards the eastern side on the ridge. Tempting to move through.
Leon,
though, takes a big hit.
MV only getting those 2 eliminations so far, so they're going to need to step up a little bit more. Action is down for Stalwart.
12 elims, though. Goodness me.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. They've climbed up. You can see them in 2nd place right now with those elimination points. Yet to add the placements on top. So S2G certainly not only dealing with Alpha 7, but also the team from Mongolia, Stalwart, coming in as plenty of people's favorites for this whole tournament, for this grand finals. They've been doing bits. Major Pride, they shut down their day in less than honorable fashion.
Oh, I don't think he's so harsh to them. Because you can't be Major Pride of them.
I'm Major Pride.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I don't know what you expected, though.
It's very sad.
I think it was good that they got to
won their group. I thought they were going to do well.
I think it was good that they got to PMGC.
Oh.
I was happy. Didn't really expect much more after that. I'm not
I didn't expect much
you.
from them going into the group stage, but then they performed like that. They won their group.
Yeah. I think I was talking to Seven about this, actually, in the sense that, like, even though they won that group wasn't too difficult.
I mean, Vampire just weren't there, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Vampire didn't exist.
And that should have been a major force within the group.
It was a stake right through him.
It was just, I don't know, playing in the daytime. I think that was it. Maybe they should have stayed up a little bit later for that one. Unfortunately, we're not seeing them here. The PMWI 2-time champions, you know, just not able to perform towards PMGC, but Loops is still in the fight. They're going at it with WBG. There's a 1-knock trade, I think, going on through, because Waimau did get taken out of it. Loops, they were playing very, very central, and WBG just moved in from the north side of S2G. They crashed onto the compound, and here we find ourselves with just Chief remaining. The nade does the dirty. The final player from Loops falls.
I mean, less what happened with how did they get here, but
WBG Miramar Kings, bro. Miramar.
On the leaderboards, 5th place already. It's kind of nice for WBG, honestly. But Stalwart more than want to reclaim the throne here. I think they're hungry for it at this point in time. Alpha 7 still holding that 1st place. With a chicken dinner on board, very doable to massively leap over the top of Alpha 7, but difficulty comes in the fact that Alpha 7 still in this game over on that southwest side. S2G
अरे WBG का एक बार यहाँ पे और बूम बम हुआ है नोवा थर्ड पार्टी बहुत सारी चीजें हुई थी कंपाउंड पे याद आ रहा है मुझे द सेवियर लेसी कैसे हैंडल करती है WBG विंग नेड कर रहा फट
Xavier might have other ideas. 4MV, they go down blank. They didn't make their quota. You're going to be mad with that one. Look at Paragin, though, hanging on by his fingertips there as Su goes down. Unfortunate shot there, but Lamborghini gets the flush, and they're stepping on in. They're in through the windows, and SPG gonna be pretty happy about that. What a shot through the doors. Paragin is looking to shut things down. Ming has an answer, though, and DXavier being given a run for their money.
Ming still going. I love this. Ming, the king of the castle himself, up towards the top side. Lamborghini underneath. Looks to drop the nade out the window. It's
बहुत
great.
सही.
And WBG will stay alive here. Nurzed helps the situation along, but a 14
STE.
elimination match so far. Right now, the
17 seconds,
Stalwart
16
with
seconds.
likely 2 more eliminations coming through. It's going to be a big game. Silas
Bye.
once again.
Top 3 आ गए
On the
WBG.
west side, S2G from the east, Stalwart trying to find WBG in the mix of it, but Ming is still there. Nurzed 1v2
Nice
has
one.
backup from action.
Ooh.
Stalwart, 4 players.
भाई मजा आने वाला है ये
S2G
PMGC बहुत तगड़ा जा रहा है भाई. ST Alpha 7 WBG का भी कमबैक आ गया. Okay bros.
2 players now. Razy's down, getting knocked.
17 kills और भाई.
But it's Silas.
18 19वां मुंह के सामने भाई. हेलो साइलस ने अपने आप को भाई 18 फिनिशेस चिकन क्या कर रही है भाई STA. हेलो इस मैच में उन्होंने 2 मैच का एवरेज निकाल लिया.
And I think for them, they expected this to be a lot easier. You can
I
tell
think
the way
hashtag
they
one
hold
STA.
themselves here, that game is more of like, why couldn't we done that earlier? Relieved that they're back on top once again, but man, there's some fierce competition here at the PMGC. S2G back at it again.
Also guys, अगर आप चैनल के अंदर नए हो so make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel if you are new to the channel guys. फट से like and subscribe कर दो.
Over in the leaderboards.
I don't know if Stalwart have been able to do enough. They were pretty close, I think, on points towards the top, right towards Alpha 7, and Alpha 7 they went down a little bit earlier.
भाई ST ने मतलब फाड़ दिया भाई यहाँ पे पूरा completely.
Get enough points off the back of that second place finish to be able to jump up as well. All I know is that the top 3 is hotly contested at the end of day 1. There are plenty of teams still looking to keep themselves up and conversational with those spots.
I mean, Alpha 7 have to beat out 63 points. I think they started that game at 48. Might be a little bit tough to get above that. We'll see though.
We'll see.
कैसे भाई क्या देख रहा है?
6 eliminations for
Hello.
Look how chill they are.
Action.
Goodness
क्या हो गया? कैसे क्या भाई? Good night. See you tomorrow. Have good night. Good night. Good night, Elise. Thank you so much for coming to the stream. To all of you, Vishal भाई, Benzo भाई, Snitch भाई, Chom भाई, जो अभी तक stream को देख रहे हैं एक बार हाय कर देना. सभी को बहुत बहुत thank you for coming to the stream. MVP of the match goes to STE Action baby.
Shows how strong across the board they were able to get there.
मेरे को ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देखने के बाद.
It was 18.
Hello Varun Patil bhai, what's up?
Oh, cheeky! I thought that was one of theirs.
Silas took the point.
Damn. Okay.
But this is
ओ भाई डैमेज रिसीव देख रहे हो? डैमेज गिवन तो ठीक है, डैमेज रिसीव देख रहे हो? 471 का डैमेज.
I mean that's cool from Silas though. I like that.
इतना डैमेज भी खाया है भाई ने.
Eliminate Silas. He eliminates himself.
हेलो विशाल भाई, हेलो सनी भाई, गुड नाइट गाइस. मेरी थोड़ी सी तबीयत खराब है, सॉरी यार, मैं नहीं हो पा रही यार स्ट्रीम्स वाला सीन. आवाज से लग रहा होगा तुमको, बता. माय वॉइस इज कंप्लीटली चेंज्ड, सॉरी फॉर दैट. जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर द रैंकिंग्स गाइस की ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स क्या है. एक बार मजा आया देख के. बाय द वे STOP भाई, लास्ट मैच तो बहुत तगड़ा था.
It's so frustrating when I only get 18 eliminations.
But it could have been a 20 element, which would have seen them really good buffer into tomorrow.
18 sucks. I'm looking for 20. We are going to be going to the final death segment as well in just a moment. But S2G able to put up a good fight on the west side. Unfortunately, that high ground position that we talked about to the east side of water treatment. It seems like when you give Stalwart high ground, they did it over towards the military island with the observatory position to the east side of this water treatment area as well. They were able to use that high ground to leverage
STI जल IC is the ideal. ये गेम में what happened? थोड़ी तबीयत खराब है यार भाई. मैं इसको बोलना इसका भी टेबल नहीं होगा भाई. वो कितना देखेगा बेचारा एक अकेला. वैसे ही मोटिवेशन नहीं है ना, उसको कोई पैसा मिलता है इन चीज को करने का.
Well, I don't really need to speak too much here, as you can hear the crowd doing all the talking for me. STG, they don't take the victory, they take themselves a second.
He's not monetized my भाई. मोटिवेशन डेड हो जाती है ब्रो. फ्री में इतना मेहनत सारे मैचेस देख के रैंकिंग बनाना नहीं हो पाएगा वो चीज़. हाँ, अगर कोई इसको स्पॉन्सर कर दे, PMGC कवर करे, तो एक मोटिवेशन रहेगी तो चीज़ कर सकता है.
Stalwart is just such
This
a
time trophy is coming to
provincially
South
good
Asia.
position to
Yes,
play
2
games, but
minutes
when they
if
have
silence
three
of those who
good
were
players
doubting
alive, they're
WBG.
going to exude so
Bro देखो
much
यार
control.
WBG
They're
का
going to
Miramar
be
strong है. You
gatekeeping
have to
every
notice
single
and
step of the way.
witnessing.
If you were
अगर
to
आपने witness किया
unfortunately
होगा
went
group
in for one
stages के
treatment,
अंदर ये
you're
चीज़.
not going to make it out.
Miramar तो है
Right?
उनका
So
strong,
they
but
just
I
got
don't
all
know about the
eliminations.
other
They could have got
scene क्या
almost
होने
20
वाला है, क्योंकि
eliminations
कल के दिन
if
पे
they got
काफी
the
क्योस
last
होगा.
win
3
from
दिन
this
का ही
Geneva.
टूर्नामेंट है.
If things
ST
delay
ने एक
games,
दिन
they
पे
just
कर
got
दिया.
the
ST
win.
यूजुअली
Very, very good. What
बहुत
we've
कम
been
ऐसा
talking
करती है
about
कि
for
डे
the
1 पे
whole year, right?
एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी
Especially for
अच्छा खेल
Stalwart,
दिया हो.
if they're able to control a
कि
certain
उनके जो
area,
लास्ट के 2
they're
दिन
going to
होते हैं
take
वो ज़्यादा
full
अच्छे आते हैं.
advantage of it.
मतलब
Because
यहाँ से आप
earlier
लगा
on, they
सकते हो
were
कि
in
ST
water
में
treatment,
भी
east of water treatment. They were already
गर्स
starting
लग
to control
जाएगा
that area.
तो
They
मैं
were
कुछ
already
नहीं बोल
looking
रहा
out
अभी.
where the other teams were going to
आप
be
बोलोगे बाद में
rotating
फिर.
to
लग तो रहा है
making
वो
sure
काफी
that
स्ट्रॉन्ग
whenever the
लग रही है.
circle shifted, they were going to position themselves to take
That's
those
why I
fights
have to see,
and win
like
those
मेरे को
fights
Alpha
as well.
7 से
So
भी अच्छी वाइब्स आ
overall,
रही है.
if Stalwart
Doing
Esports,
good.
if
By
I'm a team and I
28
see them
points.
being able to get a
ये
good
2 पॉइंट का
position,
एवरेज है.
I'm
2
going to be a
मैचेस
little
का
bit scared
एवरेज है
because of
ये.
this right here. 28
28 एक मैच से इन्होंने 2 मैच का एवरेज निकाल दिया. WBG के लास्ट 2 मैचेस काफी अच्छे गए. STG का भी एक डिसेंट मैच था. यूडो अलायंस ने भी काफी अच्छे मैचेस खेले आज के दिन पे. ओवरऑल देखते हैं अल्फा 7 डिसेंट नंबर 6 का एवरेज इज गुड वन. 6 पॉइंट इज अ गुड वन. अगर कोई भी टीम 6 से 8 पॉइंट लेके जा रही है, इट्स अ डिसेंट नंबर. इट्स अ विनिंग नंबर 10 से 11 के बीच में एवरेज होता है. एक तो उसके बीच में अगर आप पॉइंट ले रहे हो तो इट्स अ कंसिस्टेंट वन. एक चिकन भी ले लिया तो अल्फा 7 पेल देगी. भाई एनालिस्ट बन गए पार्टी दो. अरे अरे अवनीश वरिया ले लेंगे, दे देंगे पार्टी भाई, कोई टेंशन नहीं. लिख के ले लिया. STG चैंपियंस नहीं बनेगी तो ऑब्वियसली सबको पता ही है ब्रो. इस बार इनका परफॉर्मेंस काफी डाउन है. क्या पता बन जाए, वो अलग सीन है. 2 मिनट साइलेंस 2 डाउटिंग. आज के सारे मैचेस खत्म हो गए ना भाई. यस ब्रो, आज के सारे मैचेस खत्म हो गए. उसके वाईटी पे अपलोड करने चाहिए बोनस पॉइंट्स ताकि बेनिफिट हो. बट उसमें फिर व्यूज का रहेगा ना इशू, मोनेटाइजेशन बेस्ड पे. ST एंड WBG टॉप 3 आ गए पक्का. देखते हैं ब्रो. But things do pro level teams have access to other than map feeds. चला, but things level access.
If you hear DBS, just run.
नथिंग यार ब्रो, इसके अलावा कुछ एक्सेस नहीं होता प्रो टीम्स के पास. आपको मैप स्ट्रीम देख के सारी चीज़ें करनी होती है जेरोक्स भाई. और मैप्स हमारे लाइक BGMI सीन में तो मैप स्ट्रीम भी नहीं मिलती है. ग्लोबल पे तो फिर भी यू कैन लाइक आस्क फॉर द मैप स्ट्रीम्स एंड यू विल गेट द मैप स्ट्रीम्स. बट इन BGMI सीन देयर इज नो मैप स्ट्रीम्स. तो लाइक बहुत टफ होता है BGMI में एज एन डाटा वर्क करना ना, बहुत ज़्यादा टफ है. एक बार दिखाएंगे फ्लाइट पाथ जोन दिखाया ठीक है, नहीं दिखाया तो यू हैव टू लाइक एस्टिमेशन लगाओ अपना फिर कि हाँ ये वो. It's very tough in BGMI scene.
No, I'm not. I'm still on that.
ST winning this बहुत ही consistent overall good season was strong. Yes, ST winning बहुत consistent है. WBG चाइना से नहीं है ना, चाइना से ही है ब्रो. WBG निकाल देगा इस बार. Let's see. Suggot ST top 1. I'm waiting for the overall standings. Yes, here we go the overall standing. भाई काफी close है यार. इतना अच्छा खेलने के बावजूद भी इतना फर्क नहीं है. Alpha 7 is too close यार. इस points gap में इवन 10-15 पॉइंट कुछ भी नहीं अगर किसी टीम का गैप है. सो इट्स अ डिसेंट वन. S2G WBG NSR IHC4M काफी क्लोज है. मैं आपको बोलूँ तो इवन फेज लूप्स भी कल के दिन पे डिसेंट खेल के तो कमबैक करके हैशटैग बना सकते हैं. कल का दिन काफी क्रूशियल होगा. इवन यूडो अलायंस 2 भाई इतना भी डाउन नहीं है. मॉफ को छोड़ के अगर देखूं मैं, मेजर प्राइड, इवोस पर्सिया, ST, इवन यूडो अलायंस हैशटैग 11 तक टीम कमबैक कर सकती है. 30 पॉइंट का फर्क है क्योंकि मैंने इस रैंकिंग में पॉइंट्स निकालना टफ है. इस रैंकिंग में अगर आप बैक टू बैक अच्छे पॉइंट निकाल रहे हो तो कोई टीम ऐसी होगी जो पॉइंट्स नहीं निकाल रही है. मिड टेबल चार्ट से भी सकते हो तो डायरेक्टली आप एक मिड टेबल चार्ट में होगा तो कंसिस्टेंट खेलेगी कल टीम निकाल लेगी कोई. एलिमिनेशंस 13 डैमेज 2776 इंडिविजुअल लीडर बोर्ड्स है. असिस्ट सबसे ज्यादा गॉडलेस की आई. ISC ने क्या मारा है भाई आज के दिन पे. WBG 14 पॉइंट डिफरेंस. यस, क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? देखो क्या होता है. 2 मैचेस में ही निकाल लेगी. WBG को अपना शैनॉक देखना पड़ेगा. शैनॉक में काफी जीजी हो रहा है उनका. शैनॉक में उनको कुछ बनाना पड़ेगा प्रोग्राम.
They were able to linger in the long term of that match. They just took the fights to make sense, and that is just such a major threat in this type of lobby.
And we are starting to see that more and more out of them, so I do enjoy that. And by the way, for them to be able to currently be performing, Silas being in the MVP, 2 average illims, like this is what we want to see out of this teams. And you were saying Silas has a land buff?
Yeah, he has the land buff right now. Yeah. He's popping off.
I almost want to know his stats when he's the last player alive for his team. Because there was 2 matches in particular where he was the last person left alive. He was still picking up eliminations. He was still getting them extra points when it came to placements. He's really been a solid anchor for the team so far.
Yeah, he has been clearly the standout player of the team throughout today. I mean, clearly he's MVP, so duh. But I want to see Kelsey in particular. He's my favorite player from Turkey, and I want to see him being set up in such a way. But they played good today.
Yep.
You're going to have some VODs available now compared to the scrims. You're going to have actual real games anchored in reality that these teams can go back, look upon. You're going to see your Sanhogs, your Wrangles, your Myanmar, and even stronger, hopefully, in tomorrow's matches.
Yeah, the real PMGC for me begins tomorrow.
Yes.
Because it's about the prep work you do tonight for the next day of matches. It's about the review. It's about the VODs. It's about figuring out what to do with your team. And obviously, you just played 6 matches back-to-back. Your day's not done. It's not even close to done. You really have to prepare for what's coming tomorrow. And the thing is, every team in that lobby is coming for you tomorrow. And they're going to know how you've been avoiding some fights and obviously realizing when you can and cannot take those fights. But I'm expecting some teams like FaZe to come back almost a completely different team. If they don't, then I'm going to write them off throughout the rest of the event. I don't think day 3 they can come back whatsoever because FaZe has not been able to replicate that performance. But Loops in particular, this has probably been a very unexpected underperformance, underwhelming performance out of this team from Brazil.
I would say very disappointment, especially even from the get-go, right? When we saw them hot drop in Sanahawk, I was like, why? What's the point of that, doing it here on the Grand Finals? Yeah, when we do it in America, it's kind of fun and all, but right now in Grand Finals, it's just for them to accept, willing to take a bad match if they do end up losing that hot drop. I don't like seeing that, but not only FaZe Clan, right? We're going to have some of the other teams, Euro Alliance, 6-8 as well. I was expecting this team to be a lot better. I'm hoping that after they do that VOD review, after everything gets done, maybe we'll see a different 6-8, the one that I actually expected to be here, and at least expected it to be within the top 7.
I think the one thing we've definitely witnessed today is the teams that tend to rotate slow, that works in their region, is not working now anymore. Like, you need to speed up the process. I'm especially looking at IHC. This match, I know we keep jumping on the IHC train of, like, they need to get more placement points. Eliminations are good. On this game, they dropped El Azhar, northeast circle. It was literally about 50% of the circle.
अरे ये क्या लगा रखा है बीच में गर्ल्स? ठीक है गाइस, 177 लोग देख रहे हैं. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग टू द स्ट्रीम. जो भी आज लोग आए यहाँ पे, जो भी लोग यहाँ पे आए, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग टू द स्ट्रीम. इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब टू द चैनल. आज का दिन ऑलमोस्ट खत्म हो चुका है, एंड अगर आपको मैचेस देखने हैं, आप रिवाइंड करके सारे मैचेस देख सकते हो. सारे मैचेस आज के दिन पे हो रखे हैं. तो गाइस, आज की वीडियो के लिए इतना ही. जिन भी लोगों ने सुपर चैट करा एंड फॉर द मेंबरशिप, थैंक यू सो मच गाइस. वंस अगेन अ बिग शाउट आउट टू कृष्णा, विंसर, प्रिंस, राजपूत एंड जैनस भाई फॉर द सुपर चैट एंड द मेंबरशिप. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग टू द स्ट्रीम. एंड 166 लोग देख रहे हो गाइस, जल्दी से इसको 800 लाइक करवा दो. अगर आप बाद में देख रहे हो, सॉरी, इसको 1000 लाइक करवा देना. आज की वीडियो के लिए इतना ही. तबीयत ज़्यादा ठीक नहीं है तो स्ट्रीम को एंड करेंगे. बाय बाय, टेक केयर ऑल ऑफ यू. एक बार जाने से पहले हर्ट स्पैम कर देना. बाय बाय बाय बाय बाय. ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग में सारी चीज़ें दिखा चुका हूँ. बाय.
Paraboy, I mean, you guys can't see it on camera. He's right down there commentating for the Chinese broadcast as well. But obviously a lot of work to be done out of all these teams. But I'm pretty pleasantly happy with what we got out of the first day of play overall. Some high level, the most high level play we've ever had.